Good morning, everybody. Wow, what a day yesterday. And I have to apologize. My nerves were raw, exposed. I could not believe what I was hearing. Slim. Uh-oh, we're already starting. They're right on the ball today.
Observations of the defendant may be something that I don't want to issue something. I just want to do some research on that.
And I think that's fair. I've had this issue come up before with probably a half a dozen times, and because of various different behaviors of defendants at various different times, and I've not had a question about it. I did have an attorney one time ask me to give an instruction that it is something that they can consider, and I denied doing that, and I was upheld on that. But it's something to think about. I don't think it's anything that we have to give an answer to right now. So, and where are we starting this morning, Mr. Allen?
We're just picking back up with Mr. Stout and listening to those phone calls that we
Okay,
about yesterday.
so we're going to finish the phone calls before you call the other people that you
Yeah.
had discussed yesterday. Okay, that's fine. Ms. Gratiano?
There are a number of stipulations that
Go ahead.
parties have stipulated to include admission of evidence sent from Florida via fax to El Paso.
Oh, all right. Okay.
As well as GPS data from a budget van rental that is stipulated by the parties, including AT&T record custodian for all relevant AT&T.
So it's not just some AT&T, it's all AT&T.
That stipulated all relevant AT&T phones.
Okay.
Particular numbers.
Okay.
Additionally, Verizon records, custodian of all relevant Verizon phones. Parties have stipulated to those numbers and the records that are associated with them.
All right.
As well as American Express financial records. Records. AA. So the particular stipulations between parties. I will also put on the record, Your Honor, that the people did file notice of self-authenticating. That.
Okay. And I assume that when we get to whatever exhibit numbers those have to deal with, it's going to be, we're still going to go through the same foundational elements for admission of those exhibits. And then it will just be that this part is, sounds like what you're really stipulating to is records custodian type issues. And so, but you still have to lay the foundation for that it is a business record or something like that. Do I have that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Tellini, do you agree?
I do.
Okay. So we'll take these up, I guess, as they, looks like it's primarily going to relate to phones and phone messages. So we'll take these up as we get to the exhibits and deal with it then, I suppose. Is there anything else that we need to address at this point in time? Prosecution?
Yeah, Judge, thank you. You had asked us to give you heads up when we're going to get to some sensitive photos.
Yeah.
When we get to Detective Yoder and Macon Ponder, there will be some photos of the discovery of the suitcase in Florida, which will also include some photos of Gannon's remains, just so you're aware.
So that's Detective Yoder and what was the other one?
And then Macon Ponder.
Macon Ponder.
That's right.
Is that going to be today?
Those are the two people that we anticipate, depending on how long Mr. Stout takes today, that we would get to at some
Oh,
point.
these are the two people from Florida.
Exactly.
Got it. Okay. Okay. All right. Is there anything else that we need to address? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Yeah, we're good. The lectern's on, but all the other ones are off. Right. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stout. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. We're going to start the day the same way that we did yesterday, and that is with the same question. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. Yesterday, when we took our break, we were in the midst of some recorded phone calls. I think that's where we're resuming today with that. Mr. Allen?
Judge, I assume that we should probably bring Mr. Stout back up and then start the next call, and then he can step back down again, if that's okay with you.
They've all been admitted. It's up to you. If
you're fine with me just playing it, we can just jump into it.
If there are different voices that he has to identify, then maybe you need his testimony. If not, it's up to you.
Okay, well, let's just jump into it. So this
Okay.
will be, just for record purposes, People's Exhibit number 36, which is another recorded phone call from February 15th, 2020 at 10:58 a.m.
Thank you. Go for it.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, what's wrong?
I'm crying.
Huh?
I'm tired of crying.
Well, happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Where's Lena?
Lena's at school right now. So. Why, what's up?
I can't ask you where our kids are at.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. Where's Harley at?
She had to go to the doctor last night because I have bad chest pain and my recruiter, she was 12 pounds underweight.
What hospital did she go to?
Because someone could be listening and know where we're at.
Tisha, you I mean,
No, I don't know. You talk crap about me. You treated me wrong.
where did I talk crap about you? I haven't said nothing to nobody.
In your school, posting all this stuff, messages you sent them how horrible of a person I was.
When did these messages come from? Years ago, maybe? I mean,
Don't know when.
but you know what?
Posted them to everybody.
But what have I always said about social media? I don't give a crap what people say. People are just looking for a headline, okay? We've
I'm tired of doing this hour. You should have talked to me about all the other stuff. I'm not.
oh, what other stuff, Tisha?
I've asked you for help. I said, hey, man, Harley needed something. I've asked you for help. You turned me down. You know good and well. Anytime you've ever needed help, I've been there for you.
Tisha, let's walk back through this now. Just to be straight up, okay? You took over $2,000 out of the bank account at the beginning of the month, and I didn't say a word to you about it, okay? All right, that's like 1/3 of what I get every month. So you got 1/3 of my monthly income. All right. So that being said, I've also offered help and safety and teamwork the whole time, and you guys decided to, step out on your own. And I haven't bothered you, but I've never looked back in there. I've never told you no for anything. And I've been.
Well, I didn't take $2,000. It was $1,500 because I had to have a place to stay. When I kept begging you and asking you that people should not have been in the home.
Okay, well, hold on.
It should have been nobody but your family.
You're right.
My family, your home.
Okay, I understand your opinion. So I want to clarify because you took however much. I'm not going to fight over the dollar amount. You took over $1,500 in that one lump sum, not to mention the other ones, but that one lump sum you did take $1,500 and some dollars, and you can't get. But you've told me from like almost the first minute you don't have a place to stay. So do you or don't you?
It was it cost $125 a night for a hotel, and then I had to pay a pet fee. Add that up, how many nights I get. Plus, we had to have food. We didn't have a way around. We had to Uber. Add that up.
Were you Ubering yesterday when we were talking? Because I heard you get in and out of a car. I'm just trying to piece all this together, Tisha. I don't know what's going on. I've heard so many stories here. I'm just trying to, as I've always said, I'm just trying to find the truth, and I keep getting a different version of it.
There's this little guy that stays at the hotel. He has an old white car, and he let me drive it to the store. You know how bad it is for me to ask somebody to drive their car to the store?
And in this effort to help you that I've been trying to do, you won't tell me where you're staying.
Because you're not on my side.
But you're not. You're
on my side if you're talking crap about me.
Tisha.
You're on my side if I call you and I try to talk to you, and you can't talk to me for being around other people. That's not my side.
But you got to understand what I'm going through. I don't know what the hell's going on minute to minute. I don't know who's on whose side. All I'm focused on is Gannon. And I don't want obviously people, you see it on the social media, people are not happy with you. I don't know why. I don't know what reason they have or don't have, but I can't sit here and be talking to you, my wife, in front of all these other people and then, go through all the cussing and yelling and screaming and the drama. So I'm trying to respect you as well. And I need that in return. I need you to respect me too. And that, but no. Okay. I've heard that you have not really said anything about me per se directly. Okay. But you did release some of those documents or however they got out there. They're out there. Okay. But what I need you to do, you talk about respect. That's one of the most important things to me in my life is you respecting me, and you can respect me with the truth. And that's the bottom line. We have options to work through all this other stuff, all this other drama that's going on, but the truth is really at the options don't come into play until I get the truth. Okay. That's absolutely. And I know you're not going to like this, but that's a line in the sand that I'm not crossing. Okay,
You already kicked me off my own car insurance and wouldn't even tell me.
that's not true.
My car, you
That's not
kicked
true.
me also there.
That's not true, Tisha. You got an email. You got email notification the same minute I did, so you got notified.
Why
Absolutely.
did you not talk to me about this?
Well, on February 8th, I didn't get any kind of confirmation that two of my vehicles were deleted, and there's no one else that has access but you. Okay, so you tell me what the truth is.
They were all getting put in storage. So if it was done wrong, then that wasn't on purpose.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not the insurance is not a point of argument to me. You have every right to call them back and put your, just like I did.
No. I
No,
tried.
no.
They said to me, you have me listed as X, so I had to give them a separate policy.
Well, exactly. Okay, because that's where we're at right now. That's the line in the sand. Okay, the line in the sand is we have a gap between us right now. Okay, absolutely. And I'm not gonna sugarcoat it because I don't sugarcoat it with you. Okay, we have a gap between us. You can put a label on it however you want to, but that gap doesn't. There's no closing that gap. There's no initiating options or anything until we get to the truth. And I think I really feel deep down in my heart that we can work on this together. We do have options, but I think your list you sent to me is a great starting place. I think that is excellent that you're willing to at least talk about what options we have. I just,
Did you talk to an attorney?
huh?
Did you talk to an attorney and file for divorce?
I have not filed anything yet. And the fact that
Attorney.
I'll tell you the answer to that, okay? But the fact that you are reaching out to me like that, the way you did, say, like, did you go to this attorney and file this? That means you don't trust me. You don't have respect for me, and you got somebody watching me. Tell me the truth.
Well, I did, and someone told me.
Who told you?
Do you not think it's all online in the social media that you told someone that and someone posted it?
Who posted it? Because I haven't told anybody anything about that.
Well, someone knows because it's online, just like it's online about some girl talking drunk about her best friend and she's best friends with your sister and that's what she said. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but once again,
Out there.
well, yeah, you're right. I fully agree with you. Once again, that's why I've told you forever that I don't get into that crap because it's just you're getting torn every direction by people's stupidity. Okay. So anyways, let's not worry about that, about how you know what you know. Okay.
Go ahead. The basic thing is, I reached out to that lady. She doesn't write me back. This is how I've been treated. I've been treated like a criminal when I told them exactly that Gannon left with someone.
Which lady? What lady are you talking about? The Amber lady?
No, Bethel, because she's the lead investigator.
That's the blonde lady from Starbucks.
Chick.
The blonde lady from Starbucks.
Yes,
Okay. All right.
the lead investigator.
Okay. All right. I got you. Well, I mean,
Contact with her.
not since that first day. I'd be that first day when I told you I met with Mark for like, I don't know, 6-7 hours. And then she jumped in for like 20-30 minutes, or whatever that night, the day I got there, that Tuesday. Since then, and since we met her and then she asked me a few questions, I really haven't had any interaction with her. So I've been dealing only with Mark. He's been my,
Why did you leave that day and not talk to me and go on my call?
leave what day?
When you first talked to them that night and you were going to pick up people from the airport, why did you leave and not talk to me?
I'll give you the straight up honest truth right now, because at that point in the situation, and we're at the same point now, unfortunately, 3 weeks later, at that point, I was not getting the whole truth. Okay. And I'm not going to argue with you about that because that's absolutely spot on. Okay.
From me, you leave from me, everything's fine, and you just have to get there, and then you feel like you're not getting it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because there were some things that I was looking into on my own, which I've basically been doing for 3 weeks now, trying to sort through this on my own, that weren't making sense and weren't adding up. Okay. And just like where we're at now, yesterday, thank you for talking so long and walking me through your timeline. But even yesterday when we were talking, a lot of it wasn't adding up, and it still isn't. Like, there's 3 or 4 different versions of the Mexican guy now. He's Uncle Matt first he was Mexican or whatever. I don't want to argue.
Never said. I said he asked me did I know. He asked did he know Uncle Matt.
Yeah,
I said he was Uncle Matt.
fine. And I'm not arguing about that. I'm just telling you these are red flags. You know how I am. When I see red flags, you got to convince me that the truth is what it is. Okay, so I'm sitting here last night on my bed freaking out because I don't know. I feel like some of that was the truth, but then some of it still was, a different version of the same story again. So what I really want to get to.
Me did I kill Gannon? That hurt.
It hurt me to ask it because you're my wife, and first thing I started with today was Happy Valentine's Day. That should tell you how I feel about you, okay? But
I need you to be here with me, support it.
I am. I'm right here. I'm right here.
I'm begging you. If they give me immunity, I will help.
Okay, but so here.
I can't get trouble for it.
Okay. Well, that's why I'm here. I'm trying to I'm not, you have the legal background. Okay. I don't have that knowledge. All I have is my recruiting time and the other stuff I've done. So you need to help me understand what you're trying to get. I don't understand what that means.
Immunity. Okay. Do you know what immunity is?
Other than what I've seen on TV shows, I don't know. I need you to help me. That's what I'm trying to, help me to get you to that point. Hello?
Immunity is that they're going to grant the judge that I will not be charged anything in this. Because I didn't have anything to do with it. In return, that I will testify and I will give them the information of who has given and I will testify against them.
Okay. So you're saying, so I'm going to walk back through this so I understand clearly what you're saying. So there's no ambiguity or unknowns here. So you're saying you somehow know where Gannon is or who has him or how he got him or something like that?
Ho. See, that's why you're not going to put words in my mouth.
I'm trying to understand, Tisha. Explain to me, okay? Walk me through it so I understand what you're saying. No, why would I record you? This is me and you. Why would I say Happy Valentine's Day on a recording? That's something personal between us.
It's just you and me on this phone call and in your room.
Absolutely. Okay.
Immunity is where I'm telling you, I told you the truth about Lisa Gannon. There's more details about how that went on. There's more details that I can't discuss that would incriminate myself because they're going to say, why did you say this? But he has all our information. He was threatening to go to work and get massaged and have these people go there. If I said anything in the meeting with the cops, I was late to the meeting. But I need immunity.
So
I get him.
So why? What I don't understand is why, babe. Is this not something you would tell me from the get go? I just
Everything. They're going to kill my daughter. They were going to kill me. They knew you were at everybody. They would do everything.
yeah, but Tisha, look at what you just said. But Tisha,
What?
I'm trying to understand.
All these things surprising you. I need immunity, please.
If you were, no, why would I record you? What I'm trying to figure out is why your first thought, your first thought is what they may do to you and Harley, but something was already done to Gannon and we're not worried about that. That should be the priority.
They did to me and Harley. It was also Lena. She was there too.
So the guy was there and was threatening you in the moment?
The guy was there when the police was there.
The guy was still there when the police searched the home?
Yes.
Where was he at? Where was he at when they searched our house?
Don't do anything until I get immunity.
Well, babe, I can't promise you immunity. I can't give that to you. But I mean,
Well, you can ask.
I mean, yes, I can reach out to Mark and let him know that's what you're looking for and that you're willing to work with somebody. And you can also tell, what's her name again? Bethel. You can tell Bethel. Just saying.
Sir, she won't like that.
Okay, but you got you.
They're gonna treat me like a criminal. No, I'm not a criminal. I don't kill people.
Okay, I never said you did. You're tired of what?
I get that. I had got it yesterday from him. Yesterday I got a message.
Well, did you send that to anybody?
What?
Where's the message? Can you send me the message so I can see it? Just if you email it to me or email it or text it to me so I can see it.
I need immunity. They're gonna try to incriminate me.
Tisha, Tisha, who is this? Who is the person? Do I know this guy?
Do you understand?
Is he there? Is he there with you? What?
Listen to me. He thought there was going to be a big reward. Well, I've been backing up for the reward. I can't.
So I heard there's a reward coming out. That somebody said that the neighborhood's trying to do a reward.
Hear you a mic.
So but what happened with the bike situation? I don't think we ever. Okay, well, I told you I cannot promise that. Okay, that's not something I can promise you. I can promise you help or, whatever, but I can't promise immunity. That's something that the investigators got to reach back out to you.
They're on your side, and this is where you can go to them, and you can say, I know, I want to know, she is breaking out, and she is telling the truth.
Yes, I can advocate for you. I can give an opinion, but but listen, what I don't understand is you're treating me like the prosecutor here. Okay, you're treating me like I'm in court or the law, not like I'm our son's father. Okay, but
You get out there and you do it. I genuinely don't know. I can't even go anywhere because they think I'm going to tell. Release the reward. They're not going to do anything. They're not going to stop me. They're not going to stop It's over.
I do too. But please,
I promise. Please, what can I do? Please, what can I do?
here's what I need you to do for me. Okay, I understand and I respect that you don't feel safe telling me certain things. Okay, I'm not going to press you on certain things, but I need to know something about my son. I need to know something about Gannon. Do you know if he's safe? Do you know? I mean, I asked you some questions yesterday, and I had to ask those questions because that's been on my mind since day one. Is he safe? Where is he at? Do you have anything?
And if I kill Gannon, really?
Yes, I had to ask that because there was. Well, I would never not tell you the truth over and over and over again. So.
Your life, everybody else's life. You're terrified. You don't know what to do. You're scared to death. You don't know how you would act.
Tisha,
Because people are going to say, why did you do this? Why did you do that?
listen. What about the? What about this? I'm trying to think of any way to cue the police to offer you immunity if they can. Okay, I'm trying to find a way to get them alerted to you might have some information. What if you told me just one key thing and I just called in on the tip line or something? No, but no, because it'll be anonymous. But they won't ever know because I'll do it. I'll be just some man calling in an anonymous tip. And I mean, the key here is to get Gannon in the investigation and then protect you if they're able.
So there's some big reward.
But why won't they? Who is they? Why won't they budge? What is it about the money that's the key?
No, because they keep asking. I got messages. We're gonna be a reward. You better not say anything. I know you got to that. I
Tisha, listen. Despite how this has gone, you know for a fact you could always trust me, okay? I know you may be worried about your name getting out there from this information. I don't want anything to do with the media. I don't want anything to do with Facebook or social media or anything, okay? You know, because I've absolutely been off of that. That's why I'm saying I can give the anonymous tip if you just tell me something that'll help in the investigation, okay? That's the no.
The police came.
Okay.
The police came. He was in the house.
Where was he at in the house?
I didn't know at the time. I thought they were going to find him because the guy was like, "Can we please search the house?" And I said, "Sure."
Okay.
Terrified, which is why I sent Lena and Harley to Dollar Store and all these places because I thought Gannon was hiding too. I thought he was hiding too.
Okay, so you thought so the guy was in the house and you thought Gannon was hiding, so he hadn't taken Gannon yet at that point?
No.
Okay, all right. Well, that's huge. That's huge because now we can look at different camera time frames and all that, and we can look at different angles. Okay, that's huge that he was still in the house, and so that would have been police got there at what? Like
that. I'm not making this up.
I'm not. No, I know. I'm trying to sort through this again. I'm trying to get you to this point to where
Not anymore because they'll try to incriminate me for this. I need immunity.
I think they give it to you because this is big that he was there and they missed it. Because then they're going to want to cover their shit for not finding him. I can't hear you. What?
I even put it in the car. I put it in that really store stuff. I tried.
You did what? You did what? Oh, you said you said what? What did you do?
I tried to point to the cops and hey, check this area. Hey, check this area. I was even trying to show them any other extra areas that I saw. I said I didn't know if Gannon was with him or I didn't know if Gannon was still fighting. I didn't know at that point.
Okay, but then you figured out. How'd you figure out he wasn't by himself?
I'm not selling anything else so I get immunity.
Well, I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to put all this together. You said you pointed them in a direction, but where in the storage room were you?
Directions. I said I was just giving all the big areas of the house.
I got you. So you told them storage room?
I walked to the storage room when the guy was in there. I was trying to tell him, hey, check behind boxes and all this stuff.
Okay, so
Damn. I didn't want to make it think they were having to put one cop right here.
okay, so what happened next? So the cops searched and missed it, or what? Tell me what. I'm trying to figure out what happened now. What you're telling me, okay? What happened after they didn't find him?
I'm not saying anything else. I was just trying to plot this whole thing.
No, I'm trying to get some key breaking information that I can give an anonymous tip, like I told you. Okay, That's what I want to do. That's how
Never mind. You're not trying to help.
I am trying.
He is not trying to help. No, he's not. He's not trying to help.
I am. So what you said was Gannon, you thought Gannon was hiding. Is that right?
I didn't know if he was hiding with the guy had him or if he was hiding by himself. Well, I was scared to keep, if I would have left him a note, be like, please check out. He's not. I didn't know if he went out the back door. I didn't know where he was at the time. I know he was there. I thought he was gone. And after I waited for 4 hours, kept walking, checking myself, I realized I couldn't go back and get to the car because the car was in there. I hate myself. And I couldn't get your big gun to work.
So when you, and let me back up. So when you let the cops in the door, wherever you last saw Gannon, you left him somewhere, or you thought he was safe?
Yeah.
Like you thought he was safe hiding, or you thought he was with the other person, or what?
I woke up, Albert, and I hit my head. I didn't know what it was. I already told you this part. I waited. I was like, I was hiding somewhere in the house to come out. When the police got there, he would come out. Even when I called for him, I was police.
Do you think he might have crawled in one of the totes or something, or maybe the box? 'Cause
After the police left, he was doing
the guy or Gannon?
the guy was at first, and I thought he back into him and told him to shut the door and don't come out.
What, did they already come back?
I was just trying to get yourself to work. And I couldn't through the shotgun.
But so you said my gun. You trying to get my gun to work? Tisha, calm down for a second. You said try to get my gun to work. I thought the guy had my gun. Oh, that one. Okay. So you put Harley and Lena in our room? Tisha, is that what you said? You put. So you already had the assault rifle out of the closet at this point, and you.
I just couldn't get it to work.
Okay, I know you always had trouble getting that thing to pull it back and get it loaded and all that, so that makes sense. So,
I'm not going to be bothered.
you're not going what? How is this, what is key about this that I can call an anonymous tip that helps me find Gannon?
You can call in the community. I can give you the guys the ID. I can ID him in the finals. I can give you his name.
Tisha, you know I can't promise you anything. I'm not the police or the judge. I can't promise you immunity. I can put you in contact with them, and I've done that.
Please call me back. Please call me back.
I will. I'll get as soon as we get done talking in a little while. I'll get on the phone with Mark and tell him to tell that lady to call you back and quit stalling or whatever she's doing. I don't know what the hell's going on, but Mark will get on it. He's always been.
You call me back. I will ID him. He lied about his name. I got the piece of paper. And I saw the ID. We were trying to get the bike.
Right. Tisha, listen, I there's something that I can, you can give me that can help fix this right now. Okay. I don't know if you're willing to, I hope you are, but if you give me the name of the person, if I know this person, that I can fix it right now. Okay, I guarantee you, I can. Yeah, I'm not gonna I can't. Well, who is it so I can tell them who to be looking for to protect you? I can promise you that. Tisha, I can't promise you that. I know they will work with you. Okay, I know they will. I just need I need the person's name so I can get Mark and tell them to go find this person.
I hear people in the background.
There's nobody here. I just need to know this person's name because if it's Travis or somebody related to Chance or something. Is it Travis? Because I know you said he was abusive.
They're gonna try to incriminate me.
No, they're not. I don't know. I can't promise you anything. Listen, I will fight for you and fight with you if you're not involved in this and you give me this name. Is it Travis?
Please.
Listen, I'm gonna text Mark right now so you can hear me text Mark, okay? Because you can hear the little keystrokes. I'm gonna tell him as we're talking so we can get this ball rolling. To
Listening to me, I hear
nobody. That's me texting Mark right now to tell him to get Bethel to call you.
I hear somebody hollering.
Nobody's crying or hollering. Just like the other day when you said that, nobody's here. I'm standing here trying to figure this out and get a name.
Where's everybody else at?
What, like Uncle Jeff? He's getting on a plane and Landon and Aunt Veronica, they hit the road back to Dallas, and I think they're going to take Landon for the weekend because it's a 4-day weekend. So I'm here by myself, like I told you. They're getting Lena after lunch because she had a little lunch program going on. Okay, but that only matters if we can get this ball rolling. You could tell me this name, and then you can reach out to the police for immunity or help or whatever they can offer you. Okay.
That's why I get immunity. They're not tricking me. They took everything I have. These people know where I'm at. They're in a gang. I will not.
What kind of gang are they in?
I don't know.
Oh, Tisha. Well, what happened that ruined that? I know that's another part I don't understand. Cause what? Tisha, so this guy, I know you're trying not to tell me his name, but after the police left, remind me, I don't remember. I know Harley and Lena went out to look. Did you go look for Gannon? You knew the guy was in there, or you didn't, or what did you do after the police left? Tisha, did this guy kill Gannon? Did he kill him in the house, or did he kill him or hurt him? What happened? It's my son, and I need to know this. No, Tisha, not you. I'm not you. I trust you. I asked you that yesterday, and I trust what you're saying. I asked you, did this guy hurt Gannon, or did he kill Gannon in the house, or do you know if he killed Gannon or not? Tisha, I've explained to you, I can't give you immunity. I'm your husband. I'm not the police or the judge.
I'll be back when you can figure out and I can grant the immunity because this ain't gonna stop. It's gonna keep going, and he's crazy.
Tisha, there's only one way for this to stop, and that's for me to get the information to them, okay, through an anonymous tip, like I said. But I don't have any information to give them. Did this?
Hey, this person.
Yeah, and Tisha, I'm trying to fight for you here, okay? I made it clear I don't have the power to give you immunity. I have the power to help you.
Wait, call me back. Call me back whenever, whenever you can.
Tisha, they're not gonna listen to me, okay? They're absolutely gonna call me foolish. I am trying to help you. I am trying to help you. They're gonna look at me like a fool. Tisha. Tisha. I can't hear you.
You're not helping me, Albert.
I'm trying to.
Someone killed somebody. I don't know if anyone killed anyone.
What what do you know? What's the guy's name? I gotta know the guy's name, Tisha. Okay, I mean, I'm trying to help you, but you're not freaking letting me help you, okay? All right, shut up. Well.
Mr. Allen?
Yeah, so we would just want to have Mr. Stout come back on the stand and ask him some follow-up questions, Judge.
Okay, all right. Mr. Stout, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Good morning, Mr. Stout. How are you doing today?
Morning.
So at the very beginning of that call, you told the defendant Happy Valentine's Day. Did this call actually occur on Valentine's Day?
I believe so. If I would have said that, I don't know the date you quoted when we started, but
Okay. The date of the call was February 14th
Okay.
of 2020.
so absolutely then.
There's a question in that beginning portion where the defendant was asking you questions about where you were and where Lena was, and then you responded with, "Where's Harley?" Similar to the phone call that we talked about yesterday, at this time of this call, did you know where the defendant was anywhere?
I did not, nor did I know where Harley was.
When the defendant started making statements about the guy was in the house when the police came, in your mind, was she referencing when the police first responded to your house at 6627 Mandan Drive?
That's what I assumed she was referring to, yes.
Did you have any independent knowledge of them finding a man in the house when they responded on that day?
I did not, no, sir.
You, in that phone call, you also pressed multiple times for getting names or trying to figure out a way to identify a guy that she's talking about at the beginning. Did she ever give you a name or any identifying features of this person?
Not in that phone call. No, sir.
And then later on in the phone call, it changes into there's a gang that's involved. Did she give you any idea of who this gang might be?
I don't remember ever getting that information, no, sir.
Ever?
I don't believe so.
Okay. In a big chunk of that phone call, obviously no way to know because you're not in the same room with the defendant, but did it sound like the defendant was crying to you?
Based on previous experience with her, there was times when I assumed yes, she was crying, and there was times where I assumed it was fake crying as well. Or fake emotions in that phone call, yes.
In that phone call?
In that specific one, yes.
So in your mind, you were thinking that some was potentially real and some was potentially fake.
Yes, sir.
In your mind, did you think that she was trying to manipulate you in the course of the investigation?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Yes, sir.
One of the questions that you asked the defendant very specifically was whether she knows Gannon is safe. Do you remember that question?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever get an answer from her on that question?
No, sir.
You mentioned in the phone call too about you're going to give information to the detectives so they'll quit stalling. Similar to the phone call yesterday, were you actually with law enforcement when this call occurred
I was.
and they were listening?
Yes, sir.
Was you saying, hoping that they would quit stalling, I guess, was that a tactic to keep her talking?
Absolutely.
Two names that you gave in that phone call were Travis and Chance. Who are those people just in general?
Travis would have been an ex-boyfriend of the defendant, and Chance would have been an ex-husband of the defendant, also Harley's father.
Did you ever have any indication that either one of those two names were involved in Gannon's disappearance?
No, sir. Chance was deceased by that point, and no indication of Travis either at all.
Okay. In relation to that, that gang reference, was there ever a gang that was after you and your family?
Not to my knowledge.
And then similar questions to what I asked you yesterday, the sound of the defendant's voice in that phone call, was that consistent with her personality as you knew it?
Absolutely.
In this particular phone call, did she ever change personalities to a different personality?
I was talking to the defendant the entire time.
And so never changed voice inflections or
No,
anything
sir.
like that? Okay, thank you. So Judge, at this time, we would want to move into playing People's Exhibit 37, which is another recorded phone call on February 14, 2020 at 12:08 PM. This one's roughly 8.5 minutes long.
All right, Mr. Stack, you can go ahead and step down.
Yes, sir.
Hello? Hello?
Now what I said,
I can't hear you. Hello?
I said it's the signal.
Okay, well, what? Because you hung up on me and I'm not really feeling this right now. So what? What do you got for me?
I can't help it. In and out.
Fine, whatever.
You were being all nice, caring, listening, everything. Then all of a sudden you started being hateful.
Yeah, because you got information I need for my son that everybody needs to get this boy back. Okay?
You just okay. So now you're saying I got information, but then just a minute ago you told me I made it up and it was a figment of my imagination.
Okay, so it's on you to pick which one it is. It's not on me to sort through it. It's on you to tell me the truth or keep feeding me bullshit.
Beginning. Listen to me.
Yes. No. Let's start over. Let's get a new beginning here. Okay, let's start over. Because if you keep going back this same path we've been on, I'm just going to keep getting more pissed off and more hurt and more worried about my son because you've told me 17 different stories now. Start over and tell me who the fuck has my boy. Okay? Tell me a name. That's the beginning. I don't care about Saturday. I don't care about Sunday. I don't care about the fucking truck on Monday. I don't care. Who has Gannon? That's what I care about. Who?
Then I want immunity.
What the fuck does that have to do with who has Gannon? I can't give you immunity. You call the police. You do what you got to do to get yourself protected from whatever you're worried about. I mean, it keeps. Anyways, I'm not dealing with that. Okay, the beginning is who has Gannon.
Did you even call the guy to ask him about immunity to talk to me? Did you?
No, because I figured you call me back. I thought you hanging up with me. Call me back. What is he? What can I? I'm not your lawyer. Okay.
You're my husband.
Right, and I'm telling you right now, you want immunity. You want this fucking immunity because there's no dude. It's all a fucking lie, Tisha. Prove me otherwise. Just like I told you with the rape, I'll get on my knees and beg for forgiveness if it's true. If it really happened. If there is this fucking guy out there, I'll on the media, I'll go out to the world and say I was wrong. My wife was right this whole time. But there's no fucking dude, Tisha. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Yeah, prove me wrong. Was this an accident? Did something happen? Did you accidentally hurt him? Did you give him too much medicine? What happened?
So what do you think happened then? Since you think everything I have to say is wrong, since I offered help, then what do you think happened?
Well, I'm gonna tell you first of all, like I told you already, I was not home. And that's what the problem number one. Okay? Something bad happened and I wasn't there to take care of it. All right? So for the rest of my life, no matter what happens, I'm going to blame myself for this because I wasn't there, because I was trying to progress in my career, be successful and all these things. Okay. I just wasn't there. That's number one. That's the first thing that happened. Number two, I mean, you told me a lot of things that happened in like a 12, 13, 24-hour period. You talk about blood, you talk about Gannon's foot, you talk about the burns. All this happened in a short time, and they were all accidents. Nobody's to blame. Okay? Nobody. And you just panicked. Okay? That's what I think. I think all this stuff happened, and then maybe, I don't know, maybe there was a big accident. Gannon took too much medicine, or Gannon hit his head, or Gannon's nose was bleeding, or I don't know. Okay, I'm sitting here trying to make all these theories up, but all these things are running through my head. He hit his head on the ground. He hit his head on the wall. You picked his fingers too much, and he was bleeding. Whatever the truth is, Gannon did something, and it was an accident. And then I just feel like because I wasn't there to keep it all together, you panicked. And then I don't even have a theory on the rest of it. Okay. That's what I think. I think there's absolutely no guy there. And I understand why that would be on your mind. I understand that. Okay. I'm not discounting that. I'm not making you feel bad if that's something you're trying to get through this and you made that up. Okay. You've told nobody that but me. Okay. So if that's not okay, screw the police right now. This is me and you. Screw the freaking police. They're not listening anyways. You know that. They're looking all these places, and you know they're not, shouldn't be looking there. Okay, so they're not listening to you. I'm listening to you. I just need to know what happened. I gave you my theory up until the one point where you panicked. Okay, whether it was too much blood, Gannon hurt himself, and you didn't know how to handle it, and you didn't want to call me because you were scared I might be upset at you, and I understand that. I understand that you've got this. You want to do so good for the kids and provide for them and food and clothes, and you do a great job at all that stuff. Okay, you do a great job at all that stuff, and I tell you that all the time. And you really want me to feel like you're better than Landon. And I tell you all the time that you are. Okay. I feel like all that factors into this, that something bad happened accidentally. Nobody's fault. Accidents happen. And that's what we would have told Gannon, the candle or whatever it was. Accidents happen. We could get new carpet. We can't get new children though. Okay. I tell you that all the time. We can't replace our children. We can replace clothes and carpet and couches. Who gives a fuck about that stuff? And you know I've told you that. We smash the TV. Who cares about the TV? Okay? An accident happened here of some sort. You panicked and freaked out, and then I just need the rest of the story. I just need to know where Gannon is, okay? I just need to know what has happened with Gannon. Is he safe? Is he hurt? Is he alive? Is he somewhere? Okay? I don't want to hear no more about this dude unless you give me a name, okay? So I don't believe it until you give me concrete information. My theory is this. That accident happened. You panicked. Now tell me the rest.
I was there, Albert. I'll give you his name. I swear to you.
Give me his
When
name.
I tell you this part, this is why I want immunity.
Okay.
See, okay?
Okay.
Okay? The whole thing happened. The cops were there. Yada, yada, yada. All that was true. You keep saying I said all these stories is not what happened. I really was truly thought that Gannon was going out every day. I've been talking to somebody because he was asking me weird questions or whatever. This dude trying to get your bike, he followed me. So I get the Petco. That's why I was looking in and out the door of the Petco.
Oh, so you weren't. So it wasn't about Gannon getting out. And I'm not talking junk. Okay.
He jump in there.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand.
He didn't get out because if someone was following me, I didn't want him to know someone was in the car.
Okay.
Again, that's why.
Okay.
All I was trying to do was go get you a bike. Then I leave because I was going to go to this place to be looking at free to get a bike, and I realized that this dude was following us again. So I tried to make some turns around Palmer Lake area, in and out of that area up there, which is where they're searching, because I'm sure they got my GPS, searching for nothing. And then, when I had to come up the little hump, there's this dude. Well, this dude is in your truck with us.
And just so that I'm clear, Mr. Allen, that was exhibit 37, right?
37. that's right.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Mr. Stout, can you come back?
Mr. Stout, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Mr. Stout, in that call, you said to the defendant, you want immunity because it's a lie, there's no dude. And then you said, prove me wrong. Did she ever prove you wrong?
No, sir.
You made mention of Gannon did something, an accident, and you panicked. What were you trying to do by saying those things to the defendant?
Trying to, in a way, take the initial blame off of her that and confirm her story about an accident with the candle or whatever she had claimed from the night before or whatever. And, you know, give her a freedom to talk about what happened next in her mind.
Basically give her an out so that you could try to maybe get more information?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Towards the end of that phone call, the defendant made, again, mentions of some anonymous dude in the language that she used. Did she ever give you a name of who this dude was that she was referring to?
Not in this phone call. No, sir.
All right. Was that phone call consistent with her personality?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
During that phone call, did she ever change personalities or talk with any other odd voice inflections?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you. Judge, at this time, we're going to move on to People's 38, which is a call on February 14th at 12:17 p.m.
All right. Mr. Stout, you can go ahead and step down. Thank you, sir.
And Judge, this call is about a little over 21 minutes.
All right.
Hello?
What happened?
I was talking away.
Okay.
Did you guys hear?
Something about you were at Petco and then you got in the truck and the guy was there or something?
No. I asked them to go get the footage outside of Petco.
Okay.
Not just the footage inside Petco. That's the footage we need outside of Petco. Because the guy followed us to Petco, and as I was pulling off to go to the Palmer Lake area, I was going to go look at the bike, somebody was laying down in the road, acting like they were, I don't know, going to kill themselves or some crap. When I turned around and came back the other way, and this dude gets in the truck with us. I didn't have anything, knives, anything to fight anybody off or anything. I had to go like a normal time. Anna was crying in the back seat till we threw up. He threw up because he was so scared. He followed us all. He came with us all the way back to the house. Where's the footage showing people getting out of the car? Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay, who got out of the car?
I mean, I saw you and then I saw the shadow that somebody was talking about.
The side.
The only footage I seen is the one that you said the guy got paid for. That's the only one I saw.
Okay, so when we get there, he's still in your car at this time. We all get out. The guy was with us the whole time.
Okay.
The whole entire time. I asked him, what did he want? He could take everything he wants. He could rob us. He could do whatever he fucking wanted. Have it all. There was a struggle. There was everything back and forth. Anna was asking, did I know his Uncle Matt? Because he was saying, whoever Uncle Matt was, he don't like Uncle Matt. Uncle Matt came in at. Well, she had something to do with it. Because I was freaking out how he would know someone by this name. I told you this.
Okay.
The guy was there when the police came. I didn't know where Gannon was at. I didn't know if he was hid. I didn't know anything. I just thought I was terrified to say anything because he had the gun. And I was scared. What if he Gannon while I run up there and try to go get help? What if I leave to go get help and he's in here? There's nothing I could do to switch anything. My hands were tied that night. The girls were in the bedroom. My hands were tied to the little board that's on the back. My hands are tied there. Tied completely. Remember those same headphones I had on? I told you I was listening to music? Yeah, I had to do that. And that little bandana that was down there, that's where that came from. I couldn't scream, couldn't get help. Harley and Lena were asleep. It was just terrifying. All I could hear was Gannon screaming. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know anything.
Okay, Tisha, can I ask you a question? Please?
What?
Why would you need immunity for that when the guy he's the perpetrator, not you? Why would you need immunity for this?
Because I didn't tell him.
Because you did, okay. Okay, I mean,
I don't know how bad he hurt Gannon. I don't know. There's no accident where I hurt him. There's nothing like that. Immunity because people keep saying that. No, because he was in Gannon's room. I just kept crying. I could find his jail. He is Mexican. He was mixed with black. Dark. 5'7". I gave him the facial features that was on him. Name.
okay, hold on. All right, so let me just bear with me here while I sort through this. Okay, so you're at Petco, you pull out, and you're at the stoplight. Dude's laying in the middle of the road, or are you in the parking lot?
We drove up to look at the night for.
Oh, so the guy was at Palmer Lake laying in the middle of the road.
He followed us. I made a turn. I thought the turn was going to take me back to 25. Instead, it wraps you back around in a circle to come back the same direction up these hills.
Okay. All right, so yeah, let's stop for a second because, all right, listen, I'm going to be straight up again because I'm getting frustrated again because this is even more bullshit than the original 17 stories, okay? I mean, no guy fucking jumps in your truck. The car is locked when you're driving unless you stop and open the doors. Anyway, I'm not going to pick it apart. It's bullshit, okay? Yes.
God.
Tisha, no, it's not why. I want you to tell me why you panicked. Why did you panic when the accident happened? When Gannon did whatever he did, I mean, he made a mistake. Whatever happened, why did you panic? After Gannon was hurt, after he hurt himself, after he had an accident, after he banged his head or something, why did you panic?
Panicking. What are you talking about?
So, wait, well, you know what? So back to this Palmer, I'm all over the place here.
Yeah, because you're trying to make it out to be me and it's not me.
No, I'm trying to make it out to be, where's my son, okay? If you were in Palmer Lake and then Douglas County and whatever, you did all these turns and turned around and this guy was out there laying in the road, he got in a truck, why do they have your GPS in your car? You were in my truck.
My phone.
No, but I thought you told me yesterday you left your phone at Petco because you had to go back to get it.
No, that was Gannon's phone. Gannon's phone was left at Petco.
You told me, yes, Tisha, I'm not stupid now. Okay, listen, you know I'm better than that. You told me yesterday, you said it almost verbatim, almost quoting you now. You said, I set my phone on the counter, okay, because I had these 2 or 3 doggy sweaters or whatever, okay, and then, no, you told me yesterday it was your phone, and then you said it and you forgot it because you kept going and looking at him to make sure he wasn't getting out the truck. Now it's you. Tisha, but how is it all true when you've told me 7 different versions of the same thing? It can't all be true. He can't be a Mexican named Uncle Matt, lived it, but he wasn't there until he got in the.
See how you keep doing?
No, what I keep doing is not being stupid and letting you get me with bullshit, okay? I need the truth.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Really?
Really. I mean, you can smirk all you want to, you can roll your eyes, you can hit the steering wheel. That doesn't change the fact that you have the truth and I don't. I mean, because, yeah, so yesterday, it wasn't a Mexican, it was the guy riding around in the Aubrey Holmes vehicle or whatever it's called, okay? And you gave him the garage code and then he came in.
These things.
But that's what I do understand. You're spinning me in 12 different directions to help.
Need immunity because they make me tell all this. If I don't keep saying different things, you get the right person. You don't care about that. You don't care enough about me if I say anything.
No, Tisha, what I care about is you, and I care about our relationship and that the fact that we're talking together. No, you're not talking to the
Albert,
police. I'm not making you say anything. Okay, listen. I understand. I understand what you're trying to do. I understand you feel like they're making you all these things, and I understand making you say all these things. Sorry. Okay, and the fact that you're having to say all these different stories because they're pressuring you, and I blame them completely. Okay, I understand that you're just in a bad situation because everybody's after you and you feel attacked and all these things. Okay, I understand that. But if you have any faith or respect in me, you got to understand that, I believe the truth is always easier than having to go 27 different directions. Okay. And that's what I'm trying to work out with you here is just the freaking truth.
For you. He hurt me. I was tied with my arm.
Okay. Well, who is he? Who tied you up? Who did this? You didn't do it. Who did it? Who hurt Gannon? Who has Gannon? Who wants the money? Who hurt you? Who is they? And how did he hurt Gannon? These are the questions I need to know. Who is he and who are they?
He first told me his name was, but it's not. It's Quincy Brown.
Quincy Brown. So, so Quincy Brown is the one who has him. What was he driving when he was following you? What was he driving when he was following you? What? A red car. See, I think that's what I was saying. You're on it. The fact that you know his name, or he said Eduardo, but you found out his name was Quincy Brown, driving a red car. What? Wait, listen. Wait. How did he hurt Gannon, and how bad was Gannon hurt? Say that again. You said. I can't hear you, Tisha. Try to calm down.
When I came out, Gannon was gone. I just could hear him screaming. I couldn't do anything.
So Gannon was screaming, and you heard him. You heard. Right. No, I said heard. I said you heard, like you heard him screaming. The guy hurt Gannon. So you know the guy hurt him, Quincy Brown. Huh?
Yeah.
Do you know what he hurt him with? Was he hitting him? Was he?
I came back in there. He started taking boxes out.
Okay, so how do you know Quincy Brown? How do you know it was him?
He told me his name was Eduardo, but he came back in there taking boxes out. And I came Quincy Brown, I saw it.
Oh, what boxes was he taking out?
I thought he was going to rob our house and take things.
So he had an ID on, and what did you see anything besides his name, like a company or something?
Quincy Brown. It was his pocket. He had his big baggy pants on, and in his pocket, the paper fell out, and on top of the paper was his ID, and it had his picture, Quincy Brown.
Okay, all right. But what kind of boxes? What boxes was he taking out? Was he out of the storage room? What? I mean, what?
In the storage room.
Oh, you were in the storage.
Do what?
You did. That's the first you told me that you were in the storage room.
He tied me in the storage room. And I couldn't come out. I just did that.
I'm sorry. You were crying and screaming. I couldn't understand that part. So now I know you were tied up. You couldn't do anything because you were screaming and you had the bandana in your mouth. You were tied up. Is this after the police left and after Gannon and him were in the storage room, or before that, or what?
It was after the police left late that night. I
Okay.
realized that he was still in the house. Really, laying in the room and told him to shut the door and don't come out.
Okay. All right. So what boxes was he taking out of the storage room, or what? Okay, well, you brought that up, so that's huge. I mean, if he's taking boxes, what was in the boxes? I'm just trying to sort through all this, okay? Empty boxes, okay. So back up. Gannon and this Quincy Brown guy, they were in the storage room the whole time, and you were trying to point the police to the storage room?
I never told you that. I said when the cops went to the storage room, I was trying to tell them, hey, there's a bunch of boxes piled up here. I even went to the little Christmas closet and was like, yeah, please look through there really good.
But you did say that they were in there and that you tried to direct them somehow to the storage room. You did say that.
Not what I said. That is not what I said.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing.
Telling him where hiding places were in the storage room.
Then where the fuck were they? It all is relevant. Where were they at? You said earlier you heard him scream from the storage room. Okay? Where were they at?
There was no screaming when the cops were there. What are you talking about?
You know, honestly, I'm kind of getting fed up because you know what? Yesterday, in the 3 previous versions, okay, it all happened in Gannon's room. Now it all happened in the fucking storage room. Make your mind up. You banged your head on Gannon's table. You were raped in Gannon's room. Gannon was beat up. He was high-fiving the guy. He was jumping on him. He was loving him. Uncle Matt, he was a Mexican. It all happened in Gannon's room. Now it happened in the storage room. God damn it, Tisha, make some sense out of this.
That is before the police got there, Albert.
What time did all that happen? What time did that happen?
You asked me about the police got there.
Tisha, to me, this is all bullshit because none of it makes sense. None of the timeline adds up. Every time you tell it to me, there's more and different details. So okay. Yeah, fine.
I have my life on the line.
Go get your fucking immunity. I hope you get it, because I don't want nothing bad to happen to you. I don't want nothing bad to happen to nobody. I want my son back.
I'm trying to help you get him back.
So at what point did you call the police? The guy was with you. He was in the house. He was just letting you call the police? Because you said he was in the truck. Well, him and Gannon were in the truck, come back from wherever the fuck you picked him up on the side of the road, and he just jumped in and said, here's a hamburger, take me home or something, whatever. Okay? Yeah. I'm being a goddamn smartass because this is bullshit. Okay? So you're all in the house and you're just drinking sweet tea, and he's like, I'm holding you at gunpoint, but go ahead and call the police, please. Right? That's your story. That's your story, Tisha. That's your story. Because
story.
Yeah, because initially he was already in the house when you got home with Gannon. That's what you told me initially. I am listening. Okay, so all right, so assume I believe you now. So Quincy Brown is the one holding Gannon for all the money, and you didn't tell me. So now, all this 3 weeks now, you've known who has my son. You've known he's out to get you or after you or whatever, and you think I'm going to be okay with me just finding this out after I've been crying my heart out for 3 weeks now? You think that's cool? Because you're worried about your immunity?
Because I'm worried about my what?
Immunity. That's all you said all day long after yesterday when you told me 7 different stories. Today it's immunity. And now I find about Quincy Brown in a red car with boxes, has my son, and he wants money, and you never told me about it. It's like we're playing fucking Clue here or something. Or Who's Who. And yes, I'm being a smart ass because I'm tired of this shit.
I don't want nothing but my family and everything in Gannon to be there. I begged you to help me for days. I can tell you this. I begged you. But you would never have to not be around everybody and call me. Never.
You know, it's funny. I'm going to stop you right there because it's funny. You started that statement again with, I just want my family and Gannon. So that's why you keep saying shit like that. No, Gannon is part of your family. He's not an and, he's part of it. That's why I don't believe that shit because you keep saying that. Go ahead.
I am agreeing to testify against this. I am agreeing to even to walk out wherever money right in the chair and fucking shoot me just to get Gannon.
Hey, I'm going to tell you, listen, I know enough about immunity that you're not going to get immunity if you keep lying about this fucking Quincy guy. There's no fucking Quincy guy. There's no Eduardo. There's no Uncle Matt. There's nobody.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever me all you want to, but there's no fucking Quincy. Yeah. Should have freaking told me about Quincy Brown from the get-go. That's why there's no fucking Quincy Brown.
Really?
Yeah, really, Tisha. Yeah, this is just blowing my mind here that you sit here and you want to be a family, the 4 of us in Gannon, like you say. You want us to get back together and be all intimate and, blah, 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 blah. But you keep fucking lying to me. 5 years of lies, and now my son's gone. Where is Gannon, Tisha?
Quincy, that's who took him.
Where the fuck is Gannon, Tisha?
Quincy Brown.
Where? Where's Quincy Brown? He's obviously, you know something about him. Is he in town? Are you in town? Is Gannon in town? Who's anywhere? Nobody knows where anybody is except for you.
Earlier, you wanted to help. You wanted to listen so we could go have him arrested. But now you don't have any interest in.
I do. I'll let them know as soon as we get off the phone. Go look for a 5'7" Mexican guy named Uncle Matt that changed his name to Quincy Brown, that works for the home developer, that his ID fell out of his pocket, and he's out there with my son. I'll tell him all that.
Now because I found out who he is.
But you said you knew him.
They're after me.
Oh my God. Where's Gannon, Tisha?
Quincy Brown took Gannon.
You almost said his name different. Okay, is it Quincy Brown or
Brown is what I said.
where is Gannon?
All right, I think now would be a good time for a break. So we will take our break until 10:45. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And we'll see you at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please.
Ooh, dang, guys. I am so glad that Al was cooperating with the authorities, recording her phone calls, and he is pinning her down. You've given me 17 different stories. 17 different stories. Absolutely ridiculous. Sarah said spicy. Yeah. Yeah. Yesterday we heard a lot of yada, yada, yada. She's just trying to explain herself. She basically just painted herself into a corner because he's catching her on lie after lie after lie. When he said 5 years of lies and now my son is gone, he is having to process the death of his son, but he can't wrap his mind yet around what really happened. He's even saying an accident happened. An accident happened. And that's a common theory in every case we cover, whether it's Summer, Harmony, Kyron, Gannon, Evelyn. It's easier for us to process. Maybe there was an accident. Quentin, it was a very common theory. There was an accident. It got covered up. It's never the case. It is never the case, though. Woohoo! We got 2 new members. Welcome, Lisa Wilson. Welcome, welcome. See, I missed Annie. Annie Rundown. What a cool name. You going to run down Letecia? I'd pay to watch that. I update the community tab quite often. And so there's things on the community tab that only members can see. So go check it out. And we're going to have a members live later this week. I think we're going to start having more and more members lives because, well, I like them better. And we don't have people in the members lives trying to act like attorneys and say stupid shit all the time. Glenjamin, pay-per-view. Yes, let's go get her. Let's go get her. All right. I was going to, on this break, go through some stuff about Harley. This is from a channel called Kits, and they put this together because Harley was mentioned over and over and over yesterday. Harley's shoes, Harley's closet, Harley's car, the storage room, right underneath Harley's room. I mean, one thing after another was about Harley. Rowena, thank you, Rowena. Just give me some gas money. Thank you, Rowena. Me love you long time. Thank you for supporting the channel. Because with these long streams, we need it. Because those recording hours start stacking up. So let's look at this with Harley. I cannot wait for Harley's testimony. But then I also dread it. Because I believe she's a victim too. And part of me thinks that her mother was almost trying to set her up. She became an accomplice without even knowing it. She had her pick up the supplies to clean up the crime scene. Harley took the cross-country adventure with her, not knowing that her stepbrother was with them the whole time. A lot of people ask, how did she not smell anything? I would like to know too. And I think that's going to be asked on the stand. Woo-wee. All right, let's look at this. This is a little bit about Harley while we're on the break.
I wanted to come on here and share my biblical testimony with everyone, so if you're feeling lost or broken right now, please stop and watch this video. Ever since I was a little girl, I was raised up in the church, so I knew who God was. I believed in him. I believed that he died on the cross for our sins, but I just never grew that close relationship with him, so I never got to feel all of God's love for me. And when I was 12 years old, my father passed away, and this was one of the hardest times in my life. I faced so much depression and anxiety and suffering, and I just thought that I had to hold in all my feelings and emotions, so I never got help with it. I thought that I had to show the world that I was strong and that I was going to be okay, even though I wasn't. During those times, I completely lost myself, and I just started finding hope in happiness in so many of the wrong places, whether it was boys, and always thinking that I had to be in a relationship and less just to fulfill that missing piece of my father that I never got to have. And, this really broke me. My biblical testimony part 2. And I remember the thing that hurt me the most is the fact that my last words to my father was that I hate you and to never talk to me again, because we had gotten an argument shortly before then. And I just didn't think ever that those would be my last words, and I just took him for granted. And shortly after then, me and my family, we had found out that we're moving across the country all the way to Alaska. And I was so nervous and I was so scared. I had my pastor pray over me. And keep in mind, she had no idea what was going on in my life. And she told me, Harley, God is bringing you to a place of isolation so that you can build your relationship with him and you can become closer to him without any distractions. And I remember in that moment, I just fell to the floor and I felt so much happiness and hope again, and that everything that was going to be okay. And I was just filled with joy and overwhelmed. I didn't know what to say, I didn't know what to do. I was just pouring out, crying to God. My biblical testimony part 3. So we made it to Alaska. I tried to keep positivity and hope, but we were literally in the middle of nowhere. I had no friends, nothing to do. I hated it there. My family hated it there. It just brought us all down. Finally, we were able just to move to Colorado. That brought us like some normalcy, and it just made us feel like we were family again. Everything felt so good and felt so right. I had met amazing friends. I had met an amazing guy. Life just felt so good again. I had not felt that happy in forever. And a year later, after we had moved there, one of the biggest tragedies of my life and just anything that I'll ever experience happened. My biblical testimony part 4. Do you know that saying where they say you wake up and your life is completely changed? Well, that's exactly what happened to me. I remember this day like it was yesterday. My brother had gone missing. We had no idea where he was, where he went, what happened. Shortly after, a couple months later, we found out that he had passed away. Shortly after that, my mom was arrested. I had no communication with my stepdad or my little sister and any of my family. And I had lost everything. I lost my family, my home, my belongings, my car, my job, everything. And I just had to start over by myself at 17. I didn't know where I was going to go. I wasn't prepared for this. I wasn't planned for this. And I just had to figure out my way through life. And there were so many times where I just sat there and I cried out to God, like, why me? Why would you put me through this again? Why would you put me through another tragedy like this again, God? I don't understand. And my biblical testimony part 5. I remember wanting to believe this all was just a dream and that it wasn't real. And I'm just like, Harley, wake up. Somebody pinched me, somebody hit me, but it was reality. It was all over news headlines. It was broadcasted all over the world. I was facing cyberbullying and I didn't know what to do. I didn't get help. I didn't ask for help. I didn't go to therapy or anything like that. I just took all the evil things of this world and I just thought that it would bring me happiness, but it only brought me happiness in that moment. I would still wake up and I was still facing that same problem. And I was just filled with so much sorrow and sadness. And I just remember standing in the mirror and looking at myself and having no idea who I was because I was so far from God. And I just remember God persevering. And he was talking to me and he was telling me, Harley, you have a purpose and I'm going to bring you through this struggle and that you're going to be okay. Just believe in me and bring all your sorrows and burdens to me at my feet and lay them down to me. My biblical testimony part 6. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, God, I hear you. I'm listening to you, dear God, but how am I supposed to pay my bills? How am I supposed to be happy again? How am I supposed to move forward? How am I supposed to do better for myself? How am I not supposed to let this story stop me from doing all the amazing things and the things that you have planned for me? But I think the biggest things as Christians where we go wrong is that we have little faith. We have little faith in God. We don't have any trust in him and all the things that he can do. We have no certainty, but when we have certainty in God and we trust in him, that is when he starts moving things in our life, and that is when all those anxieties and worries just go away because you put his full trust in him and you completely trust in him and you just let him help you. And stop thinking you can do everything on your own because you can't. You can't do anything without Jesus. None of us can do anything without Jesus. My biblical testimony part 7. Things in our our life are out of our control, and that's why we just have to bring it to God. And I want you guys to choose with me. Stop letting all these bad things that are happening in your life affect you and affecting who you are and who you can become and fulfilling that purpose that God has for you. Stop wasting those gifts that God has given you and just give all your love to Him and follow Him and be obedient and have faith in Him and just fill yourself with prayer and the love of God, everyone, because I'm not done writing my story and you're not done writing your story, and I believe in you, and I just want to fill you with God's love, and I just want to show you all the amazing things that He can do in your life. I love you all, and I hope you guys enjoyed hearing my testimony.
Drop it.
Okay, so that's a little bit about Harley. I'm certainly not here to bang on Harley or anything like that because I don't know her story, just what she has put out on social media. And I'd have to say, being raised by Letecia could not have been an easy feat. The fact that she, without knowing, in a way was looked at as an accomplice for a while. I mean, she was told to pick up these cleaning supplies. I wonder when it dawned on her that she was Satan's secretary for the day. I always wonder about that. I wonder when, because she would not cooperate with the authorities. That was well known. And that is a taste a lot of people can't get out of their mouths. I mean, a lot of people cannot, because even though I always say, look, she was 17 and she believed her mother, because she wouldn't think that her mother's capable of this. Then we have the trip from Colorado, detour into Florida to South Carolina. When did she find out that Gannon was with them the whole time? I don't know. I don't know. That would be creepy as hell. That would be one of the scariest things. Could you even imagine that the authorities come to you and they're like, look, we're going to give you another opportunity to talk to us, because what you don't realize is while you were going with your mother to South Carolina, which you had no choice, of course. You couldn't take your car. You lost everything, like she said. Gannon was with you. Could you imagine being told that? Wow. Hang on. Fine Art said, I think she was probably just trying to help her mother at the time. No, I don't think that she realized that she was covering up a crime. I don't think she realized any of this was going on. She was in no hurry to even pick up the supplies. She also bought some like baby oil and some Hubba Bubba gum or something like that. So she didn't even realize what was going on. She picks up these cleaning supplies and then they hightail it to South Carolina. Her mother put her on camera. We watched that yesterday with Spencer Ware when she goes, Harley will tell you. Harley will tell you. She should have never put her on camera. I hate when adults involve their children in adult spaces. I hate it. I think it's disgusting. I think it's absolutely disgusting. Now, I don't know where Harley is right now, but right before the trial, she went on vacation. Crime Curious put this up, and I don't know if she's even in Colorado. I have no idea where she's at.
Will she be there? Harley, for any of you who don't know my story, I lost both my parents a few years ago when I was 17 years old. During this time, not only was I struggling, coping with this, but I was also struggling with navigating my way through life and getting myself back on my feet. I had to provide myself a place to stay, transportation, college, and everyday necessities for livelihood. I never really asked for help during this time and always tried to figure everything out on my own. It was a struggle, filled with both highs and lows, but God has always provided a way. I feel sometimes I have avoided asking for help out of fear that it admits failure or fear that it will burden others. But the truth is that God created us with a need for help. Asking for help isn't admitting failure, but recognizing the way God made us. Just recently, I lost my car that I had been using in order to commute to work and my college campus. I've been having to rely on asking friends for rides and Ubers. As you can imagine, this has become very costly, and I've been very short of money and opportunities to stride. I've had to work less hours and drop some of my class courses because I haven't been able to always get to work or school. I am asking for help to raise money.
With me to go to another country and see my boyfriend. Little backstory, he lives in the Caribbean, and where I live right now it's really cold, so kind of annoyed that I'm going there looking pale, but I'm going to do a little bit of self-tanner first. And excuse my hair in this video because I just look an absolute mess. I got this suitcase from Amazon, and it's in pink, and I'll link it in my storefront. I feel like the easiest way to start is just to start with the little stuff. So I have these cute little shorts and like a matching top for this little PJ set that I'm going to bring. Other than that, we're just gonna bring some t-shirts, probably gonna sleep in his anyway. We have these Abercrombie ones that have like a little slit on the side, light Levi's, ripped Levi's, and then these black Levi's. Then I just have these cute little mom shorts from Forever 21. We have these khaki color like jeans from Pretty Little Thing. They're super cute. They're a little big on me, but I feel like they'll look okay with heels. And then just some light wash Levi's to bring black jeans or to not bring black jeans. I'm gonna bring them. Okay, I have some dresses. I don't know where I think we're going, but I love a good dress, so.
All right, so she's back from her vacation. I don't know. Now, she is on the roster to testify. She could have second thoughts. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to go down. And she is cooperating now, but she wasn't back in the day. She wasn't in 2020, and I think she was in pure denial. Now, when she says things on her Instagram like, well, I love suitcases, and she kind of makes those jokes like that, people aren't down with that. They don't think any of this is a laughing matter. And I just hope that everybody involved in this, in Letecia's destruction, she's destroyed everybody. Al, Landon, Lena, Harley, even her goofy aunt that showed up and supported her. She's destroyed everybody. I just hope they can all move on and have some sense of normalcy. Something, because this is not anything they're ever going to forget or get away from. Harley is always going to be known as Gannon's sister. All it takes is one swift Google search, if anybody's wondering about Harley, for the rest of her life, and they're going to be like, your dead brother was in the truck. Sarah, nobody was immune from her. Nobody. Not one person. She's a manipulator. She's a destroyer. Oh, look what she did to Gannon. This was I'm trying to find a nice way to phrase it. There's no nice way to phrase it. You talk about overkill. Shot, burnt, stabbed, beat. Now, Sunset said on the channel today, the community tab, rage is not planned. So we can't do this. She just lost it and went off the deep end. She planned this. This was so deliberate, divine, unspeakable. Yeah. And when you hear Al say, 5 years of lies and now my son is gone. Wow. Horrible. Absolutely horrible. All right, they're coming back into the courtroom. Let's get back to it.
Defense? So are we going to start with Mr. Stout back on the stand, or are we moving to, I think it would be Exhibit 39?
Start with Mr. Stout on the stand, ask some follow-up questions, and then
Okay.
jump into that exhibit.
All right, Mr. Stout, if you'd resume your seat on the witness stand. I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Oh, okay. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stout. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. And we are resuming with testimony, Mr. Stout. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Stout, in that last phone call that we just heard, February 14th, 2020, this is roughly about a little over 2 weeks after Gannon's missing. Is that right?
Yeah, January 27th, so almost 3 weeks. Yeah.
Yep. In the beginning portion of that phone call, sounded like the defendant was suggesting that some guy laid down on the road and then got in the truck and Gannon threw up in the back of your truck.
Yes, sir.
When you got back from Oklahoma, did you drive your truck?
I did a few times in those early couple days of searching.
Was there any puke in your truck?
I don't remember there being even the smell of puke in my truck. No, sir.
In that phone call, you started to press her to get details about whoever this guy was, this dude that she keeps describing. And in the call, it's just she uses a Mexican or a black dark, found out his name. You mentioned the name Aubrey Holmes. What was that all about?
That would have been in the Lawrence Ranch neighborhood. I used to see a van, somewhat of the neighborhood headquarters or whatever. That's the home builder, maybe. I don't know specifically, but yeah, that was just a van or cars roaming around the neighborhood for supervision or whatever.
Was that also a reference back to the story the defendant gave that she let one of the guys from the building area come into the
Possibly, yes.
house? Okay. And then during this phone call, we hear the name Quincy Brown. Was that the first time you'd heard the name Quincy Brown?
Yes, sir.
Did you know any Quincy Brown?
No, sir.
Again, similar questions to before. During this particular phone call, did the defendant's personality, was it consistent with the way you knew her personality to be?
Absolutely.
Did she change into any other different personalities during this phone call?
No, sir.
During this phone call, did you know where she was located?
No, sir.
And then there's a lot of reference to immunity from the defendant in this phone call. It's similar to the last call. In your mind, was she asking for immunity because Quincy Brown did something?
That made absolutely no sense to me. So no.
But was that what she was sort of relaying to you in your mind?
I don't know. In my mind, she was asking for immunity because she did something or knew something that would incriminate her, but she was claiming to know more that would afford her the opportunity to ask for immunity.
Did she ever, during this particular phone call, give you any actionable information that you could pass on to law enforcement that could help the investigation?
No, sir. It seemed like more spin to me.
More spin, you said?
More spin or more trying to send myself or the investigation in opposite directions.
Okay, thank you. Judge, at this time, we would move on to playing People's Exhibit number 39, which is another recorded phone call. again from February 14th, 2020 at 12:41 p.m.
All right, Mr. Stuck, you can step down. Thank you, sir.
And this call is just a little under 18 minutes.
All right. Has to be right.
Hey.
Hey.
Are you ready now? Are you ready to talk to me?
I have been talking to you.
Okay. Yes, you have. Okay. Where's Gannon?
I didn't see children.
Where's Gannon, Tisha?
I just told you.
No, don't tell me fucking Quincy Brown. Tell me where Gannon is. There's no Quincy Brown. There's no Quincy Brown. Where is Gannon? Where did you take Gannon?
He took it. Why don't you put me in a lineup and let me look for it?
Where did you take Gannon? Where is Gannon?
Gannon anywhere.
Yeah, but you told me you did. You told me you took him to Petco and to Douglas County and to back home. Where is Gannon?
To me and so I didn't do it? What's wrong with you?
Where is Gannon, Tisha?
I've already told you. You think you could be this interrogator all you want?
No, I'm not. You're my wife and I'm trying to talk to you.
Hey, you're not trying to talk to me. You're trying to put me 6 feet under what you're trying to do.
Why are you so afraid to just tell me the fucking truth, the real story, just for once, okay? You can tell me the
truth.
You can tell me bullshit 20 more times. Just right now, tell me the truth. Where is Gannon? You did not tell me where he is.
I know where he is. Quincy Brown took him. What's the guy's name?
Listen, fuck Quincy Brown. Don't ever say that name to me again because it's bullshit. Eduardo is bullshit, okay? The carpet guy is bullshit.
Quincy Brown took him.
Well, tomorrow it's going to be somebody different because yesterday it was the 3 other different guys.
I'll go after him.
My dumbass won't go after him. Yeah, my dumbass won't go after him. Where's Gannon, Tisha?
Come on. You told me to tell you who had him and you would be supportive. And you still are doing this.
Listen, I'm not going to sit here and pick this thing apart anymore because it's bullshit. You said this guy had something on you, something blah, blah, blah. Excuse me, blah, 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 blah. You didn't want to tell me his name. Why would you not want to tell me Quincy Brown? Who the fuck is Quincy Brown?
Right. He is going. I'll send you some lineup. The police department has to have lineup for Quincy Brown in the area.
Did you tell Quincy Brown your name? Okay, did you give him your information? Did he take your phone? How is he messaging you? It's Quincy Brown messaging you. I do, and I'm trying to find it. How is he messaging you when he never? Did you tell him, hey, my name's Tisha, my email is TishaLynn2006? What the fuck, Tisha?
Did you care? He has your son.
Yes, you ain't answering my question. You ain't answering my question because you know it's bullshit. How does he message you? Like I said, it's probably some Inspector Gadget. This message was self-destruct in 30 seconds, right? Some bullshit like that. Because he didn't.
What? Talking about?
Likewise. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This guy messaging you? What the fuck? He don't have your information?
Okay, so he hasn't been outside of the hotel?
Nope.
Okay, then you're an idiot.
Throw another one at me. What else hasn't he done? He ain't done shit. Because Quincy Brown don't fucking exist.
Maybe they need to check you and Landon since your goddamn won't go look for it.
Yeah, have them check me and Landon. They got all my shit. I turn all my shit in. My car, my phone, my email, my everything. They got all my shit.
Well, they have all mine too.
Okay? So I ain't worried about shit. Give me a place to look for Gannon. Tell me where he is. I'll go fucking look for him. What does Quincy Brown even look like? Is he the 5'7" Mexican? I mean, come on, goddammit.
Come on.
How is he messaging you? You never answered that question either. I'm getting messages. Ooh, so mysterious.
That's because someone sends you messages, Albert. Doesn't fucking mean it's social media or anything like that.
I didn't say what it was. I asked you what it was.
Certain ways.
So,
You even called it into the FBI.
oh, okay.
Hey, there's this dude, blah, 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 people following us. I've tried to help y'all.
So listen.
I didn't tell you from the beginning who Quincy Brown was.
Yeah, right.
Travis don't give a shit.
Yeah, because you knew I wouldn't believe you because it's bullshit. So you're telling me
Okay.
this motherfucker came in there, or got in the truck, come home, beat the shit out of you or whatever he did, beat the shit out of Gannon, took Gannon from the storage room or whatever the hell that's all about, and took him, and now he's got,
I'll send you a picture.
and now he's, yeah, send it to me. Send that shit to me right now, okay? Send me fucking Quincy Brown, okay? Because you're telling me this dude is out there. He knows you know what he looks like, and he's following you, trying to do whatever he's gonna do. He's got everything he needs.
You don't release a reward.
But you said that he's following you.
Yes, ask for that reward.
When are you gonna send me this damn picture?
I just sent it. See? Dark skin, mixed his.
Are you freaking serious, Tisha? That's Quincy Brown right there. He's dark and Hispanic.
What?
He's dark and Hispanic. His name's Quincy Brown, right? A Hispanic guy named Quincy, like he's from South Carolina or something.
Puerto Rican, mixed
All right, listen,
Quincy.
oh my God. This is great. How did you fucking get a picture of Quincy Brown? You Googled him?
That is who he is.
Okay, listen, screenshot your Google search. Let me see it. Screenshot me where you pulled that. Yeah, however you got Quincy. Guess what? Quincy probably sent you that picture in one of his messages, right? He said, hey, just in case they're looking for me, here's my latest photo.
You're a fucking dumbass.
I am a dumbass, and I need my son, and you got him.
Your son.
Who's got him then? It ain't fucking Quincy Brown.
You go be a fucking some balls and find him with his. I bet you ain't doing that shit though, are you? Because you're.
I am a punk. You're right. I just want my son. You can call me a punk. You can say whatever you want to say to me. Okay? I just want.
Quincy then.
Where,
Question him then.
where can I find Quincy to question him?
I don't fucking know. Your best friends in the police department can do it.
You're killing me, Tisha.
I'm not killing.
Well, where's my son, Tisha? This is the same fucking bullshit conversation we had for days and weeks about that $8,000 you took from me. And I said, where's the money? Where's the money? And then 2 weeks later, oh, I took it. I'm so sorry. Blah, blah, blah. It's the same shit we're doing again.
You dumbass.
Yeah, I am a dumbass, but it's the same fucking conversation. Where's my son, Tisha?
Quincy hasn't. Quincy, do you know him? Fucking go find him.
Apparently you do, because he's got something against you. Okay? Yeah.
You to talk to me to help me.
Hey, guess what? I'm calling bullshit. I just Googled that shit, and that's a fucking mugshot like I find Mike Hyatt on. Mugshot. Way to go, Tisha. You found Quincy Brown on a mugshot. God damn it. This is just getting better and better and better.
It's a mugshot because he's probably been in jail before, you dumbass.
Yeah. So he just picked you out of the blue because you just happened to be in Douglas County up there, and he was laying in the street. And Quincy said, "Oh wow, that looks like an easy target. I'm gonna steal her son and rape her and go all the way to freaking wherever." And then how did he leave? Nobody saw him leave. What the fuck are you talking about?
You dumbass.
Oh, that's right, because he was there till midnight while the neighborhood search party was going on. Come on, Tisha.
The neighborhood search party was not even going on at that time.
Okay, guess what? I know that's false. I searched all through the night, Tisha, while you were sitting your ass in the house. You were sitting in the house, sending Harley and Lane out to look for him. The search party of the fucking neighborhood was out, and Quincy Brown was out there, and nobody saw him. I tell you what you're going to need to do. You're going to need to figure out what you're going to do when they find Gannon. Because that's what you need to worry about.
When they find find Gannon.
When they find Gannon,
Really?
no matter what's happened to the boy or where he's at, when they find him, you better get to step in because you got to worry about what's going to happen. Okay?
Really?
Yeah.
That's a threat? Because,
No, I'm telling you about the police.
okay. If that's how you want to take it then, and you don't want any help, that's
Yeah,
fine.
because we're going to find him. And how the hell would you know they're barking up the wrong tree? You keep saying they're looking in the wrong place.
You don't ask me. I'm the wrong tree.
But that doesn't make any sense. They're looking where you supposedly told them Quincy Brown got in the truck at. What the fuck, Tisha? That's the exact tree they're looking at.
I said me. I was talking about me.
Yeah, but you keep saying no. That's not true. You said
There. He hasn't.
you told me yesterday they're looking at Palmer Lake and Douglas County and all these fields and they're barking up the wrong tree. That's what you told me, not anybody else.
You dumbass. He hasn't in Colorado Springs.
Where at? How do you know where he's at if you don't know Quincy Brown? If you're not involved, if you don't know what's going on,
Not involved.
you just fucking told on yourself. You just told on yourself. You know where Gannon's at and you're fucking lying.
I don't know where Gannon's at.
You just said he's in Colorado Springs.
I said Quincy Brown lives in Colorado Springs, apparently.
Now you're fucking twisting the words again, Tisha. Okay, where's Gannon?
I don't have Gannon. You can curse me out, call me whatever you want, fuck all the bitches you want, do whatever you want, because I don't care about you.
Good. I don't want you to. You got my son and you know where he's at, and I need to find my son. You obviously don't care about my son if you're going to do all the things you did in that fucking candle video. That was bullshit. That's the same shit you tried to do to me, and you did it to my son. That was horrible. You should go to jail just for that shit, Tisha.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. That's fucking abuse, and you know it. Had that little boy. No, you had him crying when all he thought he had made was an accident, and you had him thinking he was going to have to sell his Switch and his toys on the fucking video you put out there. I didn't see that. You put it out there. That's your fucking abuse.
You think he was going to sell his Switch?
Yeah, that's
Crazy.
or what? Well, that was where it was going. The couch, or we're going to sell this or that. I heard your words. And I heard you make him cry too. Where's my son?
Crying.
Where's my son? Where is he, Tisha? Why are you pausing?
You don't care where he's at, so it don't matter.
I do care. I told you where I think he's at. You told me he wasn't there. You said they're barking up the wrong tree, and then you said he is in Colorado Springs. You said that. Not me. Not the police. Not nobody else. You said it. That's why you said they're barking up the wrong tree, because you know where he's at. And you need to tell me.
I wish I did.
You're a fucking liar. Tell me where he's at.
I wish I did, so that I bring him to you and say to you, "Oh, you really were a supportive husband."
You listen. This is the same shit that we've been going through for 5 years, and I've supported you
That's all
through
you
it.
want to do is talk about me and Albert.
No, I want my son. Fuck all that other shit. I want my son. Who cares about the past 5 years? You're right. Who gives a fuck?
To you right now, and I had absolutely nothing to do with it. You'd still fucking try to blame it on me.
But Tisha, that's just not an option. You've lied to me. Okay? Well, I'm not blaming you, but you've lied to me. That's unacceptable. Okay? The truth is, I need my son, and you have information.
Sorry that I didn't want to get killed. Okay? I'm sorry.
So you didn't want to get killed, so you let him take Gannon? Or why?
I'm
What?
talking about by talking from the beginning.
But you were talking from the beginning. You did an interview from day one. Okay? So no.
I didn't want to get killed. I didn't want everyone I knew to get killed.
Some fucking random Quincy Brown, okay? Come on. Some Quincy Brown from Mugshots is going to kill us all.
Have you looked him up?
Yeah, he's on fucking Mugshots right there on Google. All you got to do is Google or Siri, show me Quincy Brown, and there he is. Bam, right in front of you, okay? What the fuck, teacher?
Okay.
Just like I found all that shit on Mike Hyatt. All I had to do was Google Mike Hyatt, and there it was, right in front of me. I didn't have to do no search. It was right there. Because I'm telling you, I'm not fucking stupid. That's what I'm telling you.
You want to be don't go after all options, then you must be fucking stupid.
Yeah, I'm stupid to let you send me in 27 different directions. You're right. That's stupid. You're absolutely right. I know that you know where Gannon is, and that's the direction I'm going, and I'm not changing. So you better buckle in. This is going to be it.
You'll be waiting a long time because I don't have him.
I didn't say you had him, Keisha. See, that's where you keep twisting your words. I didn't say you had him. I said, tell me where he is.
Where is that?
Oh, okay.
Damn time.
Okay.
Because I don't him. And I don't know where he's at. That every day.
But you just said he's in Colorado Springs, so make your mind up.
The Quincy guy
So,
at me, what about be a man, be a husband, and freaking go there and say, hey, listen, can we detain this Quincy guy and ask him some questions?
yeah, fine, we'll do that. But my manhood's not in question here. The truth is in question here. Okay? You say Quincy Brown is in Colorado Springs, and you say Quincy Brown has Gannon because he's messaging you and wants a reward. Okay? So if you put
Message me, I said he wants messages.
that's a message.
You
Okay,
said
okay.
messages.
I'm not gonna split hairs with you about stupid shit now. He got word to you somehow. He said something to you somehow. Okay, but you told me he has him. He's let you know he had him, and he's in Colorado Springs and he wants money. Okay, but then you say I don't know where Gannon's at. Which one is it?
He says he has Gannon.
He says he has Gannon, and he's in Colorado Springs.
But I would even be willing to put my life on the line to freaking go out and carry to wherever the meat's gonna be, knowing that somebody might shoot me.
All right, listen, I'm about to end my rope here. Okay, you're fucking lying, and I'm done with it. Okay.
Okay.
You haven't even told me where you're at. I mean, there's so many freaking lies. You say help me protect me. God damn it, you're not in Colorado Springs, Keisha. Send me your location right now. Then send me your location right now. Quit fucking playing. Send it to me on my phone. Take a picture.
So you want me to send you my location?
I've offered.
Share your family.
Yeah.
You'll be doing.
Yep. All right, listen. Obviously, this gap between us ain't getting no closer because you won't tell me where my son is. So I'm done. You got anything else to say before I hang up on you? Good. Don't email me. Don't call me. Don't message me. Don't use my name in the media. Don't say shit about me until you tell me where my son is.
Mr. Allen? Mr. Stout, if you'd resume your seat in the witness stand, remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Mr. Stout, in that particular phone call, you made a comment about the candle incident and that the defendant was doing the same thing to Gannon that she did to you. What were you talking about there?
Manipulation.
Meaning the defendant manipulating situations?
The defendant manipulating situations as I witnessed in that video, her doing to Gannon.
Sounds like potentially the defendant sent you a text message to tell you who this Quincy Brown was. Did that happen? In that phone
During
call?
that phone call, yes, sir.
Did you then do a Google search for a Quincy Brown?
I believe I did on the spot, yes, sir.
And what did you find when you Googled Quincy Brown?
Exactly what I referenced. I call it mugshots, but lineup.com or mugshots.com, whatever it was specifically, but his face next to a bunch of other people that have been arrested.
Was that essentially a sex offender that was wanted in the Colorado Springs area?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have any independent knowledge that Quincy Brown was somehow involved in Gannon's disappearance?
No, sir.
You asked the defendant in there, or actually the defendant, I'm sorry, said that she was in Colorado Springs. Did you know where she was at that time?
No, sir.
Did you think she was in Colorado Springs?
No, sir.
And then similar to the other calls, her personality that she was using in that phone call, was it consistent with the way you know her?
Absolutely.
Did she ever change into a different personality?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to, Your Honor, People's Exhibit 40, which is another recorded phone call, February 14th, 2020, 1:21 PM.
All right, Mr. Stout, you can go ahead and step down. Thank you, sir.
And this is just short of 16 minutes, Judge.
Okay.
Got my peanut butter sandwich.
I ate mine too. Hello?
Are you still alone?
What?
Are you still alone?
Yes. Okay, here, you asked for one more chance. Here it is. I'm gonna shut up. You just say what you gotta say. I ain't gonna say shit. It's your chance.
What's that noise?
That's my water bottle.
Do you love me?
Yes.
Oh. All right. If you know it's an accident, are you going to stand by me?
Yes, absolutely, Tisha. I've told you that from day one.
I'm sorry for all the stories. I just didn't know what to do. Oh. So we were going to get your bike. I was like, get it right. It was really big, so I got it. You fell off of it. It hurt bad. You said a bunch about like hills and stuff.
What? I didn't hear you. What?
I said when he fell, he got hurt because there was like concrete and hills and stuff. The guy was helping him ride the bike.
Tisha, babe, what, how bad did he get hurt?
He was bleeding.
Where was he bleeding from?
His arms, his knees, his head.
So his head was bleeding? And this, oh God.
He promised me he was going to go back to his house and get some bandages and call 911 because we had accidentally left him all in Petco. I swear to God, Quincy's real.
So what happened, baby?
I just never cared. They got hurt. I was phone to call 911. taking him back. Call 911.
So the guy took him to take him to 911?
I swear to God, his name's the guy was supposed to be meeting again.
The Craigslist guy? And you met him where? Like up in wherever that
Those messages. My actual phone was flashed, you guys. I was scared he didn't come back with it.
so keep going. I'm sorry.
I thought if I was like, I'll go back and I'll just go keep searching. And I did. I spent the whole night driving down to find him.
In my truck?
Sure, I'm sorry for these stories. I just didn't want to do because I want you to hate me.
Why would I hate you if it wasn't your fault?
Because I couldn't get to him. And I was bleeding from his hands and knees. It was an accident.
Okay. So start over. This is really hard to hear, okay? But so you left Petco.
You don't talk to me like that. Where you're going to go down this road and chastise me and tell
I'm not. You're telling me the truth now. Okay, and I believe you now, because thank you for telling me the truth. This means the world to me, and where was this at? Like, what exit? You mentioned the exit yesterday. What exit was this at?
It's like 163. I don't know. It's on my phone.
Okay, so if you can reach out to them and then give you your phone, then they could find it, right? Can you think of a landmark? Just like, help me find him, babe. Just help me, because I can go search. I can go right now and search.
That's the only reason I asked for immunity, because I didn't finish an accident and I wasn't trying to cover up anything. I was trying to figure out why he took him. If I said something like he saw it hurt us in the house or something, I'm not. They would start looking for him.
When the guy,
I wanted to try to bike out and he needed help because the bike was too big. And you want to know why I've been gone? Why my car's been in that direction? I've been driving up and down there all the time until they took my car. Driving to do anything I can find, anything. Driving to find this dude. I even got into the police department and they're like, yeah, because he's wanted. If you know where he's at, let me know. So nobody tried to help me. Because before I would do anything, I made him show me his ID. Because I was making sure. It's wanted to get rid of bike today, that's all.
But Tisha, hold on. You went to his house, or where did you meet this guy at? Quincy Brown or whatever. Because if you went to his house, they could absolutely.
Please.
I'm listening.
I need to tell you.
Okay.
He said to me that he would be off that exit. When I turn off the exit, you can look.
Okay.
I turned off the exit left because I thought that was direction, but he thought I was coming from south, coming from north. So I turned on right and went towards the other direction, and I didn't see anyone with a bike in the store.
Okay. So there was a store?
He said there was a store. I said I didn't see
Oh.
the store.
Oh,
So I went the other direction.
I got you.
When I went the other direction, I see him with the bike. And I said, hey, there's the guy with the bike. And I made him show me his ID. And legit, we talked. Some kind of biking. And this was a tour bike. And I got a little nervous because I said, why would he have some tour bike and he's trying to sell it? You know, like, I was asking him questions like, did you not ride anymore? Did you get hurt? You know, like these stories I was asking him. Then I realized I didn't have the phone because I had left it at Petco. So then, Gannon was like high-fiving him and talking to him and stuff like that. So I assumed, you know, nice guy. Until he was taking Gannon, just helping him get on the bike and ride it. I was holding on to it just so he could see. And he was like, do you think your daddy will like this bike? Then the next thing you know, whenever they like both slid, he slid with Gannon in the bike. And Gannon like went, like not necessarily tumbling, but sliding down and he hit his head. And I ran over there. I was just crying out because I don't want to have my phone. He was like, I live right up here. I'm going to take him and we'll go. I'm just still sitting there crying and crying. They got to see me get off the exit. That's why I've been adamant about you finding this dude.
All right, so so you got off exit 163?
Nope, it was whatever county line or some shit like that was.
Oh, that county line road or whatever we always take. It was on that road?
No, you had to turn off of that road. I went the wrong way to start with. So I turned right. Because he thought I was coming from the direction. I was supposed to turn right.
But this was the exit off 25 that you turned the wrong way, or off of County Line Road?
Off of 25. You can get off and go both directions.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to narrow it down so I can go look, but so was there anything else besides you said he scraped his knees, he scraped his elbows, he busted his head, and he had the burns on his arms.
Well, there was some bad burns, Albert. The burns were just little bubbles from the fire. That had nothing to do with it. Now maybe it could have like scraped them open some because he already had them, but Anna was fine. He was talking to me. He wasn't complaining on any kind of pain. I would have took him straight to the doctor if the burns would have had any kind of pain to him.
Okay.
That's the only reason I didn't ask you for any kind of immunity because I committed some kind of crimes. I just know that it was an accident. All I did was someone was trying to help me. And then I didn't know where he went from there.
What? So, the one I'm worried the most about is the freaking head wound because where was he? How bad was he bleeding?
It was pretty bad.
It was pretty bad. Like it was. Tell me bad. Is bad like blood's dripping down his face, or bad like he's laying there and there's a puddle, or what?
Oh, like dripping down his face.
Well, did you do anything to wrap around his head or anything?
Yes, my clothes I had on had blood on them.
The clothes you had on?
Yeah.
Okay. So
I was like, oh my god, we gotta call 911.
was this on the road or was this at the station? Like where?
Show you to explain where. I don't know my way around Colorado.
Okay, I was just trying to figure out if there's blood on the road. Maybe we could find blood on the road or something. That's all I was saying.
Searching.
Okay.
Somewhere
I agree. I agree they should find it. So where on his head? Like, was it the side or back of his head? What?
I don't know. I was panicked.
Okay, so you were panicking. So the accident happened and you panicked, right?
I was panicking.
Okay,
I didn't have a phone.
right. And did he have a phone?
He said he would run back to his house. He had Gannon, said he'd run back to his house, wrap it up tight, and he would call 911.
Okay,
Gannon was talking.
okay. So he took Gannon to his house is what he told you, right? And you did you stay where you were? Or did you follow him or what? Babe.
Mr. Allen?
Your Honor, we would just have Mr. Stout come back to the stand.
Mr. Stout, if you'd resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
Judge, I'm not sure if I said it, but that was actually exhibit number 40 that we played, which was that February
Yes,
14th.
Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Stout, in this particular phone call, you hear the defendant sounding potentially like crying. Did that sound like legitimate crying to you?
It did to me.
You made a comment that you're telling me the truth now. Was that an honest statement to you or from you, or was this you trying to get her to just keep talking?
Yeah, more of a tactic to keep her going.
As you're talking to the defendant in that particular phone call, was her personality consistent with the way you knew her personality?
Yes, sir.
Did she change it to any different personalities during that phone call?
No, sir.
All right. Is this the first time in this phone call that the defendant gives you any indication that Gannon suffered a head injury?
Yes, this is the first indication of his head injury. Yes, sir.
And then in conjunction with other injuries that she mentioned, and that was burns to his arms that bubbled, and then also bleeding from his butt very early on.
Yes, sir.
In that phone call, do you remember when the defendant describes having blood on her clothes and using her clothing to stop the bleeding on Gannon's head?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see anything that corroborated that version of the story, such as any clothes with blood stains on them when you got home from Oklahoma?
I did not. No, sir.
Okay. May I approach with People's Exhibit 49?
You may go ahead.
Mr. Stout, I'm showing you People's Exhibits. You split through that and let me know.
Okay, I'm finished.
Do you recognize what is marked as People's Exhibit 49?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a book full of text messages between myself and the defendant.
Is the date range for this particular group of text messages basically February 29th through March 1st of 2020? If you look at the timestamps on them?
Yes, it is.
Are those fair and accurate representations of the text messages that she sent, or at least came from her phone and that you responded with?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move for admission of People's Exhibit 49.
Defense, Exhibit 49 will be admitted. Go ahead.
May I approach the witness with People's Exhibit 206?
Yes.
Judge, for the record, as Mr. Stout first, before I start that, flip through that and then let me know when you're done. And Judge, what we're doing with this particular exhibit is just pre-qualification. His portion of these text messages. We'll actually admit this later through a different witness.
Okay.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes, sir.
What do you recognize that as?
It's communications between myself and Harley's phone.
Harley Hunt?
Harley Hunt,
Okay.
between her phone.
And what I'm asking you specifically for your portion of this exhibit, the text messages that came from you or from your phone, do those appear to be fair and accurate representations of your communications?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And may I retrieve that?
Yes.
Mr. Stout, how much time did you spend with this defendant? Just total time from the start of your relationship until all of this happened?
Like we mentioned yesterday, we started dating in early 2014, so roughly 6 years.
During that time, did you spend a lot of in-person time with her?
Absolutely.
Did that give you an opportunity to observe her mental condition?
Yes, sir.
Besides just, we all have different weird idiosyncrasies. Did you ever see anything that went beyond just our own individual personality traits in the defendant?
No, sir.
Did you ever see an opportunity or have an opportunity to observe the defendant, whether she could understand the difference between right and wrong?
Absolutely.
Can you tell the jury about that?
Obviously, throughout our relationship, I think to some moments merely preceding January 27th. I mean, she took the kids to, the defendant took the kids on a hike. She made it there safely. Kids made it home safely. Obviously didn't, from my knowledge, didn't get a ticket, so obeyed all of the traffic laws on the way there and the way back. Even that morning of the 27th, we talked about Cannon and the switch, as we've seen with some text messages. Some right and wrong issues there about how we disciplined him with the taking the switch away for whatever his offense was in that moment. And I communicated with the defendant about that punishment specifically and how to manage that. After the events of the 27th, I just think too how much the defendant pressed me about what was right in our relationship, how I should take her side and what was right and wrong and how I was managing that whole piece of it. Something that stands out more than anything is, as the defendant said to me in one of these phone calls, I think one we heard yesterday, that she didn't allow Lena back in the house when Lena got home from school. I don't know any reason why she would have not allowed Lena back in the house. Then I don't know. There's something going on that she didn't want Lena to see. If there was nothing going on in that house, why could Lena not have come in the house that day when she got home from school?
Okay, and we're going to get more into that in just a minute, but I appreciate you bringing that up. You lived with her in South Carolina, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you need a cup of water or anything?
I'm okay.
Okay. You lived with the defendant in South Carolina, Colorado, also spent time with her in Alaska.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant follow the laws in all of those places?
Yes, sir.
You went on trips. You mentioned that yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Who would typically plan the trips?
She would plan and organize just about every trip or vacation we went on, and she was very good at it and was able to get us to, the port on time for cruises, to the terminal on time for plane trips, and organize rental cars. We always get it there and back on time. I mean, always, exactly what we needed to do.
So
time-wise.
she was able to set up an itinerary and then follow the itinerary
Yes, sir.
with no troubles.
Never.
You mentioned, the discipline with the Switch, Gannon's gaming system.
Yes, sir.
Was it very typical for her to be engaged with disciplining the kids, both Gannon, Lena, and even Harley if she needed it?
Yes, sir.
Can you give the jury some examples of that beyond just the Switch?
Well, that was just our typical source of punishment, was to take away iPad or Switch or our TV time if they didn't follow the rules or didn't do chores as was prescribed to them. She was also had a very, very meticulous about the kids' schedule. Hey, when you get home, this is the right thing to do. You come home, come in the house, have your snack, do your homework, and there was, not rewards necessarily, but repercussions if they didn't follow that prescribed schedule for them on a daily basis.
What about during the time frame so if we're going to narrow the scope of what we're talking about here, Mr. Stout, the time frame as we get to January 2020, and especially that Saturday night when you left up to DIA, did you ever have any concerns that she was having this crack in her mental health?
No, sir.
What would you have done if you had observed some major crack in her mental health?
I would not have gone on that trip. I did have the flexibility to cancel my training and move it to another time if need be. I would not have left the house and not left the kids there if I had any concerns or she showed signs of a mental crack approaching.
And at any time during your relationship with the defendant, did you ever see her have some major crack in her mental health condition?
No, sir.
Did you know her to have any severe mental illnesses?
No, sir.
I want to ask you what you just got into a little bit ago, and that is in relation to January 27th. Was there a period of time in the afternoon of that day when you were trying to get a hold of the defendant?
Yes, sir.
How were you trying to get a hold of her?
I remember making a phone call or two. I don't remember how many specifically, but that was just not answered.
And also text messages?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever get an answer during that window of time from mid-afternoon of the 27th?
I don't remember specifically when. I know at some point in that afternoon, we had a conversation about, I wanted some new headphones, and we talked about what an appropriate price range would be, and where is a good place for me to go look, whether I was on base or at the PX or the Apple store or whatever. So once again, another conversation about what is right, wrong, appropriate. But I don't remember specifically when that happened. I just remember it was that afternoon after I got out of class.
When you look back on it now, does that seem significant to you?
It was as soon as all this started happening, that was a very significant moment.
Does that coincide with your understanding of when what you just described, that the defendant would not let Lena in the house after getting home from school? Is that the same time frame?
Is the same. I don't know exactly when that conversation happened. I'd have to see a timestamp on that.
Okay.
But generally in the same time frame, Monday afternoon, January 27th, 2020.
Okay. All right, may I have just a moment?
You may.
So, Mr. Stout, the last thing I wanted to say for you was, what is your opinion as to the defendant's sanity at the time of this event, and just generally speaking?
I believe is and was 100% absolutely sane based on all the things I witnessed and I've laid out. I have no other indication for anything else.
And when you say it that way, are you talking about in the totality of your relationship?
From the time I met her till even today.
Okay. And then very specifically to when you left on January 26th, January 25th, you left the house on that Saturday. What is your opinion as to her sanity on January 25th?
100% sane.
What about January 26th
Same thing, 100% sane.
and January 27th when Gannon went missing?
Sane.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Tellini? Sure. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take our lunch break early, and then we will come back for cross-examination. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room a little bit before 1 o'clock, we should be able to start on time at 1 o'clock. So again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of this case. And with that, we will see you at 1 o'clock. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. With that, we will take our noon recess and we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you. All right.
Okay. How insane is this? I still wonder, and I have a really tough time really saying anything about the situation, but it just screams toxic. It screams dysfunction. And Al's own words on a phone call to her, I've had 5 years of lies, manipulation, the whole 9 yards. He's like, and now my son is gone. So now she's trying to play into what he suggested to her, that it was an accident. And of course, she has no problem blaming anyone else. I tell you what, these people have no issue hanging somebody else up for what they did. It's horrible. Hey, Sal, I haven't seen you in a while. Whist, he kept saying, where's Gannon? Where's my son? That should be the most important thing. And all you keep telling me about is Quincy, Eduardo. Nobody would essay that thing. Nobody. Angel says, I want a cute font for my name. Yeah, how do you get those different fonts? I've seen a lot of different people having the different fonts. I don't know how to do it. Horrible. All right, let's look at this. I want to go back over Al's testimony from yesterday because there was a lot of stuff that we missed because our faces were falling off in shock. One, it's just craziness.
Mr. Stout, if you'd raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sir.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. Mr. Allen?
Thank you, Ron. How will you introduce yourself to this jury and spell your name for the record?
Al Stauch, and that's Stauch, and Gannon's father.
Al, I wanted to start by talking a little bit about you.
You may.
People's Exhibit. What is People's Exhibit number 1?
That's my boy.
In? Yes, yes, or no?
Yes.
I move for admission of People's Exhibit 1.
Defense? Exhibit number 1 will be admitted. Go ahead.
I would object to it.
I can't see it.
It's just.
Okay. We need to take it down though if it's all right.
I want to have you tell the jury a little bit about your son. How old was he when you lost him?
He's 11.
When was he born?
September 29th, 2008. No, he was 4 months early. 1 pound and 6 ounces.
Who is Gannon's mother?
Landon Hyatt. Oh, I think her name's Bullard now. Landon Bullard.
Were you married with Landon when Gannon was born?
I was, yes.
Gannon have a little sister?
Yes. Lena.
Straight for the jury, how big Gannon was? First got the whole.
Yeah, so as I said, he was born on September 29th, and it was about a month after that. I think it was October 20th. I got to hold him for the first time, and that's how big he was right there. And the last time I ever got to hold him, he was in a box about that big as well. 6 months after he died.
Was he in the hospital for a short amount of time after?
Yeah, I believe we brought him home in January. If I remember correctly, towards the end of January or sometime in January of 2009. So about 3.5 months in the hospital.
Did he have any issues that he had to overcome? Premature?
Yeah, early on he had a lot of lung issues. Actually, while he was in the hospital, he had quite a number of surgeries. Hernia, he had some, like I said, I think he was lung collapse one time, so he had a chest tube. Also was on a feeding tube and a lot of things that go along with being a preemie. After that, he did take a while to overcome his lung issues. He had pneumonia and RSV, I think at the same time at one point. The only two long-lasting things he had from it, he just had some stomach issues where he had trouble going to the bathroom, and then he did have ADHD.
Did he sort of lag in size to kids similarly aged?
Not really. I mean, other than at his birth, obviously he was very, very small, 1 pound, 6 ounces. But once he caught up, I think we held him back a grade or a year just to allow that and him to catch up a little bit in size. But no, you couldn't tell any difference with the fifth graders the year he died. So
Where was he born?
South Carolina, Florence, South Carolina.
When did you all move to?
I moved to Colorado in February of 2019. My Tisha and the kids had come a month earlier. I was stationed in Alaska prior to that. So,
what did Gannon like to do for fun?
oh, some of his favorite times, and all of his friends can attest to this, is just playing video games. I think he wanted to be a YouTube gamer. I think he actually was able to make one video and put it on YouTube, so it's out there. But playing Sonic, and actually Mario was his favorite. So that was some of the favorite things I ever got to do with him. So.
Up on your witness stand, you should also have a binder.
Yes, sir.
It's going to be a little crowded up there. Small camera there. Stand in front of me. See there too. Should be the first exhibit.
Yes.
What is people's exhibit?
Excuse me. That's a picture of Lena. Yes, sir. That would have been probably 2018 at our house in Myrtle Beach.
Information of people's.
Defense, exhibit number 2 will be admitted. All right. Oops. There you go.
Where was that photo taken?
Like I said, we owned a house in Myrtle Beach at that time, and I believe that would have been the fall of 2018.
So how old was Lena?
2012, so 6.5. Yeah. Right. Thanks. Yeah, about 6.5 years old.
Was she also born early?
She was. She actually tried to come out a little earlier than Gannon. They were, always competitive with one another. But Gannon was born at 24 weeks. She tried to come out at 22. But I think it was actually 34 weeks of, being with her mom in her tummy there before she came out. So she was about 2 months early.
What was the relationship like between you?
Oh, obviously as much love as a sister and brother can have. I think a famous quote Lena said after Gannon died was, "I'm just going to miss getting on his nerves." So if that sums it up for you right there. But yeah, he loved his sister. And one thing I always urged him to do, and I know his mama did too, was to look after his little sister. And even getting off the bus and walking home, I used to fuss at him if he let her walk home alone. And it was 3 houses away. So that was kind of the theme for us. Just be with your sister and be together,
For you and you can. How long were you and Lena married?
Just shy of 10 years. But dating and all, I think we were together 11 or so, 12 years.
You know the defendant in this case?
Yes, sir. I was married to her for 4 or 5 years, whatever it was.
When did you meet her?
I met her, I think somewhere along the way playing softball on one of the various teams we played on. But I didn't really get to know her until beginning of 2014, so January timeframe.
January, you said?
January of 2014 is when I met her and went out with her and started to get to know her.
This is not intended to embarrass anybody, but were you still married to Landon?
Yes, sir. We were separated and, with the intent of getting divorced, going our separate ways. And that's when I met and started dating Tisha.
Did the defendant have her own?
She did. Harley.
You move in that binder to people's exhibit number 3. That picture of progress?
Sure is.
Picture of her?
Yes, sir.
When was that photo taken?
The father
Looks
of
like-
little Gannon there testifying. We do have to squeeze in a break. We're going to hit the pause button, get you right back into the courtroom. It looks a little different. The court is only allowing a WebEx streaming type view of this trial, but such heartbreaking testimony.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
You do for work now.
I'm an officer in the Colorado National Guard in a full-time status.
So let's talk a little bit about National Guard is typically.
Typically, yeah, 1 weekend a month and then a summer duty.
You said that you're full.
I am. So I am it's called AGR, and that's what I've been my whole career. Even starting in South Carolina, I was, it's active guard is what it is. Was there for rough 12 years or so as a recruiter and in other capacities. And then I took my commission as an officer and moved states. I didn't necessarily get transferred, but I moved states to Alaska, as an officer, and then spent about 2 years there, and then been in Colorado since 2019 as an officer in the Colorado Guard. So my main duties are right now as a missile defense officer.
So let's talk a little bit about the family history. You said you got married in January 2015.
Sir.
Was that in South Carolina?
Yes, sir.
Alaska, where did you go?
I got hired and went there. I reported in June. I had to come through here for some schooling. We call it TDY en route, but I got hired, went to school here, and then drove up to Alaska to be permanently stationed.
June.
2017.
Did the family to Alaska?
Somewhat. It was when I initially drove there, I had my 2 children with me, Lena and Gannon, and we made that trip, and one of the most memorable trips of my life. And then Tisha and Harley came along the way a little bit later, but they never really permanently moved there. They came for a couple weeks at a time, and then came and left and did whatever else.
Just a little bit. When what was the custody status?
Initially, well, I'll talk about during our separation. They both stayed. The kids stayed in the house, and me and Landon alternated time in the house so the kids could be as stable as possible during that tough time. Initially, the custody status, Landon had the majority time, but we were both in the same local area, so we did the best we could at sharing that time. But I think she moved in initially with her mom, and the kids stayed there with her. And that was the initial agreement.
And when you said she, just so that the record is clear, you're talking about
Landon, I'm sorry. Yes, Landon specifically had the custody arrangement.
at some point. Custody.
Yes, that would have been in March of 2018 while I was in Alaska.
You mentioned just a moment ago, having 2, so I think.
Yes, sir.
So did you have custody of them before you actually got transferred to Alaska?
No, because that was 2017 when I took that trip initially. And then they were still with their mom, Landon, with the majority time, custody time. What they did was they spent the summer with me in Alaska, and then I flew them back home or back to their mother for the start of the next school year.
When did you move to Colorado?
I moved. Me individually, I think I got boots on ground February 15th of 2019, I believe is the date I got here. And like I said, Tisha and the kids were here beginning of January, getting a house set and everything. The defendant, yeah.
You may.
Show you what's been marked as People's Exhibit number 4. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that looks like a map of Lorson Ranch neighborhood.
Does it have a specific address notated on that map?
It does.
What's that address?
That would have been our house at 6627 Mandan Drive.
Is it a Colorado Springs address?
It is.
Is that in El Paso County, Colorado?
It is.
You're going to move for admission of People's Exhibit number 4.
Mr. Tellini, exhibit number 4 will be admitted. Go ahead.
For a moment. Can you point out the label where the 6627 Mandan Drive address is?
Right here.
Is that where you lived when you moved to Colorado from Alaska?
Yeah, I think just to be clear, initially, I think they had a little temporary housing on base, as you do when you PCS. And then Tisha, or the defendant, found that house for rent, and we moved in. And I think they were already in the house when I got here.
When did you all move into that house?
I don't remember the specific date. I know they were already in the house by the time I got here in the middle of February. So
February 2019, when you came from Alaska to here, you went to that.
I went directly to the house from the airport.
this already, but is that address in El Paso County, Colorado?
Yes, sir.
How long did you all live in that house?
I lived there, I guess, right at a year because when everything happened with Gannon in January of 2020, the investigation started taking place and we pretty much decided just to move out. And the landlord allowed us to break the lease at that point. And then, so it would have been early February of 2020 when we moved out officially.
So let's just go through just a general description of that house. Was it a two-story, a rancher with a basement?
I'm not too savvy on specific style of houses, but it had a main floor and a basement.
Was the basement finished?
It was.
Was there also an unfinished area?
I mean, in the closet was unfinished, but all the areas we frequented in the house were finished.
What about where the furnace room was?
Yeah, when I said closet, that's what I was referring to, the furnace room, yes. I called, yeah, because we kept the luggage and boxes and stuff in there. And there was another unfinished closet under the stairs as well. I'm sure we'll see that as well.
Where was the bedroom that you
On the main floor,
and then was there a level above that?
negative.
Okay, so it's just the main floor and then a basement.
Then the basement, yes, sir.
Who else had a bedroom?
Initially, it was Gannon. We do have to hit a break here. We are going to get you back inside of the courtroom there in Colorado, where we are allowed to look at this streaming that the court.
Gaming and stuff typically took place downstairs.
Just to the right of that photo, was there a hallway that went back to that back bedroom?
Yeah,
It's hard to see.
You can kind of see a little crease right here. That's the corner, and it goes into Harley's room and then her bathroom area. And there's another closet right there.
Okay. And then People's Exhibit 16.
Yeah, so this would have been the couch we just saw in the other picture, and then this is just the back corner. I guess it would have been the northwest corner of the basement. I don't know, but yeah.
And then you sort of started to point at it there, but there's a blackish square there in the center of that carpet.
Yes, sir.
Just backing up a little bit. In January of 2020, specifically January 25th and 26th, which would have been a Saturday and Sunday, were you at home on that weekend?
No, I actually, it's kind of hard to explain my duty schedule, but every other week I work Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And that week I actually had to work day shift on a Friday and Saturday. And then I left town on Sunday. So I was at work all day Saturday, came home, the defendant and my mom was in town, and the defendant and I and my mom and the kids ate dinner. And then my mom was leaving that night, so I took her to the airport in Denver for her flight. And then I stayed in the airport. I slept across from the ticket counter on the floor there. And then because I had an early morning flight to go to Oklahoma for training for 2 weeks.
So when did you actually drive up to Denver? And I'm assuming you mean DIA.
Denver Airport, yeah, DIA. So, I mean, I get off, I don't think I got off early that evening. I usually get off at 1800 or 6 p.m. And it was a 15-minute drive home or so. We ate dinner, and then no later than 8 o'clock, I would assume. I don't remember exactly what time mom's flight left DIA, but.
So you drive mom up to the airport, and then you just stayed at the airport because you had a flight the next day?
I had an early morning flight to through Dallas, I think, to Lawton, Oklahoma. But yeah, I did. I just slept on my duffel bag or whatever right there. There's a little seating area right across from the American Airlines ticket counter at DIA. And I just laid down on the floor right there.
So when you left on Saturday evening, whatever time it was, who was left at the Mandan Drive residence?
The defendant, and then Harley and Lena and Gannon.
Any other adults there?
Not that I know of. No.
How old was Harley at that time?
She would have been, let's see, 5102. And that was, so she was 17, approaching 18.
How old was Gannon?
11.
And Lena?
Lena was, her birthday's in January. So, sorry, I'm doing math here. So 8, she had just turned 8.
Okay. You're doing math better than I could if I was sitting on the stand, so thank you. So when you left the house on that Saturday evening to drive mom and yourself up to the DIA, was that carpet like that when you left?
It was not, no, sir.
Did you talk to the defendant about that?
I believe she,
Well, first, did you talk to her about it?
I did talk to her. She said there was an accident and a candle spill.
Okay.
I don't know if it was, let me clarify, I don't remember if it was over a text or over a phone call, but there was a conversation about it at some point.
Do you remember when you learned about a candle spill and a burn or whatever?
I'm confident that it was that Sunday night, which would have been the 26th.
Okay.
Either that or the next morning in those
Okay.
text messages.
And is that what we're looking at there is sort of a cutout area of that carpet as a result of whatever burn happened?
Yeah, what I was told was, yeah, there was a spill here, but you can also see that she claimed the defendant claimed there's supposedly some candles spilled on the couch as well. You can see those little spots there. That's what she claimed that was.
Did she ever say who cut that square out like that?
When I got home, I think there was something over it. So I don't know if the defendant ever told me that she had cut anything out. I cannot remember specifically on that.
Okay. Let's move on to People's Exhibit 17. What are we looking at here?
So basically, you're kind of standing by the TV almost now, and then you're looking back to where we came down the stairs, and this would have been that entryway into Harley's area. Once again, the dog kennel, we referenced that in the computer area, and this is when I called it a closet. I forget how you referenced it, but the boiler room or whatever.
I called it a storage room, but
Storage room, okay.
Unfinished area where furnace and that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then where's Gannon's room in relation to that?
So you'd have this behind this wall. There's a small little hallway. As soon as you get here, you take a right, and it leads into his bedroom.
Okay. People's Exhibit 18. Is that just a closer up view of into that storage room?
Yeah. Now we're walking towards the storage room here, and then you can see this little, gap here. That's how you get into Gannon's room.
People's 21. So, Judge, we'll have to turn the screen off for just a moment. Okay, we're ready.
Hold on.
We do have to step aside for a break, but you're seeing right there the testimony.
27th.
According to her, he did not.
Her being?
Excuse me, the defendant. According to the defendant, he did not because he was having stomach issues and he was sick, which in my mind at that time is like, why is he going to his friend's house if he's that sick? So it was a little confusing, but.
Would it be typical if he was having digestive issues to stay home from school?
No, sir.
Okay. So that by itself was out of the ordinary.
Right.
And when did you find out that he was going to stay home from school?
I believe, without having timestamps, I believe it was that morning. And I think she sent me some photos saying, Gannon's home, here he is, or whatever.
Yep. And then when you found out from the defendant that he had potentially gone to a friend's house and hadn't come home, do you know what time that was?
I mean, I don't know specifically without looking when that conversation started, but it was already in the evening where I was when we started that conversation.
So you learn in the morning that Gannon doesn't go to school from the defendant because of stomach issues. And then sometime in the evening, you learn that he had gone to a friend's house and had not come home. And that all comes from the defendant.
Yes, sir.
When did you get back to Colorado?
I came as soon as I can after I decided basically that there was something actually wrong. So the 27th, as soon as I decided he's missing, I got to come home. I had not to get ahead, but I think the defendant had called 911. I don't know about when the police came to the house, but I know I also called them and said, hey, what's going on? My son's out there somewhere. And at that point, I called our travel people and said, hey, I need an emergency ticket home. And I left. I had a buddy drive me to Oklahoma City, and I left from Oklahoma City airport early the next morning.
So let's unpack that just a little bit.
Sure.
So to your memory, the defendant tells you that she called 911?
She did.
Was it that specifically, or was it an accumulation of things that made you worried and decide that you need to get back home and see what's going on?
Yeah. So, like I said, I didn't know how deep you wanted me to go at that point. I had also contacted numerous of Gannon's friends' parents in the neighborhood that I knew. He would typically frequent their house and play with their kids and stuff, and none of them had even seen him. So then it started to become an issue. There was also another claim about some new friend on the school bus and some other stuff surrounding that. I'm sure we'll get into. Do you want me to go into that?
Okay. No.
All right. There was that. And so I started asking the parents about, do you know this person's name, or do you know anything about another person? And so it started compounding, as you said, to become more worrisome.
So basically you're accumulating information and growing more worried. Is that what you're describing?
Yes, sir.
And then when you said you called your travel people, do you mean you called the National Guard folks?
Well, we have like a central billing travel type agency that does all of our flights and stuff like that. So I just called them. I think it's called Sato. I don't remember exactly, but I called them. On my orders, it has the emergency number. So I just called that, say, hey, I got to go home. This is happening.
Okay.
I also called Landon and some of her family as well to try to notify them, hey, I'm going home. Something's wrong.
When did you actually then fly out of, I think you said Oklahoma City?
Yeah. So one of my battle buddies or whatever, one of my guys in my class took me up to Oklahoma City because that was the only flight they could find, or the soonest flight they could find. And early the next morning, I spent the night sitting once again, right across from the ticket counter at Oklahoma City. I don't remember the flight.
Freaking disturbing. Now, genius Letecia, with her PhD, she's as smart as the judge, according to her. She develops this story that Gannon went to a friend's house. Police work 101. Al was already on it. He's calling everybody they know, and they're like, no. Also very telling in the probable cause affidavit, and we've talked about this in other cases as well, while Al was searching for his son, Letecia wasn't. She took no part in the search effort. She also used his name in past tense. We've had other cases where the one responsible did not make any efforts to search for the child. Well, we know why. Because she knew there was no reason to search. She knew he was in the suitcase. As Al is running around like a chicken without a head, his son was in the house. She had him hidden. Then she moved him. Then she moved him again. Then she moved him again. Then threw him out under a bridge. DOT workers found him. Imagine what they thought when they opened that suitcase. I mean, depraved. And by all accounts, I can't see that Letecia had that bad of a life. Vacations out the ass. She thought she was going to be Kim Kardashian. She's like the Aldi's version of Kim Kardashian, and I'm not a Kardashian fan by any means. Nice home. Cars. I mean, when your 16-year-old daughter is driving a car like that, somebody's doing okay. Fun to ski. Yep. Chicken. Freaking chicken. She is horrible. Horrible. Kat said she is a Dollar Tree Kardashian. We have our own Kardashian in here. Mama Kay just got back. She went and had some work done to her face. I just looked at the pictures. She looks 20 years old. Every time I get a picture from Mama Kay, it's like I'm watching that movie Cocoon. She's getting younger all the time. All right, let's look at this. This is about her social media.
Horrible things were being said about her. And she started doing all these interviews, trying to set the record straight because he had been missing for 5 weeks. And in this time period, a lot of horrible things had been said about her. So what I find really interesting is that she would make these incredibly long public statements, almost as if to not only attack her attackers, but try, it sounds almost like setting up an alibi, because she starts, these are just some excerpts of her statements, which I find very unusual. And I think it's very important. She starts talking about how social media has been so devastating to her and devastating to her family, and how she wants, you know, her stepson Gannon to come back as soon as possible. She starts giving these interesting details. She talks about how Gannon, she says, quote, was helping me unload in the garage and cut his foot because there are a lot of tools, because Albert, that would be her husband and the boy's father, does a lot of woodworking. Now, my head, I see a red flag and I think, you're trying to set up an explanation for why someone might find blood in the garage. That's what I'm thinking. She goes on to say that he sat on the edge of the car, we bandaged it up, and he was good to go. So she also makes a very strong point in this letter. She says that he kept checking the gate because he's the only one who has the key to the gate. And
the boy?
The boy. And how proud he is that he has the key to the gate. So she starts putting all these things out publicly that kind of have everyone going in different directions. She also starts asking neighbors to start thinking back if they saw any suspicious cars, because he was probably abducted. And what's interesting is that the police then, the sheriff's department, issues a statement and says, no, we don't consider this an abduction case. So this is all unfolding over the 5 weeks where the boy is missing. Then one of the neighbors decides to check all of his video surveillance cameras. And he really was trying to get to see what he could possibly see. And he hit bingo like you can't imagine. He actually, on his surveillance, this is the neighbor, he was able to show her leaving in the morning, the stepmother leaving with Gannon in the morning, and then coming back to the house early afternoon in the same pickup truck, but there was no Gannon. And remember, her story clearly was that he was home and had walked out of the house and gone to the neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
So that changed everything, that piece of video, because it basically proved that if you look at the video, it doesn't add up with her story, because she never came back with him. The last time anyone saw that little boy alive was about 10 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And she claims at 3 p.m. he walked out the door to go to a friend's house. And no one did ever find this friend, which I always found very suspicious. So what she does is she makes a statement about the video. She accuses the authorities of leaking this video. I don't think it was really leaked. The neighbor gave it to everybody, including the media. She actually puts out an incredible statement. She says, quote, please don't think for a second that there isn't enough of technology to determine shadows and movement around the truck. So she's claiming he's there, you just don't see him. But this is the best part. She says, there's also proof from my phone that we had taken a selfie in the truck in our driveway and it was time-stamped. She said that selfie was taken and then sent to the father because she always does that when he's out of town. Do you find that interesting, or do you think that that is an alibi?
Well, did they produce a selfie with the timestamp?
She just referred to it.
Well, I mean, this is a investigator and a prosecutor's dream. You have actually no clear evidence at all, and you have this potential suspect. But in the beginning, who knew what her relationship would be to this purported crime, and she stupidly made this vast statement in social media and essentially got caught up in these terrible contradictions. And it was just a great piece of investigative luck and hard work to get the surveillance camera. That, I think, is the critical. When you find a dramatic contradiction like that, that's just a nail in the coffin. That's really going to be exploited by the prosecution.
Letecia, the stepmother, also made a comment, which I think is very telling. She said, quote, I took care of Gannon for the last 2 years in our home because his mother didn't want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
This is before she's even arrested.
Well, she's trying to present evidence that this would be so absurd to ever accuse her of engaging in such a dramatic, nefarious plot of killing her stepson. So she's essentially, but this case and the other are really ugly cases because they don't seem to be anything linked to passion or just someone just losing it. These are premeditated, apparently, from the facts I see, planned out murders. And this suspect, now she's a defendant, her motive seems very, very absurd. I mean, where is she going to in order to retaliate against the actual boy's mother? I mean, it's a very strange case. But
well, she even adds, this is again before she was charged, and we're going to get into the charges. She even adds, she makes it clear that she says, quote, "I'm going to be so ecstatic when I am able to say to people that you should really sincerely apologize to me for everything that you have said about me." Right. She kept saying, when Gannon comes back, you're all going to have to apologize to me for all the nasty things you've said. Instead, what ends up happening this week on March 2nd, she gets arrested for first-degree murder. So on March 2nd, that's Monday, the El Paso County Sheriff's Department announces that they have arrested Letecia Stout in South Carolina. She, her husband, and her extended family are all from there. What is unclear is, when did she leave Colorado? The boy's been missing for 5 weeks, and why was she somewhere else? So we don't have any details on why she was there, but she was arrested by the Myrtle Beach police. Letecia is being charged with first-degree murder of a child under 12 in a position of trust, child abuse resulting in death, tampering with a deceased body, and tampering with evidence. When the El Paso County Sheriff's Department made their announcement this week, they not only shocked everyone that the stepmother is the one who's being held responsible, but they also are clearly saying they don't believe that Gannon is alive. They have already given up hope that he's alive. In fact, the police are certain he's dead, but they haven't found his body. They did say that they believe they've narrowed the area in which they think his body may be, but I don't know what that is based on. So, Ron, how do you prosecute a case without a body?
Well, I mean, this isn't the first time, because people have, the corpus has been disappeared or actually been destroyed or burnt in other murder cases. At the end of the day, there's a lot of circumstantial evidence, and whether a jury will be able to embrace that the child actually was murdered remains to be seen. But
well, if the authorities say that they are certain he is dead, there must be some evidence that they are basing that on. They haven't found the body, but they say they're narrowing down where they think the body could be.
So what you're suggesting is there's evidence that we don't know about.
Yes.
Yeah, that essentially gives them confidence that the body that first of all he's killed, that he hasn't been abducted, that he's not imprisoned somewhere. And that and what seems to dovetail with that is there's a location. So from what I read and what I've heard from you, I don't know. But if law enforcement is making that bold of a statement, my intuition is they have something. They have something that says he's actually dead. That they had to meet some threshold standard to be able to issue such charges. It's not like they can just willy-nilly say he's dead, because just because he's gone doesn't mean he's dead. He could be abducted. He could be a runaway.
No, here's what the El Paso County Sheriff's Lieutenant said during this press conference. Quote, "We do not believe Gannon is alive. Our work is only just beginning as we continue our relentless pursuit of justice for Gannon and his family." He added that the investigation could take several more weeks to several more months, and the affidavit was sealed. So we don't know what was in there. And I'm sure that is certainly on purpose.
Yeah, she's nuts. But she knows right from wrong. So, like we've said before, if she had any inkling, any trace of a soul, she would have pled guilty, taken life in prison to be out of society and out of our faces forever. Maybe even told him why she did what she did. I mean, hell, help him out a little bit. But instead, she wants this insanity defense, and she's putting Al, her own daughter, Harley, Lena, who she basically raised, Landon, the grandparents, everybody through this. They all have to hear this. How can she not sit there and be humiliated? She thinks her shit doesn't stink, but she is sitting there listening to these ridiculous phone calls, Al calling her every name in the book, saying 17 different stories I've gotten from you. 17? You're the only one that can know. Even on the 911 call, and I can't wait to hear the whole thing. When they said, who was the last person to see Gannon? And she goes, that would be me. Oh, I guess that would be me. Yeah, when you're the last person to see a person that's gone missing, you're normally the one with all the answers. That's how it's played out in every other case. The last one to see the missing person holds all the cards. Now, yesterday we played an excerpt from another mother. I hate to even use that word, Susan Smith, and several people in chat said, are we going to continue doing this? Yes. Yes, I pulled out some old archives. Let's take a trip down memory lane. If you remember this case, well, then you'd be about my age. Crazy ass Diane Downs. She made up an even crazier story, kind of neck and neck, than Quincy Brown, Eduardo. And again, we have a mother who has all of these silly errands going on, all kinds of crazy stuff going on the day that supposedly a bushy-haired stranger met her on the road and shot all three of her children. One died, two survived. Her daughter, Christy, had to be rehabilitated, which was really hard to do. They couldn't suggest anything because kids are really big about power of suggestion. So they had to rehabilitate her to take the stand and tell everybody what her mother did. It's horrific. And it tells you something about the police and real police work. This was back in the 80s. This was before cell phone pings. This was before CCTV. This was before any of the stuff we talk about now. And they still put it all together.
This is an Eyewitness News special report. In her own words, Elizabeth Diane Downs.
Good evening. I'm Ann Bradley. What you're about to see is a conversation with Elizabeth Diane Downs in November. In the next 30 minutes, we're going to try to give you the inside story about what Elizabeth Diane Downs is like, in her own words, how she feels about her life, her former marriage, her children, and the events that have happened over the past year. You may be wondering why we haven't aired this interview. Eyewitness News waited until now because of the sensitivity of some of the things said, and it does contain some graphic language. These comments represent Elizabeth Diane Downs' thoughts and opinions and are not necessarily shared by KEZI. We've also been concerned about the effect of this material on potential jurors. Now that a jury has been picked, we want to share some of the background of the Downs case with you. Let's start by taking a look back at what happened May 19th, 1983. A year ago this week, one of the most horrendous crimes took place along this stretch of Old Mohawk Road east of Eugene. A 28-year-old woman and her 3 small children were brutally shot. Elizabeth Diane Downs says the family was on a sightseeing trip when a shaggy-haired stranger flagged her down and demanded her car. She refused, and the assailant shot Downs and her children at close range with a .22 caliber gun. 9-year-old Christy was shot first, through the hand into the chest as she tried to protect herself. 3-year-old Danny was shot in the back and is now paralyzed from the waist down. 7-year-old Cheryl was shot twice from behind and died on the way to the hospital. Police searched the brush and nearby river looking for the murder weapon. The gun was never found, and neither was the shaggy-haired stranger. Police started suspecting Downs as the culprit. The prosecution claims her obsessive love for an ex-boyfriend in Arizona was her motive. The state says Downs felt her children were getting in the way and preventing a romantic relationship with that former boyfriend. And strangely enough, even the people who knew Downs best questioned her account of the shootings on the night of the murder. Downs' father, Wes Fredrickson.
Was there ever a time from the beginning when you first heard that you had any doubts about her innocence?
Was there a time when I had doubts? Yes, there was. The first night, as a matter of fact, I had doubts. I felt, I sat and I sized up the situation, and I saw at one point that Diane had been shot in the, and everybody knows her as Elizabeth, but Diane had been shot in the left arm, and she's right-handed. And I made the comment to the police department there that night. It looks to me like Diane did it because the children have been shot in the chest, and Diane has only been shot in the arm. And I says, it really looks like she did it. That really is the thing that spurred them to go and check, to do the Q-tips, run the Q-tips around her finger to check for the powder residue and to also spray her hands to see if she held a gun. So it was a good thing that I expressed that. And I'm a very open person. If I think that somebody did something, I'm not about to hesitate to say they didn't. You know, I'll tell them that I think they did. I'd say the same thing again if I believed it. I've had plenty of opportunity to follow, and that's one of the main reasons, I guess, for peace of mind. I've followed through, and I know that my daughter didn't do it.
I have been through that night so many times. I've even been through it with my psychologist. It's very hard. It's very tearful. There are a lot of memories that, I don't know. A lot of people, when something traumatic happens to them, they suppress it immediately. I kept those memories because I knew that I was the only person that was going to be able to tell them what happened when we got to the hospital. And when I got there, the first thing I said was call the doctors. Second thing was the blood type. Third thing was call the cops because they've got to find him. And so I had to remember as much as I could remember. When this man shot my daughter, my first reaction was to snap back to my childhood, to the pain that had happened to me back then, my marriage, my entrapment by society. This man was bigger than me. He was stronger than me. He had more power because he had a gun. He was in control and I was not. And there was nothing I could do. And I stood there and I looked at Christy reaching, and the blood that just kept gushing out of her mouth. What do? You just stand there trapped. And then the gun kept firing and firing and firing. And it was monotonous. It just kept going. It was like a slow motion picture. And then he swung around towards me, and this is something that I did not recall when I was explaining to the cops, because it wasn't like a movie when I was telling them. I was telling them what happened, the important details. He shot my kids. I pushed him. I ran. And when he swung around, he was pointing. When he swung around, it hit the tips of my fingers. The gun hit the tips of my fingers, and that snapped me. And I went, wait a minute. I'm not trapped by society. I don't care if he is bigger. If I stand here and I say, yeah, here, take the keys. I mean, there's nothing I can do. You win because you have the gun. My kids are going to die. And I'm not going to let my kids die. And so instead of giving him the keys, I feigned throwing the keys. He did not take time to point the gun and shoot me, obviously, because he would have shot me the same way he did the kids. When he was swinging in the direction of the keys, firing the gun, he hit my arm. everybody says you sure were lucky. Well, I don't feel very lucky. I couldn't tie my damn shoes for about 2 months. It is very painful. It is still painful. I have a steel plate on my arm. I will for 1.5 years. The scar is going to be there forever. I'm going to remember that night for the rest of my life, whether I want to or not. I don't think I was very lucky. I think my kids were lucky. If I had been shot the way they were, we all would have died, except maybe Danny.
What haunts you the most about that night?
What do I see most is blood coming out of Christy's mouth, because that's what I see. I can't see Danny, and I can't see Cher. Sherry was laying on the floor, and driving to the hospital, I don't know the sounds that were made at the initial shooting because I was on the outside, and all I could hear, I can't hear anything but gunshots, and I can see things. You know, that's it. Driving to the hospital, I can smell blood. I can not hear Cheryl. Cheryl's not making a sound. Danny is just crying real soft. So that sound stays in my mind, and the fact that Christy's choking, and then I'm yelling at her, I'm screaming at her to roll over on her face and it just didn't dawn on me that she was shot in the chest and that the blood was coming from her chest, not going down into her chest.
Down says her childhood and marriage flashed before her the night of the murder. Diane is the oldest of 4 Frederickson children, and she says her childhood is a great source of pain in her life. How did your childhood affect you?
Everything that happens to you as a child contributes to how you turn out as an adult. To be honest, it made me a better person because I know all the mistakes. I know what not to do to my kids. I know what to avoid. One thing is to not be married. And that may seem very harsh, but I honestly don't believe that children need fathers. And they're nice to have around sometimes when they can do things to help you, but when they are mentally abusive, when they are harsh, and the way my ex-husband was, they're more a deterrent to the children than a help. And unless you can find a good father, there is no need for them.
Did your childhood affect your attitude toward men?
That has a lot to do with it. That had a lot to do with it for many years. I hated men with a passion. But yeah, I hated men for a long time. That's why I met Steve. That's why I married Steve, because Steve did not seem to be that way. Steve was always on his best behavior. He does the thing that most people do when they're dating, and that's put their best foot forward.
Yeah.
You're nice, they're punctual, they're everything they're supposed to be. And then you marry them and it's, hey, Diane, can you let yourself in? I have to run down and look at a car.
Yeah.
That's what he did on our wedding day. Actually, I found it out the day I got married, and then within the next 2 months after that, I found out that Steve was exactly like my father. But it took me 2 years, 3 years to finally say, I can't take it anymore. He really is. He's not going to change. I am a person that believes that everybody's going to change for the better, given the right circumstances. If you be a good wife, if you don't nag, if you love them, if you're always there when they need them, if the food's always ready, if the house is always clean, they're going to change. He didn't change. And that's why, even though we were married for 8 years, only 3 of it was not tolerable. It wasn't tolerable, but that was the only 3 that I tried. After that, I quit because I didn't want to be married anymore.
Diane says her marriage with Steve Downs deteriorated when friction arose over an unexpected pregnancy.
Okay, after I had Christy and after I had Cheryl, Steve had a vasectomy. It didn't work. And he never went back to get checked to see if it worked. He just figured doctors know what they're doing. It must have worked. So after, I think it's, you're supposed to wait 10 weeks, be on some kind of contraceptive for 10 weeks, and then you're safe.
And then you check.
But you're supposed to check, yeah. He never went back because he was just too busy, and the doctor probably knew what he was doing. Well, I got pregnant, and I knew that I wasn't messing around with anybody, and that if I was pregnant, because I know what being pregnant feels like, I know how I got that way. And I told him about it, and he gave me heck. Oh, he
So
was
is
just
Danny
furious.
or is Danny not?
That was the child that I aborted. Steve put me through hell with that one, and I had an abortion. Cheryl was colicky. Steve was bitching. I made Steve go back to the doctor or shut up. Don't accuse me until you know. The doctor said, yeah, you are fertile. I guess I goofed up. Come on in and we'll go ahead and do it again. Well, I was pregnant. So I was 20 years old, had 2 kids. Cheryl was colicky. My husband was a bastard. I'm sorry. And I had an abortion. And it was something that did not bother me for 2 years. And then I was at a fair in Arizona. I walked past a Right to Life booth, and they told me at the time that I aborted that I was 6 weeks. And I figured 6 weeks, that is a condition. You are not pregnant. That is a condition. It's a little ball of slime, you know, and no big deal. It's a fetus is slime, I figured. I saw a 6-week fetus. That baby had arms, legs, fingers, toes, a head, eyes. That was a baby. It was a human being, and I killed it. And I felt so horrible about it that I had killed somebody like that. I didn't kill it myself, but I hired a doctor to do it. You know? And so I asked my husband to have his vasectomy changed, reversed. He refused. I asked him for a year. He kept saying no. I said, fine, I will find a suitable donor. I watched people I worked with. I picked somebody that was attractive, that was healthy, that was not abusive of drugs and alcohol and such, was strong, you know, bone structure, the whole bit, a good specimen. It was really clinical. It was really terrible. And I seduced him. And I know my cycle, and it only took once, and I got pregnant. I went home, and about a week later, I told Steve I was pregnant. And he goes, how do you know? And I says, well, I know my cycle. I know I'm pregnant. And he was really upset. For that whole 9 months, he put me through hell every day, every night. It was terrible, just railed on me constantly, told me to get an abortion, the whole bit. And then after the baby was born, he told me, if you have a girl baby, I might let you stay around. But if you have a boy, I'm kicking you both out on your butts, and you're going to take those two with you also, because how do I know they're mine? That kind of attitude. Well, I lived with that for 9 months. Well, when Danny was born, Steve, the reason it had to be a girl was because Christy was supposed to be a boy. I was so cruel and mean, I had a girl, and Steve just couldn't stand it. Got one more chance, Diane. Cheryl better be a boy. Well, Cheryl turned out being a girl. He came into the recovery room. He goes, well, where is he? I said, he's a she. He says, how could you do that? You know, we're not having any more kids. Crazy, flipped out. So if I was going to have another one, I better darn sure have a girl. Well, when Danny was born, he was a boy. And my first thought was, I'm dead. He's dead. What's he going to do to that baby? And then I didn't care. I mean, that was my baby. That was supposedly the baby that was going to replace the one that I'd aborted. And as soon as I looked at Danny, I said, you can't. That's a boy baby. And I just knew that the baby I'd aborted was a girl. I'd named her Carrie and everything. It's just a different human being altogether, you know. And a whole lot of emotion on that delivery table. And Steve standing there right beside me, looking at me like, you witch, how could you do this? You're out, you know. And Dr. George handed Daniel to Steve. And from that point on, Steve spent the rest of the past 4 years trying to prove to people that he was not biased and not prejudiced, thereby becoming biased and prejudiced.
We've talked to Steve Downs in the past about some of these events. We attempted to contact him again, but his attorney wouldn't allow him to comment because of the trial. Downs knew a lengthy murder trial would make her private life public territory. She's very frank about being a surrogate mother. She ran a surrogate program in Arizona and gave birth to another couple's child. Diane lost visitation rights to her own 2 surviving children after the murder. She was found guilty of contempt of court for seeing them at a secret visit set up by her ex-husband, Steve. Police found out about the visit in a letter Downs wrote to her former boyfriend, Robert Knickerbocker, known as Nick, in Arizona. You fought for Steve to get custody of the kids, and then you wrote a letter to your former boyfriend telling him that Steve was an unfit father for your children. A lot of people won't understand that, Diane.
But Steve is different than most people. Steve pointed an empty gun at my head at one time and pulled the trigger. Do you know why? He wanted me to marry him. That is crazy. CSD, I believe, is very careful in picking out the people that care for a child that they think has been abused. And right now, they believe that Christy has been one of the most abused children in the world. Granted, she was shot, but before that, she was never abused. But they believe that that's probably true. And so they're going to put Christy in a very, very good place. And so I know that Christy's in a good home.
Yeah.
And so I just decided that it was better that Christy be in a safe, a mentally stable environment rather than to be with Steve. And if I had walked up to Susan Staffel and said, please don't let them go to Arizona, or if I had called Furtick and asked the same thing, they would have sent the kids, or they would, granted, they could not send the kids. They make suggestions to the court as to what happens to the kids. And they would have suggested to the court that the kids go merely because I don't want them to. That means Steve and I had a falling out. What better place could they be safe? Not realizing that they aren't safe from Steve even, and emotionally. And so I couldn't just count on them to cooperate with me. They haven't so far. I couldn't expect them to now. And so I had to find another way to tell them. And I know that my ex-boyfriend was a fink. He was taping for the cops. He admitted that he was every conversation that I had with him on the phone was taped and sent immediately to the DA's office. And I knew that that letter, if I sent it to him and he read it, would in fact get to the DA's office. But all the other letters that I'd been sending as of late were being returned. And so I knew that I had to do something to make that letter so enticing that he would open it.
Downs says she felt trapped in her marriage with Steve and hoped a divorce would solve their problems.
Was there ever a time when, during that you thought about taking your own life and
Oh, yeah.
went into the bathroom with the gun and
Yeah.
shot it? So
Yeah.
that is indeed.
That is true. Only, no, it's not. That's a long one, too. It takes many, many years of being mentally harassed, pushed into a corner. You can't go anywhere. You're trapped. It even stems from my childhood of being trapped. You know that you can't go away. You can't go someplace else. There's no place to escape to because they'll find you. They'll bring you back.
Yeah.
You'll be punished somehow. Steve was the same type of person. He was the kind of person that, at nighttime especially, was his best time for fighting, and he would just rail on me, just fight and fight and fight, and there was no way to escape, no way at all. Well, after I got my divorce, I figured I was free of that, and I wasn't. Steve would still come to my house and still do the same thing, and this was 2 years after our divorce, and he came to my house, and I had taken a gun. He had a handgun. It was the handgun that he had put to my head, unloaded and fired, and I took it from him. I swiped it from him, and I hid it in my house, and it was in my bedroom. He was doing it again, and he was getting very, very physical. Steve had just beat me up 2 weeks before that, beat me up terribly. There was blood all over the place. The sheriff's department came out and made a report on it, and my nose was all bruised, my face was bruised, my chest was bruised. He had choked me. I was terrified of him. He had never done that before. And for all I knew, this was 2 weeks later, he was going to do it again. And I ran in the bathroom, I ran in the bedroom and slammed the door, and he was coming through the door anyway, so I grabbed the gun and I ran in the bathroom and locked the door. And my first thought was, I'll never escape from him. I will never, ever get away. I divorced him, and that isn't even getting away from him. It doesn't matter what I do. I'll never get away from the insanity, except just to be oblivious to it. And I considered shooting myself, but it was a .22 handgun, and Steve had said, you can't kill anybody with a .22. Surprise. There's no way you could kill somebody. You would hurt them badly. And then I thought, besides, my kids need me. I can't die. Then I thought maybe I should kill him. And then I said, same gun, same situation. I would hurt him. He would be furious. Then I'm really going to be in trouble. And so I said, what do I do? How do I tell him I'm serious?
The gun went off?
Yes, I fired it to scare the hell out of him. Yeah. I wanted him to know that I was serious enough that if he kept this up, if he kept doing what he was doing to my mind, someday perhaps that would be pointed at a person. Not now, but someday. And I fired the gun. He went, oh my God, and he broke the door down. And I sat there and I handed him the gun and I said, now do you believe me? And he took the gun and he said, yeah, and he left.
According to police reports, Steve Downs and Robert Knickerbocker told authorities Diane left Arizona with that gun in the trunk of her car. The gun hasn't been seen since. Downs kept a diary. It was a form of solace for her. Her journal entries took the form of unmailed letters to Robert Knickerbocker. She wrote of her love for him and the day-to-day events that happened before the murder. But May 19th, the night of the shootings, is blank, except for the date sketched at the top.
I don't even cry in front of my family. And I can go to my room and I can write in this diary, this record book, some of my fears, and it's really even sketchy. I don't write in a lot of detail. There are days when I'm overwhelmed with emotion, and the book will be rather emotional, but very few days. It's just sitting in front of the book and writing down little sentences and then being able to cry over it and feel emotionally everything that I don't physically write down. And it's a very good release. It's therapy in a way. It's also a way of keeping a record, because in the beginning so many things were said to me that were denied later. It's so sad.
Have you ever thought of the fact that you're writing these things could be used against you or in your favor at any future time?
No, I didn't, because I never thought the book would be made public.
Police seized that diary as evidence in the case. Downs is now expecting another child. She says her pregnancy takes away the feelings of loneliness in prison.
I got pregnant because I miss Christy and I miss Danny and I miss Cheryl so much. I'm never going to see Cheryl on earth again. And you can't replace children, but you can replace the effect that they give you. And they give me love, they give me satisfaction, they give me stability, they give me a reason to live and a reason to be happy. And that's gone. They took it from me. But children are so easy to conceive.
Obviously, everyone is curious who the father is, and I know you probably don't want to talk about that. Does the father know who he is?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and that's why I won't talk about it, because he feels as privately about this child as I do.
What would you do, given this current situation, if they said, if they took away your kids, and then they went one step further and said, we think you're an unfit mother?
We're going to take away this one? I don't know how they're going to do it. I'd like to see them try to take this baby from me. And how could they do it? They're going to have to wait a long time to do it. Hopefully this thing will be cleared up by then. I don't know that they could do this, take it away after it's born. I don't know. I've never even talked to my attorney about it, because it seems so, let's put it the way the DA says, it's laughable.
Downs says her parents were shocked when they found out she was pregnant again.
My parents are the kind of people that wish you would do everything by the book in the order that it's pre-written. You get married before you have a baby. And being married is not, and never has been, I take it back. When I was young, when I was 16, 17, 18, being married was the most important thing in the world to me. And I think it's because I was raised that way. Most girls are. Yeah. But since that time, since my divorce, being married has been an iffy thing. I can do it if I want. I don't have to if I don't want it. And it's never been uppermost in my mind. My children are. My children always have been. And having children is, I think being a mother is the most wonderful job that any woman could perform. I die every day. When I go to bed, I cry at night. Even now, I still cry. I dream about Cheryl. I dream about Cheryl reaching out with me with her arms and always giving me a kiss and saying, I love you, I miss you, where have you been? It's almost as if she really is coming back and saying, how come you're not here with me? One time, it was right after Christy went to the foster home, I dreamed that Cheryl came to me. Well, Christy came to me. And I said, Christy, how did you find me? And she said, Cheryl brought me. And Cheryl came walking out of the shadows. And there was blood on her shirt. And it was really spooky. And I said, Cheryl, I thought you were dead. And she goes, no, I was faking it. I knew they were going to take Christy away and she wouldn't be able to find you, so I brought you. And then Cheryl showed us how to sneak Danny out of the hospital and everything. It was a wonderful dream. It was wonderful because we were the four musketeers and we were together again. But anyway, my dad knows how much I was grieving for the kids, and so he couldn't very well condemn the fact that I was having a child, because it's, like I said, it's not a full replacement. You can never replace a child. I tried to do that with Danny. Danny was a replacement for a child that I had aborted many, many years ago when I was quite young and foolish. And I found at that time when Danny was born that he is a person in himself. You cannot replace a child with a child. They are individuals. And this child is not to replace Cher. Never. Cheryl's always going to be with me. How could I replace her? She's still here. But it's somebody to keep me company until Chris and Dan come home. Somebody that I can love and feel and talk to. It's not like you're talking to yourself anymore. There is somebody there, and that's all this is. And so my dad couldn't really condemn it, even though he doesn't condone it.
Over the 9 months that passed without an arrest in this case, Downs lived with her parents in Springfield. Police reports claim Downs has changed her story about what happened the night of the shootings. They say she gave several different stories about the man who shot them when talking to her former husband or ex-boyfriend. Downs claimed afterward that 2 men were there the night of the murder, and they knew her by name. We asked her about those allegations before those police reports became public.
Did you remember that there was more than one person there that night? I mean,
No.
long after?
No. That is another thing that I suppose if you listen to the different tapes that were made, tapes by my ex-boyfriend, tapes by the sheriff's department, you would understand a psychological pattern that was being built up. It's something that I did not even understand at the time because, first of all, I trusted the cops. And even though I didn't trust the cops, I was forced into a position of saying they're the only people that really can help me. They're the only people that will try to find the person that did this. And you're trapped in a position of having to trust somebody, even though you don't know if you should trust somebody.
Downs also says the children were shot inside the car, but police reports claim high-velocity blood spatters were found on the outside of the car, on the passenger side.
The police found blood on the outside of the car. Could one of the children, perhaps Cheryl, have fallen out of the car on the passenger side?
The DA has come up with this idea that somebody was shot on the outside of the car, on the passenger side of the car. I was on the driver's side of the car when I was shot. And that's why it was so, it was planted. And it just seemed, I mean, it can't be real because they talk about blood spatter. And when they say spatter, I think something being shot out, like the blood spatter in the car. You know, it was so uniform. It was so regular. Same size droplets spread evenly in a pattern. And when they say spatter, that's what I thought of. And we saw pictures of this so-called spatter. It's drops. When they took the kids, they took Chris and Cher out of the driver's side of the car, and it's blood droplets. It's when they picked the kids up and carried them over the threshold, there is blood dripping down the side of the car.
But May 19th is an evening that will not be forgotten by the survivors.
But the thing that really, really haunts me the most is not even the sight and the sound. I mean, the sound and the smell are fading. But at night, when I close my eyes, I can see Christy reaching her hand out to me while I'm driving, and the blood just keep coming out of her mouth. And that, maybe it'll fade too with time, but I don't think so. That haunts me the most.
Elizabeth Diane Downs is lodged in the Lane County Jail. She's charged with murdering Cheryl Downs and attempting to murder Christy and Danny Downs.
Jim was talking in court about how Danny points a gun at a family portrait and shoots at people. You did not read the part where it says that Danny is shooting Mommy and Cheryl. Simple to understand. He doesn't shoot Christy because Christy's there with him. He shoots Cheryl because everybody's told him that Cheryl's dead. Therefore, if Mommy doesn't come around, she must be dead too. And so he's shooting them because he was shot, Christy was shot, Cheryl was shot, Mommy was shot, they're dead. It's a terrible, what's happening to Danny terrifies me because maybe he's angry at, most children get angry at their parents if their parents die when they're young, and they hate them for it, and it takes many, many years to come out of it. And Danny's probably very angry at Cheryl for deserting him because, like I said, we were a close family. He could depend on Cheryl to do anything. Danny used to come running down the hall at night and climb into bed and announce, "I'm sleeping with you tonight because my room's too dark." And now he can't do that. He can't run down the hall at all. He's trapped in his bed.
Yeah. She is on a different level altogether. I'm putting together an entire show about Diane Downs, even though it was forever and a day ago. I don't know if you guys saw, but I put in chat. Imagine if there had been social media when this was going down. The DA knew she did it. The investigators knew she did it. Everyone in that town knew she did it. But it still took like 8 months to arrest her to put all of it together. She's delusional. She's crazy. But she knew exactly what she was doing. And this was all about a boyfriend. These women, what they will do to get the attention of a man, but they hate men, it's never ending. It reminds me of Megan Boswell. Megan Boswell hates men, can't stand men. Her dad was terrible to her. Everybody's terrible to her. But she gets rid, I say gets rid because you know I have to use certain words on here, of Evelyn so she can be with that guy that owned the chicken shack. They hate men, but they killed their children to have a man. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. All right, we're back in court. Here we go. I don't know what in the world is going on. I'm looking on Law and Crime. I'm looking on Channel 9. I believe that's a Denver station. We have ourselves a delay. I'm wondering if Crazy didn't come to the party and is causing something. That or the guy in the RV could be taking an extra long lunch. I don't know. I don't know. Mrs. Pete said maybe she escaped. Maybe she did. I wonder if we're going to hear. I want to hear the 911 call. Snazzy says, I hope the cross-examination won't be too harsh. Me either. Because you're not going to score any points with this jury. Oh, here we go. If you go hard on Al. All right, here they come.
Mr. Stout, if you would resume your seat on the witness stand, sir. And I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. We start that camera. Yeah, that one. The one that shows the courtroom. Yeah. We can start that one. That's you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. There we go. No, you've got it. Oh, you're right. Got to take that back in, though. All rise for the jury, please. So that automatically resets on and out.
Yeah.
That's helpful. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stout. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we took our break this morning, we had finished the direct examination of Mr. Stout. At this point in time, the defense has an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Stout, and that's where we will begin. Mr. Tellini.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stout.
Sorry.
I know this is emotional and difficult, so I'm going to try to keep my questions somewhat brief. If at any time you don't understand any of my questions, just ask me to repeat them. A lot of my questions will be kind of yes or no answers. And if there's anything that you think you need to elaborate on, once I'm done, Mr. Allen's going to be able to get up and ask you what's called redirect. And so be able to, anything that you think needs to be added on or clarified, Mr. Allen will have the opportunity to do that. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to kind of go back. I'm going to do this somewhat chronologically. I'm going to go back to 2014 when you first met Ms. Stout. And at that point in time, you were going through a divorce, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that it had kind of been initiated but not finalized legally?
I mean, in South Carolina, there's a 1-year waiting period.
Yeah.
In a no fault type divorce situation. And we were in that period. So
Okay.
yes, sir.
So you guys, physically, you guys had been separated, but you're waiting for the legality of the divorce to conclude?
Yeah, the final date of the divorce.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And were you in the military at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also one of the things that you did for enjoyment and recreation is you played softball.
Yes, sir.
How many teams did you play on?
I couldn't even give you a number. We played year round.
Okay.
Myself and Landon and the defendant, co-ed, men's, women's league, whatever. We played year round pretty much.
And that's when you first met Ms. Stout?
Yes, on that fall 2013 team is the first time I ever remember having interactions with her.
And she was a pretty good softball player.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, later on, when you guys moved here, she ended up actually helping coach out the Whitefield softball team.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in the spring, summer 2014, the relationship progressed to a romantic relationship.
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, you were kind of more or less living by yourself.
Well, as I explained yesterday, I still owned my house. I call it the marital residence with Landon, and which sold in the August timeframe.
Okay.
So I was in, and we had every other week custody arrangement with Miss Hyatt or with Landon at that point. So I was in my house 1 week at a time.
And then after you moved from your house, then Landon kind of was the primary caretaker, custodian of Gannon and Lena, correct?
She had the majority of the parenting time in the custody arrangement. Yes.
Okay.
Sir.
And then they would come with you guys for, a weekend here, a weekend. Was it every weekend or every other weekend, or?
I got them, if I remember correctly, I got them every Wednesday night and then every other weekend. Okay. My parenting time. And I usually picked them up from school, dropped them off back at school the next day or whatever.
Sure. And you guys were all living, this is all in Myrtle Beach, correct?
In that general area. Landon was a little bit outside of Myrtle Beach, but yeah, we were all in that general area.
Okay. And I think you described, yesterday, especially, at the beginning, the relationship was fun, fresh, and it was a good time. And it was, that'd be correct?
Yes, sir.
And it seemed it had progressed pretty quickly.
Yes, sir.
And then, so you start dating kind of in 2014, and then by 2015, you guys had moved in together.
Yeah, we got married in January 2015.
Okay. To move pretty quickly. And then at some point in time, you ended up filing for you to be the primary custodian parent of Gannon and Lena.
Yes, sir.
And you did that because you had some safety concerns.
Just some reservations about different things Landon was doing. And so I took it to the courts. Yes, sir.
I mean, you had some concerns that there's criminal activity going on in her house.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you had some concerns about drug use going on in the house.
Yes, sir.
As it relates to the relationship.
And I'll bring it there.
I think I see where it's going, overruled.
And you had some concerns about, is it Mike Hyatt or Hoyt?
Hyatt.
And that was the person who you're just referencing in those phone calls, correct?
Yes, sir.
That you looked up and you'd seen his mugshots and so forth.
Yes, sir.
And that's who Landon was living with at that point in time.
Who was living with?
With Landon, that's who Landon was living with.
Landon, as far as I know, yes, sir.
Okay. And you thought it would be, because of those safety concerns, you wanted Gannon and Lena to come live with you and Miss Stout.
Yes, sir.
Because you thought that would be a safer environment for your two children.
Yes, sir.
And when you filed for custody, it wasn't just custody for you, but also Miss Stout was given custody as well.
When I filed for it, or when I filed for it, it was between me and Landon.
Okay.
So that's just to clarify.
Okay, but then she was eventually legally granted custody.
There was an arrangement where the kids in 2018, in the fall semester of 2018, we owned a house in Myrtle Beach, as I referenced yesterday. Because the defendant did not want to permanently move to Alaska, we kept that other residence as well. And the kids did stay there with the defendant for a few, most of that first semester or that fall semester.
So for the entire fall semester while you were in Alaska, Miss Stout was a primary caregiver and custodian of the two kids.
In Myrtle Beach, yes.
Myrtle Beach, yes. And part of that also was so they could also be in proximity with their mother as well.
Yeah, it's more complicated than the defendant just got custody of the kids. There's just a
lot of factors.
Yes, a lot of variables there. Yes, sir.
Okay. But you felt comfortable and you felt that was a safer environment for them to be with Miss Stout as opposed to being with Landon.
At that time, yes, sir.
At that point in time, based upon your dealing with her, based upon what you knew of her, and based upon what you knew was going on with Landon.
Yes, sir.
And also right at that point in time, when this kind of custody, shifted from Landon to you and Miss Stout, that's initially when you enrolled Gannon in counseling.
No, sir, that would have been after we moved to Colorado. As I testified yesterday, January of 2019 is when that began. Or, well, I didn't get here until February. So in the late winter, early spring portion of 2019. So you're talking 3 to 6 months later.
Second. Do you remember kind of that back in January of 2020, January 28th or 29th, you sat down, you had an interview with Detective Mark Riley?
Yes.
Do you remember telling Detective Riley, as soon as me and my ex split up, got divorced, and I got custody, I started taking them to counseling?
I don't remember saying that. If you have a
Are you?
transcript
looking-
or something I can look at.
4702. You're aware that, I mean, you've had a lot of interactions with Mr. Allen, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that a lot of the interviews that the El Paso County Sheriffs, as well as many of these phone calls that they made transcripts of,
Yes, sir.
when looking at that transcript, refresh your recollection.
Absolutely.
I may approach, you may. Does that refresh your recollection?
I mean, if that's a transcript of it, then yes, that's what I said.
So that indicates to you that you told the detective back then that you got Gannon in counseling right after the custody split, and you did that primarily because of the custody issue.
Yeah, and I don't know why I said that specifically, but the Dr. Burtek that I referenced in this, that did not begin until, as I already stated, late winter, early spring 2019.
Okay.
So-
Approach?
Sure.
You may. Yes. And I think it's fair to say that it was initially the plan that Ms. Stock was going to come and bring all the kids to Alaska, and you guys were going to live in Alaska. That was the initial plan. When you went to Alaska,
Once I got stationed there,
that they were all going to come
I
up.
think it's safe to assume that, yes.
Okay, and she'd come up to visit you, a couple times up there,
Yeah, for short periods of time, she did.
and it's fair to say she didn't like Alaska.
She did not like Alaska.
And part of that, I mean, she's from South Carolina, right?
Yes.
And
No, she's from North Carolina.
I mean, so you're right. She's from Lumberton, North Carolina, but she lived a lot in South Carolina.
Yes.
She liked the beach. She liked the sun. She liked the weather.
Yes.
She liked activities. Alaska was a little barren, a little depressing at night.
You're asking me to testify about how she felt about everything. I'm going to stay away from that, Mr.
All
Kennedy.
right, that's fine. That's fair.
Yeah.
Very fair. Regardless, she never ended up going to Alaska.
Permanently, no. She did come to visit, as I already testified to.
And how long were you in Alaska again?
Just shy of 2 years.
And did Gannon and Lena ever move to Alaska?
So initially, I got custody in March of 2018.
Okay.
They immediately came with me to Alaska. Finished out the school year. I don't specifically remember what we did over the summer.
Okay.
And this is 2018. In the beginning in the fall is when the custody arrangement with the children, with the defendant in the Myrtle Beach household.
Okay.
That's when that began, in that fall school year, 2018.
So the fall school year of 2018, she was the person primarily responsible
Yes, sir.
for both Lena and Gannon.
In the Myrtle Beach household, yes, sir.
Okay. And you felt safe with that?
Yes, sir.
And overall, at least what you observed, it appeared, that she had a fairly good relationship with Gannon, Ms. Stout did.
From what I observed, yes, sir.
I mean, I think you've indicated in some of these prior interviews that she appeared to care for him and he loved her.
Yeah, absolutely. I testified to that yesterday. I felt like he had some love and trust in his, he had some love in his heart, and he definitely had trust for her.
And you remember, was it in Mother's Day of 2018, he actually did a Mother's Day card for Miss Dowd?
I don't remember that specifically, unless you had a picture or something.
I do,
of
if
it.
I may approach. You may. Approaching with what's been marked as Defense Exhibit B.
B is in Bravo.
B is in Bravo, yes, thank you. Does that look familiar to you?
I've seen this picture before, yes.
Okay, and that was written by Gannon to Miss Dowd.
I cannot attest to who was written by. I was shown this picture by the defendant. Yes, sir.
Okay, does that appear to be Gannon's handwriting?
It's similar to his handwriting. Yes, sir. I don't have anything else to compare it to right now, and I haven't seen his handwriting in 3 years, Mr. Tellini.
Okay,
So
I may approach. Go, then move forward a little bit to January of 2017. You left on that Saturday? In January 2020, January 2020. You
Okay.
left on that Saturday, correct?
Saturday night, yes, sir, after work.
And your mom had been there for a while?
Roughly a week or so. I don't remember specifically.
What did your mom do for a living?
She is a nurse practitioner in the mental health field.
Okay. Had you had conversations with your mom about Miss Stout and her mental health?
Yes.
And you had you'd raised some concerns with your mom about Miss Stout's mental health?
Yes.
And your mom thought she needed to be on medication?
I don't remember that specifically. So.
Okay. You had some fairly, you left Saturday, slept most of it. You got in early Sunday morning into Oklahoma?
Yes. No, it was Sunday afternoon by the time I got there.
Okay.
Because remember when I got off the plane, the defendant shared the news about Kobe Bryant passing away.
Oh, that's right.
So it was in the afternoon some point.
She's a big Kobe Bryant fan?
I don't remember. I mean, I think so. I don't remember that sticking out. More Derek Jeter was her, and the Yankees was the defendant's super fan.
But so you had fairly decent communication with her for most of Sunday?
I believe so, yeah.
Nothing seemed out of the ordinary?
Nothing out of the ordinary Sunday.
She let you know that she took Gannon and Lena on a hike in Garden of the Gods?
I believe so. I believe we talked about that. Yes, sir.
And she actually posted a photo of that on Instagram?
I don't know where she posted that photo, Mr. Tellini.
You remember talking again with Detective Riley?
At this point?
Yeah, I'm sorry. She posted after this, you talked to Detective Riley.
I didn't even know Detective Riley existed until I got back home and Gannon was already allegedly missing.
So sometimes, like, if you're saying you don't remember stuff, then I'm going to re-reference your interview with Detective Riley and then showed you a transcript where you talked about whatever I'm talking about to Detective Riley.
Okay, so
Just for procedure. So you know what, when I'm jumping back to that's why I'm doing that.
I understand. I just don't understand your question.
Okay.
We were on Sunday talking about Kobe Bryant, and then you jumped to. Do you remember talking to Detective Riley again? So could you clarify, please?
Absolutely. And thank you, because when I said if I ask a bad question, thank you for letting me clarify. You had told Detective Riley that she had posted that photo on her Instagram.
Okay.
Okay.
If I said that and you have a transcript of it, then I'm not up here to deny it.
Would you?
No, sir.
Would you recognize that photo?
If you showed it to me, I'm more than likely.
Portion was been marked as Defense Exhibit A.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I recognize that photo.
Okay. And that was a photo that she posted that Sunday on her Instagram of her hike.
If you're telling me that, then yes. I don't see anything on here indicating Instagram and the date timestamp, but I have no reason to deny that. So,
Your Honor, move for admission of Defense Exhibit A. Mr. Allen?
I guess I have no objection if it's just to show.
That limited purpose.
That is the admitted purpose.
Okay, I'll allow it for that limited purpose.
She also indicated that he was,
Would you like this back, Mr. Flynn?
we can, here, thank
I don't want to sit right in front of me.
Absolutely. She indicated to you that he was having some stomach problems,
Yes, sir.
and that wasn't unusual. Sometimes he would have stomach.
That was common.
Sure. She indicated to you that she was going to keep him home from school on Monday.
Yes, sir.
And at the point in time when she said that, that seemed somewhat normal to you.
Keeping him home from school didn't seem normal, but the fact that he had a stomach issue, and if it was to the point of, embarrassment or whatever, then that was absolutely acceptable.
Okay. And part of it, he would worry about incontinence at school. Like he was worried about having an accident at school. That was a worry that he had.
At that point, I don't believe that was a worry of his. He typically was able to manage it well and then deal with it at home. I mean, he was 11 years old at that point, so.
And you commented to Detective Riley. Then Monday she kept him home because it didn't, we got to give him some medicine to help clean him out till he gets past that point.
And that was a common practice.
Okay.
Yes.
So he would get blocked up and you give him Miralax to get everything out and then he would be okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. She had also let you know about the candle in the carpet that night on Sunday night.
Sunday, January 26th.
Yes.
I believe that's when that conversation happened. Yes, sir.
Okay. And Gannon was concerned. He was worried that he was going to get grounded for a year.
All of that came from the defendant. I never spoke to Gannon about his grounding. I received messages from his phone about it, but I never spoke to him directly about that at that point.
Okay. Now, that Monday comes and you don't have, there's some communication, but maybe not as much as normal. And then you get notified that Gannon hasn't come home.
Right.
And I imagine at some point, that sends you, into a panic.
Well, I mean, to be clear, I was in military school and training.
Sure.
So when you say not normal, it was actually normal for what I was doing at the time.
Okay. I mean, I'm saying when Gannon doesn't come home, and it's getting to the point where it's much later than would be normally for him to come home, even being out late. And so, I mean, you start getting very nervous.
Absolutely. Because my son's not home as he should be.
No, absolutely. And then the next morning you got on a flight and you got back as quick as you can.
Absolutely.
And when you get back, initially, there's some things that seem weird about some things that don't add up about what Ms. Stout is telling you. But initially you think that you guys are all on the same page trying to find Gannon.
What things are you referencing?
The rental car.
Her getting a rental car?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seemed odd.
That seemed odd, but nothing that you're not suspecting her of anything at that point in time. It just seems weird that she's picking you up in a rental car.
Yeah, her picking me up in a rental car was absolutely weird. Yes, sir.
And you have some interviews, again, with some different law enforcement and so forth.
What specific interviews are you referencing?
You had a couple different ones. I think the first one, I believe it was at Starbucks, but it was with Detective Bethel.
There was a few, Detective Riley, Detective Bethel, and I think one other representative was there at Starbucks with myself and the defendant. Yes, sir.
And you're trying to figure out anything, where Gannon can be, if somebody would have taken him, anything like that, and you're talking to him.
I'm doing whatever I can for my son at that point, all during that time frame. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. And at some point in time, you even had thought maybe like it could be Layden or it could be Mike involved.
I don't remember ever having the thought that Landon was involved in any way. She, regardless of opinions about her, she loved her children. Mike Hyatt, I have no comment on that. I don't think I ever suspected that either.
Do you remember telling Detective Bethel, the mom's married to a guy that's got a lot of trouble with the law? And that was one of my first instincts, was like when the come and go came up and they said that he would walk all nonchalant and everything was normal. like the dude was here or something, because he's got a lot of trouble in his background. So like it came to my mind. It was worth putting down. I don't know if anything is legit.
And that's exactly what I said. It came to my mind and I didn't know if
Okay.
anything was legit. So that's exactly what I just said.
Yeah. And then as that kind of goes on and everything like that, stuff just starts based upon what Ms. Stout is telling you. It's not adding up.
Repeat that, please, sir.
As this kind of day goes on and the days are progressing, the things that Ms. Stout is telling you about your son and where he might be, it's starting to not add up with you.
Yeah, it's starting with the rental car, as we've already addressed, it starts to not add up. Yes,
And
sir.
then when you see that her car is not at French Elementary, like I said, was kind of, I think what you testified yesterday, that was kind of the pivotal moment for you.
Yes, sir.
And then you go down to the police station, you want her to come down as well, and she won't come down to meet you at the sheriff's station.
Just to clarify, she was supposed to be the one to go to the police station. The defendant was.
Yeah.
The first time I went down there, I went in her stead because they asked to bring something to get Gannon's DNA or whatever. And I said, he's my son. I'm going to take it down there and I'm going to, lead the charge, if you will, whatever. And then, so I went down there and that's when the first interview took place, just to clarify.
And then after that, though, you come back again, and it's my understanding you were trying to get her to come down, even on that second interview, come down to the police station to be re-interviewed, or the sheriff's station.
When you say re-interviewed, you mean me or the
Her.
defendant? I don't know when she was interviewed the first time or at all. I just know I went twice. The first time, as I indicated, when she was supposed to go, the defendant was supposed to go. The second time, that evening was after I had discovered the defendant's car was not where she claimed it to have been.
And then her family, she leaves the house. Initially, she doesn't take all her stuff, but she just goes to a hotel, correct?
Mr. Chalina, I have no clue where she went.
She doesn't, she's no longer coming to your house.
After that would have been, let me see if I can get these dates right. The 27th was Monday. I think this would have been Wednesday, the 29th. After she left, I don't remember her coming back until she came to get her stuff.
Okay. And how many days after that did she come to get her stuff?
I don't remember a specific date.
Okay. But I mean, it's in that first week though.
I don't remember a specific date, Mr. Chalina. If you have it, then I don't know.
No, it's fine. And she had family members that are helping her move out.
We did have a few, yes.
Okay. And then you don't ever, until I think what you said, after that point, you don't see her from then until court.
I don't believe I saw her again after she left, after she got her stuff, that within that first week, whatever the date was, until she showed up for the first court hearing after she was arrested, the defendant, that is.
Now, between then and then, I think the first pre-recorded phone call we heard was on February 13th. Had you been in communication with her?
To some degree, yes.
Was it primary text messages, phone calls?
I think it was just a mix of emails, text, phone calls. I don't remember specifically. I know there was a wide range of methods.
And at least, I mean, would it be fair to say by the time that you're doing these phone calls with her, I mean, you're convinced at that point in time she's the person responsible for your son being missing?
At minimum, a person of interest, if you will, but yeah, I had a high suspicion she was responsible.
And part of that is because, I mean, one, what she was telling you things that weren't true about leaving the car there. So that was the first thing that really shifted, correct?
When you say because, I'd rather tell you the because, but yes, that was one of the first things was that really put her as a person of interest in my mind. And I've said that repeatedly.
Absolutely. And then she goes from saying that Gannon never came home to like a couple days later saying Eduardo was down there and raped me and took Gannon at gunpoint.
No, before she left the house, the defendant told me the first rape story. We covered that yesterday.
Okay. And sorry, thank you for clarifying that. So she's still in the house with you when she comes up, changes from he just doesn't come home to this Eduardo rape story.
Yeah, I don't remember when the specific name Edgewater was given by the defendant, but the first rape story would have been Wednesday morning in the bed, in a master bedroom, as I testified to yesterday.
And then you're aware that she goes down to the sheriff's statement and does an interview about the rape story.
I believe that was later that morning or early afternoon. I don't know specifically when she got there.
Okay. I mean, and at that point, I mean, it's fair to say now, I mean, whatever suspicions, I mean, your suspicions have become more heightened at that point about her involvement. When it goes from he doesn't come home to this seemingly ridiculous story.
Yeah, and I've been pretty clear since from the point of not finding her car where the defendant said it was. From that point forward, everything just compounded, and my suspicions just got worse and worse against the defendant.
Absolutely. And what you know of her, I think you've said this to a couple people. I mean, she's an intelligent person.
Do you have record of me saying that to someone?
I do. Sorry, I've got a lot of transcripts here. We're indicating that she had a stacked education.
Once again, do you have that somewhere?
Yeah, this was an interview with Detective Bethel. I mean, you may go ahead. Green highlighted with the little star.
So that was the second one. Do you have
That I'll just go with that one. But you
Okay.
indicated that she had a stacked education.
Yeah.
Okay.
Obviously I did.
You may go ahead. So was it that Wednesday then after she goes down to the sheriff's station that then she doesn't come home at that point?
So I don't know where so
Okay, she
that
left
day,
that morning.
she left sometime Wednesday, middle of the day. I don't know specifically when.
Okay.
Detective Riley was at the house. I heard the conversation between them two. She left with the intent to follow him downtown to the sheriff's station. I don't know where she went from there.
Did she ever come back home after that other than to get her stuff?
Not while I was there. I never witnessed her coming back home after that.
And then in February, that's when, February 13th, was that the first pretext phone call?
I believe so.
And where were these phone calls occurring at?
At the FBI office downtown.
Okay. And was this something, had you communicated with her that you wanted to talk to her on that date, or how did they know like she was going to be calling at this point in time?
Who is they?
The FBI.
The FBI. Leading up to that point, there was some attempts at communicating more thoroughly with the defendant.
Yeah.
The defendant reached out to me and said, "Hey, we would need to talk," as you heard in some of the phone calls.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I believe as of that, like I said this morning, I tried to keep her on the hook, if you will.
No, absolutely.
Through messages. And then, all of those would have been planned to some degree. So I could be there with the FBI agents and the sheriff's office agents.
And they had there was a plan. I mean, you were trying to get as much information out of her as you could.
Me or the
Both
authorities?
you and the FBI.
I can't speak to what their plan or their intent was. My intent was to find my son, period.
Absolutely. And I think you said before when Mr. Allen was questioning, a lot of the things you were saying to her was to try to keep her talking, try to get any type of information, that you can about where your son is.
Absolutely.
And trying, hope against hope to bring him home safely at this point.
Yes, sir.
And if not, then find out what had happened and hold somebody accountable.
My intent was never in that setting to hold somebody accountable. I wanted my son and I wanted to wrap my arms around him. That's it.
Absolutely. And it appeared, maybe I'm wrong. So we had the one phone call that occurred on the 13th, and then all the other phone calls, if I'm not mistaken, occurred on February 14th.
The ones that I testified about this morning, I think those were all February 13th and 14th.
And how, just for my clarification, how long of a gap was there between each of the phone calls? Do you remember?
I don't, but I think Mr. Allen detailed that when he said phone call on this date at this time.
What was there, just as far as your recollection, was there a long gap? Were you guys sitting around for like hours waiting in between calls, or were they fairly quick succession between each other?
Mr. Lee, I don't remember. That was a grueling time period in my life to sit there and have to keep my cool. Talking to her when I had a strong suspicion she had all the information. So I can't attest to that, Mr.
Okay.
Lee.
I mean, and it's clear at least that you appear on February 13th to keep your cool very well. It appears, and if I'm wrong on this, your patience on February 14th starts to grow thin. Would that be fair to say? Let me rephrase.
Yes, thank you.
You become more and more frustrated with the cockamamie story she's telling you on February 14th.
I don't know if I think I'm frustrated, period.
Absolutely.
I think I'm at the end of my rope, period. But I did a good job keeping my cool. And if you listen to one of the phone calls, I was a little bit more aggressive verbally. And in a later phone call, I was more patient and letting her give me information. So more calculated than frustrated, Mr.
Okay, so that was part of this. You're trying different tactics to try to get information. Would that be fair?
I'm doing the best I can to find information about my son.
And was there frustration by the fact that she keeps changing these stories with no consistency between them? And I think you referred to them. These are garbage stories.
Yeah, it was very frustrating.
And that they don't make any sense. At one point in time, she says it's Eduardo, and then another point in time she says Quincy Brown's some type of paperwork fell out of his pants on that date, and that's how she knows he's Quincy Brown. I mean, none of this stuff, they were ridiculous.
Is that
I'm asking you, would you agree with that?
Yeah, and you heard me say it. They're garbage stories is what you quoted me as saying.
And even on that, the first one, the one that we heard yesterday, on that phone call that she had yesterday, she's trying very hard to convince you that she didn't have anything to do when somebody had kidnapped Gannon and had taken him somewhere, and she's trying to help. It appears that is her goal, so what she's telling you.
Mr. Lee, I'm not going to speak to her goals or her intent, what was going through her mind at that point.
She wasn't at that point in time trying to indicate anything mental health or anything like that. That was phone call. She's not telling you, hey, I'm crazy on the 13th, correct?
I don't believe she said that in any of those phone calls.
But in some of those phone calls, she does make some statements. And I'm going on to the February 13th phone call. He indicates at one point in time when she's talking to you, I have completely parts of the information and not part of the information.
Is that, you're quoting that? Could you say that again?
She told you that she has part of the information, but she doesn't have part of the information.
Okay.
She talks to you about that night after night, I dreamed of different things that have added detail to this.
Okay.
She tells you that at some point she blacked out.
Are you quoting?
Yes.
Okay, then I have no reason to deny her saying that. Yes.
At one point, she says, I sit back and remember it, like play it in my mind, play it in my head again, play it in my head again, play it in my head again.
Okay.
She says, when I woke up and like out of the state of confusion, I was going crazy.
Okay.
She tells you all of it was a blur in and out, try to figure it out. I got up at one point and hoped it was a dream.
Okay.
And then on that next phone call that occurred on the 14th, she's talking to you and she indicates you're going back and forth. I think it was the second to last phone call that you had with her. You guys are going kind of back and forth. And at one point, you're trying to figure out where Gannon is. She says, Tesha doesn't know where Gannon is.
I don't remember her saying that, but
okay.
If you want to show me that, you don't have to, but I don't remember her saying that.
Okay. It's on the recording. They have it.
Okay.
As far as, and now I'm going to kind of shift to more like just general things of your relationship with Miss Stout. You've indicated that at some point, and sometimes with her, it's like you're living on a roller coaster. She can be up and down.
Did I say that to someone?
Yeah. Again, this is a Detective Bethel. Sometimes you just got to kind of stay with her and don't ride the roller coaster. Or if you disagree with her, it becomes like a roller coaster.
Sure.
You talked about her with the kids, and you've indicated that, and this would be later in March, you did another interview and you did this with the FBI, March 6th, 2020. I remember doing an interview with the FBI then.
I did multiple interviews, so I might need to see that one, Mr. Tellini.
Okay. You indicated to them that sometimes it was a little strange. Sometimes she could be really great with the kids, doing everything with them. And then you'd have weeks where she would act like she didn't want anything to do with them.
You mind if I take a look at that?
Yeah,
I don't remember that doing an interview that time frame.
I may approach. You may.
Okay. Hold on, this says February 9th. Says interview of Albert Stalk, February 9th. You indicated March 9th.
That's because the first page has a 3.
Okay.
So you're correct. So February 9th, so that's my fault.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to blame that on the FBI because on the first page of that interview, they have 3/9. But you're correct. So on
Can we
February,
clarify what the date actually is of the
it
interview?
is, you were correct. It is February
February.
9th. You did that interview with the FBI. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
But that point in time, you told them that some point she would be really great with the kids, and then other times she wouldn't want it. She wouldn't.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
You also, in that interview, I think it was that Monday with Detective Riley, same type of thing. Like 1 minute, considering these moments of trust moments, like right now, I say, you should be all in, helping the kids, teach, doing homework, cooking, feeding and stuff. And then there'd be days and week, like it's like the kids were left to fend for themselves.
What Monday are you referencing?
The Monday where you had, not the Monday, this would have been Tuesday, when you had the interview with Detective Riley back, so January 28th.
Okay. So this was the interview at
With
the
Detec-
sheriff's office?
Yes, with Detective Riley. Okay. And you were telling him, describing how Miss Stalk was with the kids, and you indicate that there are moments and times when she's really good, she's helping the kids, doing everything like that, and then other times where it appears like she's just checked out.
Yes, sir.
You indicated that sometimes her and Layden seemed to work together to try to get you.
Yeah, probably in jest, but
Okay.
yeah.
And then other times they appeared to be at each other's throats.
Who's they?
Miss Stalk and Layden.
Lena? If I said that.
Not Lena, Layden.
Landon?
Landon, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah,
Landon. I
okay, then,
apologize.
then I take back what I just said, yeah, can you start over with
Okay.
Landon, because I thought you said Lena.
And yeah, Landon. With your first ex-wife, you indicated that sometimes her and Miss Stalk would work together like they were out to try to get you, and other times they were at their throats constantly.
Yes, sir.
You indicated, and again, if I'm jumping back and forth, that Miss Stalk would take lots of trips out of the blue and you didn't know where she got the money to do it.
Yes, sir.
You indicated, when you talked to the district attorney's investigator, that sometimes Miss Stalk likes to refer to herself as Taylor.
Yes, sir.
She had, let me jump back a little bit and we're almost done, sir.
Take your time, Mr. Trelane.
Okay, thank you. When you guys first started, when you and Miss Stalk first started dating and the relationship was going well, she had talked to you about the abuse she suffered growing up.
She mentioned that there was something with one of her stepfathers. I think his name would have been Mr. Lowry, and that I don't remember it being a pattern of abuse, but some isolated events is the way she described it to me. And she eventually moved out of that house and back with her grandparents in North Carolina.
Okay, and that was James Lowry. Do you remember?
I don't know his first name. I just remember the last name Lowry.
And I don't want to get into this, but that was kind of a bond that you got, not a bond, but that was, you had in your family growing up, but I want to go into it, but not with you, but trauma growing up. And so that was something that, a basis that you guys could talk about initially in the relationship.
We discussed it. I don't know if it's a foundational basis like you're describing it, but
She had issues maintaining steady employment.
I think that's a misrepresentation of what happened, but
I mean, I think you indicated that she had like 8 jobs in 3 years.
right. And she intentionally left those jobs. It wasn't, she had trouble keeping employment. She intentionally left those jobs.
Okay, but she had a lot of different jobs in a short period of time.
Yes, sir.
You're aware of in the late fall of 2019, she was having mental health issues.
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that she was, well, you guys have the same insurance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that she was seeing a Dr. Rhonda Niederhauser at Fort Carson?
We did. So let me clarify. We did have the same insurance while myself and the defendant were married. Obviously, no longer do. But yes, I went with her on one occasion to see Dr. Niederhauser. Well, to Fort Carson. I did not go back into the room with her. With the defendant, I stayed in the lobby, but I was with her on that visit.
And that and actually for most of your guys' relationship, she had been prescribed lorazepam.
I don't know for sure if most of our relationship. I know she at some point saw somebody for anxiety and got a prescription for something. That's all I remember, Mr. Tellini.
Are you aware that Dr. Niederhauser advised her to quit her job because her mental health issues were becoming so severe?
I am not aware of that.
Okay. But you are, to your knowledge, if you know, how often was she seeing Dr. Niederhauser?
Same answer I already gave. I know that she went once, and that was the one time that I went with her. That's all I can attest to, Mr. Tellini.
When you had, again, I'm jumping back to when you had that interview with Detective Riley. At that point in time, were you having concerns about Ms. Stout and her involvement? When you had the interview with Detective Riley?
And her involvement in what, Mr. Tellini?
In the disappearance of your son?
Yeah, we've already, let's ask your question again, please, so I can.
When you interviewed with Detective Riley that first time, were you having concerns about her involvement?
So just to be clear, the first time by myself or?
First time by yourself.
Yeah, I did have some concerns.
And you've indicated that you don't think that she had any mental health issues?
I did indicate that I don't think she had any mental health issues.
Do you remember at that point in time telling Detective Riley, I hope that it doesn't come to that, but if you put her daughter on the hot seat, she'll say, I love my mom. You know, I wouldn't do anything without my mom, but she's freaking nuts, crazy.
So that was drawn, I remember saying that or something to that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you told the detective that she's crazy.
Mr. Tellini, would you quote what you just quoted to me?
Or you told the detective that Harley would say that her mom is freaking nuts, crazy.
That's what I said.
Okay. No further questions.
Redirect, Mr. Allen.
There were some questions, Mr. Stout, about the defendant being a good softball player. Do you remember those?
Yes, sir.
Does softball have rules?
Absolutely.
Did the defendant know how to follow those rules?
Absolutely.
Did she know how to play the game?
Very well.
Did she know how to use specific techniques and strategies in playing softball?
I would say her being a coach at the high school softball level would indicate all of those things are yes.
You jumped to my next question.
Yeah.
Did she also go through efforts to teach other people how to play the all the rules of softball?
Yes, sir.
Is that an indication that she knew the difference between right and wrong?
Yes, sir.
You were asked at the very beginning too about when you got custody of your kiddos, Gannon and Lena, that it was a safer environment with the defendant, then with Landon. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
Would you have thought that if the defendant had severe mental health disease or defect?
Absolutely not.
Did she have a severe mental health disease or defect back then?
No, sir.
You're asked in different points of the cross-examination about your interviews with Detective Riley. And I want to be a little bit more of a timeline here. Do you remember having an interview with Detective Riley and other people at Starbucks, and that being your first contact with law enforcement in this case in person?
Yes, sir.
And then you went to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office to deliver, I think you said some stuff for DNA. What did you deliver?
I remember there being a toothbrush and maybe, I don't remember specifically, but some sort of article of clothing, a shoe or something that would have his, it wasn't spoken to me that way, but I assumed it was for DNA purposes.
And then I think you said that you had an interview at the end of that. When you dropped the stuff off, then you did an interview.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you remember what day that was?
That would have been Tuesday, January 28th, 2020.
Okay. The Starbucks thing, when did that occur? Was that also Tuesday, January?
Tuesday, earlier in the day.
Okay. And then you had a third interview in person at the sheriff's office when you came back. What day was that?
Later in the evening, Tuesday, January 28th, 2020.
You were asked about specifically shown a specific page of the interview, the first one at Starbucks, where Mr. Tellini was asking you about when you got Gannon into counseling.
Yes.
And there was some disagreement between you and Mr. Tellini about when that counseling may have started or when you said that the counseling had started. Who is Dr. Burtek?
She was I don't know specifically, but she was some sort of family health counselor that Gannon got assigned to at Fort Carson.
So could you have signed Gannon up for counseling at Fort Carson before you got to Colorado?
No, sir.
So did that occur after you got to Colorado?
Yes, sir.
Which was in when?
I got here February 15th or thereabouts, 2019.
When you were having that first contact with Detective Riley at Starbucks, did you have a lot on your mind?
Absolutely.
The information that you had on your mind as it relates to Gannon being missing, where were you getting that information from that initial period of time?
Everything was coming from the defendant.
At that time, did you have any reason to necessarily disbelieve her that Gannon had left and not come home?
No, sir, not at that time.
And did that change over time?
Yes, sir.
Did that change over time because of the defendant's specific actions?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about you having conversations with your mother about, and Mr. Tellini said that your mother told you that she had concerns about the defendant's mental health.
That's what Mr. Tellini said, yes.
You remember that?
I don't remember her diagnosing the defendant based on hearsay. I remember having conversations about, the defendant's anxiety and how that affects our relationship, yes.
In your mind, did the defendant have anxiety?
I'm not a medical professional, but I would say she had some form of it. She had, some anxiety here and there about different things.
Even if she had that anxiety in your lay opinion, was she able to function?
Absolutely.
Could she make a meal?
Absolutely.
Could she make a Denver omelet if she wanted to?
Maybe get some Chick-fil-A sandwiches, but yeah.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Could she scramble eggs?
She could, yes.
Put some cheese on the eggs?
Yes, sir.
Without burning herself?
Yes, sir.
What about cut up vegetables?
Yes, sir.
Could she do that without cutting herself?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever run out in the street yelling, screaming naked?
Not that I remember, no, sir.
You were asked about the rental car and about that being odd. Do you remember that in the cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Did that appear to you in your mind to be a way of manipulating what was happening with the investigation?
It's hard for me to say. Once again, as you said already, that was a time period when I was just way down with worry. The reason she gave, I think we've talked about already, I'm not sure, but was about the mileage on her lease. And so she had to get a rental car, which was something the defendant had said repeatedly over time. So looking back, I can make an assessment, but in the moment, it was just a ridiculous thing that I just blew past. I was more worried about getting out there and doing what we could to find Gannon.
Well, if, in your mind, if your kid is missing, are you worried about the miles you're putting on your car?
And I believe I've said that already. No, there's nothing more important than finding that little boy.
And so the fact that her car was hidden somewhere, was that when you put two and two together, was that a form in your mind of her manipulating the investigation?
Absolutely. That's why I freaked out and went back down to do another interview with the sheriff's office.
You were asked about the, again, going back to the Starbucks interview with Mark Riley, the first one on January 28th, about you expressing some concerns about Landon's ex-husband, Mike Hyatt. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And talking about the trouble that he had in his background.
Yes, sir.
Again, at that time, were you operating on limited information?
Yes, sir.
Were you racking your brain trying to figure out what might have happened with Gannon?
Yes, sir. I was just going through every possible, any variable, anything possible that would have led us closer to him.
Would you characterize that as you were going through every known variable in your mind and then trying to cross them off to see whether there was any connection to Gannon being missing?
Yeah, in conjunction with variables and information that was being fed from the defendant as well.
Okay. You did 3 interviews on January 28th.
Yes, sir.
1 at Starbucks and then 2 at the sheriff's office later that day.
Yes, sir.
Did it seem odd to you that the defendant was resisting going to the sheriff's office and giving an interview?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Once again, if the feelings are true and honest about we need to work together to find Gannon, as the defendant said repeatedly, what is there to hide from? Why would you not go down there? What is keeping you, the defendant, from coming down there?
Okay. And did that appear in your mind to be a conscious decision the defendant was making to resist going to the sheriff's office and give an interview?
Absolutely.
You talked about getting text messages and phone calls during this time that these recorded phone calls were happening.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant change I guess the source of those phone calls over time? And let me be more clear. You obviously gave us earlier her specific phone number that you knew you had with her at AT&T.
Yes, sir.
Did you start getting phone calls and texts from her that weren't from necessarily AT&T, the account that you knew about?
Yes, sir. I got phone calls and text messages from multiple different phone numbers, and emails started coming from her email, which to me indicated it was no longer. I also got messages from her iCloud, is what I'm trying to say. So, which indicated me she no longer had her normal phone and she was using some alternate method of communication, if that makes sense.
It does. And so again, did that indicate to you more conscious decision-making that she was still able to communicate with you, even though her phone might have been seized by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Able to navigate that sort of framework of figuring out other ways to text you or call you?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about these phone calls that we've heard and the stories that the defendant was giving you, and the way Mr. Tellini characterized them was that there was no consistency in the stories. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Were there in fact actually consistencies with her stories and what was happening with the investigation?
Yes, sir. For instance, once the search shifted to, say, northern El Paso, Douglas County area, on that county line road area that the defendant indicated in the phone calls, I felt like she had to place herself there somehow, and that's what she did in that phone call.
Are you suggesting in your mind that that was a way for her to explain away why her GPS would show her there?
Yes, sir.
Sustained. Jury will disregard the answer.
She also gave you a description of blood being in the garage and in Gannon's room.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that there was blood found in the garage and in his bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And then as it relates to that El Paso County, Douglas County line, so up north, were you aware that there was a board with Gannon's blood and DNA found on it up in that area?
I was made aware of that. Yes, sir.
You got into some questions about your relationship with the defendant, and you were specifically asked about a statement you made about the relationship between the two of you was like riding a roller coaster. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Why was it like riding a roller coaster?
I think that's the normal ebb and flow of many relationships. I don't think that's uncommon. We had our ups and downs in our relationship. That's what that indicated.
Well, let me ask you more specifically, based on your belief that she would manipulate you sometimes, did that add to the effect of riding a roller coaster
Yeah, that would have been the extreme lows in our relationship. Yes, sir.
when she would manipulate you?
Yes, sir.
Was it common for her to manipulate you?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about sometimes she would be great and sometimes not. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
When the sometimes not period of time, what was that a result of?
Oftentimes a result of that manipulation that we just discussed, or lies or mistruths the defendant would tell that I would have to sort through, as you heard me do in these phone calls, that I have to sort through these lies and get to the truth.
Was it ever those lows, the sometimes not part, were those ever a result of her suffering from a severe mental illness or disease?
No, sir.
Ever?
No, sir.
You were asked about the defendant referring to herself as Taylor. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. What does that mean?
So I believe when I met the defendant, her Facebook profile said Tisha Taylor Harden. And of course, I had questions about that because her middle name is Lynn, I believe, the defendant's middle name. The defendant would always say, I always wanted my middle name to be Taylor. I don't like the name Lynn. And that's where I left it at that. So anytime Taylor ever came up, I just, in my mind, referred back to that's what she preferred her name to be.
Well, did she ever use the name Taylor and start acting crazy?
No, sir.
Did she ever use the name Taylor and start talking in other languages?
No, sir.
Did she ever use the name Taylor and start having other personalities?
No, sir.
Was Taylor ever associated with her having a severe mental illness or disease or defect?
No, sir.
You were asked about the defendant having difficulty maintaining steady employment. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
You answered that the defendant intentionally left those jobs.
Yes, sir.
So expand on that for the jury. What do you mean by that?
So, for instance, when we, I think in the tail end of our dating relationship, in the first part of our married relationship, she was working at Myrtle Beach Middle or Elementary School and quit, resigned from that position, causing her to have to seek new employment.
Okay.
And and why that's significant, because I disagreed with the decision. It was what I, outside looking in, a great place of employment for her, and she seemed fine there.
Okay. And then you were asked about Dr. Niederhauser, right? You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Tellini told you that the defendant was being seen for anxiety. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Did you know whether she was being seen for anxiety or not?
I did not. Once again, I only accompanied her as far as the waiting room that one visit, and then she went to the back, was seen, and then the defendant, that is, came out, and we went home.
To your knowledge, was the defendant ever seen for a severe mental disease or defect?
No, sir.
And then finally, do you remember the defendant in this investigation, whether she ever told you to not talk to the police?
She did.
How many times?
I don't remember how many times. One stands out specifically.
Okay. And then did you try to call her during your second interview?
I believe I did. I'd have to hear or listen to it to confirm, but I think so.
And I'm talking about your interview that you did with Detective Riley at the sheriff's office.
So the first one at the sheriff's office?
Second interview at the sheriff's evening.
So the third one total?
Yes,
Okay,
let me
that's fine.
finish. The second interview at the sheriff's office. So you're right, it would be the third, but only the second one at the sheriff's office, evening of January 28th.
Yes, I believe I did try to call her. Yes, sir.
Were you able to get a hold of her?
No, sir.
You know why you were not able to get a hold of her?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Stout? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Called Macon Ponder to the stand, Your Honor.
Mr. Ponder, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir.
Sorry.
Actually, yep, up here. Everybody does that. That's okay. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. The chair does not move. Everybody does that. The microphone moves, but the chair does not. All right. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Ponder. How are you doing?
Good, sir. How are you?
Good. You and I never formally met. I'm Dave Young. I talked to you on the phone, I believe. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And where do you currently reside?
Panama City, Florida, sir.
And did you just fly in from Florida?
Yes, sir. I flew in yesterday.
Did you pack a coat?
I did. I left, it was 80 degrees and got here and it was about 20. So
I was worried about that, so I'm glad you did that. Mr. Ponder, what's your occupation?
Sir, I'm a bridge inspector for the Florida Department of Transportation. I'm the senior underwater dive team leader.
And how long have you been a bridge inspector?
Roughly 12 years now.
And what do you do as a bridge inspector? I know the title's kind of self-explanatory, but let the jury know what you do.
The short and skinny is basically we, every 2 years, our bridges are required to be inspected. We get a list of bridges each month and we break up into teams and go and inspect those bridges accordingly each month.
Okay. And how often would you inspect certain bridges?
Every 2 years.
Okay. And I'm going to take you back to March 17th of 2020. Were you in that role as a bridge inspector back then in Florida?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to be inspecting a bridge by the name of Escambia Bridge?
Yes, sir.
And what's the name of that bridge? Did I get that right?
Yes, sir. Just Escambia River Bridge.
Okay. And can you describe this bridge for the jury?
Yes, it's just a concrete bridge, rather long. Basically the environment out there is the river is closer to what we would call the near end of it. And after you get over the river, the bridge actually continues on for a lot further, just due to the marshy area. There's marsh on both sides. It's really inaccessible to any vehicles.
And what city is this bridge close to?
Pensacola, Florida.
And how close is this bridge to the actual ocean, the Gulf of Mexico?
Several miles. As the crow flies, maybe 7 or 8 miles.
And I'm assuming, does the bridge go over the Escambia River?
Yes, sir.
And does the river go into the Gulf of Mexico?
Eventually, the river actually dumps out into Escambia Bay, and then Escambia Bay goes out to the pass and then into the Gulf of Mexico.
And how often was this another 2 years you would inspect this particular bridge every 2 years?
Yes, sir. Our department for the state of Florida, we inspect bridges every 2 years on interstate systems and any state roads. They have some different stipulations on our county bridges, but our office only handles state highways and the interstate.
So it would have been March of 2018 or approximately then when this bridge was inspected last. Is that fair?
It would have been inspected 2 years prior in the month of March.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be on the exact day.
And approximately how long is this entire bridge that you're inspecting?
I would say roughly 12 to 1,300 feet.
Okay. Is that the only part that covers the river, or does it, when you talk about this marsh area, does a bridge extend over a marsh area as well?
Yes, sir.
And so would that be miles or?
No, that whole area is fairly marshy. There's a set of bridges all the way down through that on that span of US 90. That just happens to be the first bridge on that, starting in that span on that stretch of highway.
So what are you doing when you go out to this particular bridge to inspect it? What are you looking for?
Our job as bridge inspectors to find any kind of defects, any kind of issues that would harm the traveling public. We look for cracks in the deck, cracks in the underside of the deck. As a diver, we look at the piles underwater, look at any kind of cracks and spalls being any kind of missing concrete on those piles or columns. And
If it was a steel structure, it'd be the same thing. You'd look for cracks and welds and stuff.
And so do you have someone particularly on March 17th, 2020 with you as you're doing this inspection?
Yes, sir. We always go out as a team, primarily for safety, but also, we're always on the interstate or on busy roads. So we're always having somebody watch our back when we're taking the notes and watching out for traffic or operating a piece of equipment, if need be, while somebody else is taking notes.
And so do you inspect the surface area of the bridge as well as the side of the bridge and below the bridge? And you indicated you even get in the water and look at the pillars.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. We try to do the best we can to look at 100% of the bridge every inspection.
So could you please tell the jury about March 17, 2020? Did you locate something? Did you locate a suitcase underneath the bridge?
Yes, sir. During that inspection, the particular bridge that we were inspecting requires an underbridge inspection machine. The particular machine allows us to gain access to the underside of the bridge due to the height and over water. As we were inspecting the underside of the bridge and we're coming to the end of it, my partner and I that were in the basket noticed a suitcase towards the end of the bridge, close to, it's kind of laying in a marshy area and a little bit of woods right next to the edge of the bridge. And we just noticed it down there. It was point of interest when we got down there. We didn't look at it then. We just made a note to come back to it later on.
And who was your partner? What was his name?
Matthew Goins.
And so when you first notice this suitcase, where are you and Mr. Goins at?
When we first noticed it, to back up before getting into the piece of equipment, we also walk across the deck and take soundings at each pier on both sides of the bridge, and that gives us any indication of any settlement or anything that might be failing on the bridge. And that requires dropping down a measuring tape essentially with a weight on it and measuring the height up to the edge of the bridge to the top of the barrier wall. And when we looked over, the suitcase was right next to the edge of a bent where we were taking the measurement. Had it been in the middle of a bent or in the middle of a span, we may have not even noticed it. But because of its location, it was right next to where we dropped our profile tape, is what we call it, to take the measurement. We immediately saw it as soon as we dropped it down.
And so I'm not a Navy guy. When you say deck, are you talking about the road area of the bridge where the vehicles go?
Yes, sir. That's what we call the deck. We take our measurements at the top of the barrier wall. Anybody that's driven over a bridge, the concrete walls on the outside is where we take our measurements from.
And so are you and Mr. Goins looking over the edge of the bridge and you see a suitcase directly down below?
Yes, sir.
What side of the bridge are you on, the eastbound lanes or the westbound lanes?
We're on the eastbound lane and we were on the east or the right side of the structure.
And so you note that there's a suitcase there, but then you go on with the inspection?
Yes, sir.
And tell us about that. Do you go all the way across the bridge and then work your way back, or how does that work?
Well, generally when we're taking a profile, we'll start at what we call the near end, which for our reference is we work from west to east or south to north. In this case, we were working west to east. We started on the right side of the bridge heading east. When we finish that profile, then yes, we do turn back around and we work from east to west back to where we started. And that's when we get into the truck and start our under bridge inspection.
And when you start your under bridge inspection, is that when you get back to the area where the suitcase is?
It wasn't for, no, sir. It wasn't for probably roughly an hour and a half later, maybe even a little bit longer, because when we started the under inspection, we start back at the beginning of the bridge. Okay. And where we found the suitcase was almost at the very end of the bridge.
And this bridge goes east and west, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you're starting the undercarriage portion on the east side, working your way west, is that right?
No, sir. We're starting on the west end, working towards the east.
Okay. And so what happens when you get back to that area where the suitcase is?
because of the profile and as the bridge, there's the hump in the bridge. When we got towards the end of the structure, the bridge starts to become lower, closer to the ground. And at that point, we didn't need the truck anymore. So we were able to lower the basket down to the ground line and get out, and was going to finish our inspection from there. And that's when we lowered down to the ground, we've remembered that we had seen the suitcase. We finished up our inspection and then went back to the suitcase.
And why did you go back to the suitcase?
Pure curiosity.
Okay. And again, is Mr. Goins with you at this point in time as well?
Yes, sir.
So what happens when you get back to the suitcase?
We got back to the suitcase, and where it was lying kind of an odd angle, but the handle was towards the underside of the bridge. So I reached out for the handle and immediately noticed it was very, very heavy. And I looked back and remember telling Matt, I said, I don't know what's in this. I said, but it's heavy. I said, and where it was at, it had a possibility of being waterlogged. We didn't know whether it was clothing or something in it. We just noticed that whatever it was probably waterlogged and saturated, just due to how heavy it was.
And I imagine you get a lot of rain in Florida?
Yes, sir.
Do you get a lot of rain in the months of February and March?
We can. March normally is fairly rainy season, but again, where the suitcase was really right at the edge of the marsh, and depending on tide, you don't necessarily have to have a lot of rain for that area to be influenced by tide.
Okay. So you, Mr. Goins, get up to the suitcase. You said it appeared to be heavy. What happened after that?
Because of where it was at, it was very, very marshy and muddy. We, of course, didn't know what was in it, but underneath the bridge where it was at was very flat and sandy. And we kind of made a decision, let's pull it out of the mud and pull it underneath the bridge where it was flat and sandy, and whatever it was in it, we'll just open it there rather than in the muddy marsh, just sticks and a lot of sticks and stuff there. So we pulled it underneath the bridge.
And what did you open it?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
I was the first one to unzip it. And before we opened it, as soon as we unzipped it, we immediately noticed the smell. That's what hit us first. I remember looking up at Matt, who's quite a bit taller than me. And I said, Matt, I think there's something dead in here. And unfortunately, we do come across, sometimes somebody will throw out a litter of puppies or something in a bag, and that's not uncommon. And it smelled, but it was so strong. It was different that day. So I didn't initially open it, and we kind of thought about what we were going to do first. When we finally went ahead and unzipped the rest of it, the smell was so overpowering. We kind of took a step back. And the first thing I remember seeing was just 2 little feet, and that had little football socks on them. The best I remember, I remember there being little socks on them. And before anything else happened, we couldn't really make out what it was. Matt dumped the suitcase over, and of course we initially immediately knew it was a body. But after looking at it, it was we couldn't tell male or female, boy or girl. We didn't know. A lot of black hair. And then I turned away.
What was the size of this suitcase? Do you remember?
Roughly the size of a checked bag. It wouldn't have been it was too big to be a carry-on, but roughly the size of an older checked bag suitcase.
And was there anything else in the suitcase besides the body?
Lots of blankets. There may have been a pillow or something. I just remember a lot of bedding in there, and blankets. It was kind of the body was in a fetal position and partially wrapped up, so we couldn't tell a whole lot until we dumped it out. And again, I turned my head.
What did you do after that?
Walked away. I immediately said, we went ahead and called the inspection right there. I didn't have my cell phone with me. Matt did at the time. He's a volunteer firefighter and he's dealt with some of this stuff. And I was very thankful to have him there. We immediately dialed 911 and got them on their way. And then I walked up back to the top of the bridge and talked to our truck operator and told him kind of what was going on, that, you know, they were shutting it down. And then just waited for authorities to get there.
Okay. And did members of the Santa Rosa Sheriff's Office eventually show up?
Yes, sir.
And did they interview you and Mr. Goins and process that scene as it was theirs?
Yes, sir.
After we talked on the phone a few weeks ago, did you get an email from me of a Google Earth image of this bridge we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
And did you yourself mark a red arrow on that Google image as to where the body was found back on March 17th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Ponder, I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 60 and 69. 61 and 62 are going to be larger. So I'm going to turn these around so you can see them.
Mr. Ponder,
Yes,
if
sir.
you were
Your
looking
Honor.
for a drink of water, there's a water pitcher right there and some cups if you would like some. Be careful when you take the lid off, it comes out fast.
You could just take a moment to look at those photographs and then I'll ask you some questions about them. Okay, have you a chance to do that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Absolutely.
I want to start with People's Exhibit 60. Is People's Exhibit 60 one of the Google Earth images I sent to you?
Yes, sir.
And does that accurately depict the Scambia Bridge, River Bridge, as you knew it back on March 17th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Do all the photographs that I've given you, including the two ones that are on boards here to your left, accurately depict that bridge as it looked like on March 17th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
You know, at this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 60 through 69.
Defense? Exhibit 60 through 69 will be admitted. Go ahead.
We're going to publish People's Exhibit 60, which is going to be on that TV behind you and on this TV to my left. While we're doing that, I'm going to do a little. All right, let's look at People's Exhibit 60 here on the TV screen. Is that the Google Earth image we talked about earlier?
Yes, sir.
Could you just describe the bridge as we're looking at it on this television?
In what way, sir?
Well, let's see. If I can approach on it.
You may.
Used to be a pointer up here. We're old to go here. So we use these things.
Okay.
Can you just kind of point out the direction of the bridge? If we see the river in this image?
So this is the Escambia River here. Our inspection would start on the west end here and work towards the east. Each of these concrete piers you can see here is what we call vents. And that's where earlier, as I explained, taking the measurements from. So that's each of those that we stopped at is where we take our measurements from, working from the near end or the west, working towards the east end. Also, as I was saying that from the river forward, this area all here is marsh. It is over here really is also. Actually, it's just very inaccessible to, except for there's a little service road here. Doesn't really go anywhere, but there's even some boats and stuff still left out here from previous hurricanes that nobody can get to.
And so I'm assuming that's not a populated area.
No, sir.
Maybe some wildlife.
Probably lots.
Okay. Are there any lights on this bridge?
I don't believe so. I don't remember. A lot of times the channel is lit. There is a fender system there that would have been lit in the evenings, but I can't remember if there's lights. I want to say there is. It's pretty dark out there, and I'm pretty sure there are light poles on there. Actually, now to come to think of it, because as we use our machine, we have to come up and over each of those, which is kind of a pain. But yeah, actually, I do believe it is lit, sir.
Okay. And as you're driving across this whole area, the marshy area here, if it's at night, would you know whether or not water would be underneath the bridge or not?
If you were unfamiliar with the area, no. I would say somebody who's driving across it that had never driven across it before and didn't know the area, you wouldn't think you were out of the water or over the water until you got back onto the pavement. Where this is a concrete bridge, and you can see where the concrete ends and the pavement begins. You're still actually elevated all the way up to the end of the bridge, elevated off the ground.
And now below that TV there, I put up People's Exhibit 61. Do you recognize that one?
Yes, sir.
And is that the exhibit that you emailed back to me with the red arrow on there?
Yes, sir.
And please tell the jury what we see in that exhibit using that pointer.
The arrow marks approximately where Matt and I found the suitcase that day. It's a little hard to see in that in the picture. But you can kind of see again where the vents are, the lines in the road. And it was one of the measurements right here. The suitcase was roughly just right over the bridge rail, right at the very edge of the marsh there.
And we can go to People's Exhibit 62 at this time, or 63, I'm sorry. And now we have People's Exhibit 63 up. I'm going to place People's Exhibit 62 on the easel. What do we see here in People's Exhibit 63?
Just a magnified image of the structure.
Is this, again, an indication that you emailed to me with the red arrow saying where you and Mr. Goins found the suitcase?
Yes, sir.
And I want to talk to you about this concrete area, a particular bridge.
Okay.
Is there an area, what I would refer to as a shoulder area, to park your vehicle if you stand on that bridge?
Yes, sir. The shoulder area would be indicated by the white hash marks on the right side of the bridge.
On that, Paul?
If not here, this is there we go. This is going to be your shoulder. The hash marks here would depict where you would be able to pull off the side of the road. Just barely visible, you can see the center line here This is a 2-lane bridge. And so there's almost room there for another lane, but that's just what we call a safety lane to be able to pull over and if you were having car troubles.
So plenty of room to park a vehicle there if you need to.
Yes, sir.
And where this arrow is, and I know you may not be precise, but is that the general area where you and Mr. Goins were taking your measurements when you first saw the suitcase looking over the side of the bridge?
Yes, sir.
It was directly below what you called, was it the barrier?
What we would call a bent, and that's basically just just the space in between each span, where the columns would hold up. Each column is what we call a bent, and it just in between those two is what we call the span.
You can go to People's Exhibit 64 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 64?
Yep. A picture appears to be looking on that is taken on the westbound bridge, and that is in the safety lane of the westbound, which would also be though on the far end of that structure. And that picture is looking west. Looking west, sir.
And so can you refer back to People's Exhibit 62 on the board here to your left, the one that you saw?
Yes, sir.
And just kind of point out which lane to travel we're looking at.
That picture is approximately probably a little higher. Each of these are what we call the bents. That's
So could you have access to get underneath the eastbound lanes by pulling over in this area, walking underneath?
You would have access, but it'd be very difficult to access that area. There's also what we call slope protection or rock rubble. And a lot of times those rocks move easily, they slip, they shift. You could walk down there, but you'd have to be very careful.
So looking at this People's Exhibit 64, can you see the general area where the suitcase may have been from this photograph?
To the best of my knowledge, that's a little further past where we found it. The suitcase would have been further east.
No problem. Let's go to People's Exhibit 65, please. Now, what do we see in People's Exhibit 65?
Where the suitcase was found.
Now, is this where you, Mr. Goins, pulled it out to and emptied the contents?
Yes, sir.
Could you use your pointer and just point out where the suitcase is in this image? So would this photograph be taken from eastbound lanes, excuse me, the westbound lanes looking back towards?
Yes, sir.
We can go to People's Exhibit 66 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 66?
Again, where the suitcase was opened.
And could you point out the general area of where you and Mr. Goins pulled the suitcase out of?
And this is where the measurement would have been taken. Able to, why we noticed where it was at, because it was right over next to the edge of the.
And just so the record's clear, you said the measurements were taken where we see the pillars for the bridge?
Yes, sir.
So you would have been looking down directly off the edge of the bridge where those pillars are?
Yes, sir.
And the suitcase would have been located to the right of the pillars as you're looking down?
Yes, sir.
And about how many feet, again, estimate, did you guys pull that out of that marshy area to its right?
I would say roughly 10 feet, maybe not even that far. It was almost directly below the barrier rail.
And when you moved the suitcase, did it leave an indentation in the ground?
I honestly can't remember. I didn't notice. The part I did notice was the suitcase was at an odd angle. It looks like it had fallen on a corner of the suitcase. It wasn't flat, but it was sitting at an odd angle.
Did you point out to members of the sheriff's department exactly where the suitcase was at when you first saw it?
Yes, sir.
And were they able to take photographs of that area as far as you know?
Yes, sir.
We can go to People's Exhibit 67. What do we see in People's Exhibit 67?
See the bedding and the open suitcase.
Could you point out the bedding? And was the body wrapped around this bedding?
Yes, sir.
And that's where you left it when you went to go call 911?
Yes, sir.
We go to People's Exhibit 68, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 68?
Just on the edge of the marsh line.
Is this area consistent where the suitcase may have been when you and Mr. Goins pulled it out?
Yes, sir.
And go to 69. You recognize this?
Yes, sir.
And what is this?
Just again, right there where the suitcase was found. And you can see, and I don't know how long it had been there, but the bushes and stuff are pushed to the side.
Just have a second, Your Honor.
You may.
Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Ponder.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good, sir.
My name is Will Cook, and I represent the defendant in this case. I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions. When you were doing the bridge inspection, did you have any kind of machine like a cherry picker? I don't know what you would call it, a cherry picker that would kind of reach under the bridge so you could do a visual examination of the underside of the bridge?
Yes, sir.
Were y'all using that device yet when you discovered the body, or were you doing the soundings and then going to come back and do work with equipment and
We were performing the soundings first, the profile,
Okay.
and then come back with the what we call a snooper or an underbridge inspection machine.
Okay. And the soundings, you're just going along, walking along the edge of the bridge and dropping a line and seeing what the length of it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would take that sounding measurement at each pier?
Yes, sir.
Of the bridge? Does some of the elevated, I guess by definition, a bridge is elevated, but is that because the river will sometimes flood up and that will be actually, instead of land or ground, it'll be flood water underneath the bridge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that happen every year, or is that like 100-year flood, 50-year flood, something that happens every spring or summer, or just depends on the weather?
Depends on the weather, how much rain we've had. That area also, pictures are gone, but there's several boats in there. That area, it's a tendency to flood during, obviously during hurricanes, and also during tides. That area is all tidal.
Mhm.
So during high tides, it has a tendency for the water to be higher or lower at different times of the year.
Okay. Now, on Exhibit 60, that was on the board, it looked like on the other side of the river from where the body and the suitcase were found, it looks like there's a smaller river or tributary of the Escambia River.
Are you talking about the north side of the bridge there?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that looks like maybe it's a marina or a boat launch or something there? It doesn't have it on that one. May I approach the witness, Your
You
Honor?
may, sure.
So yeah, it's not very clear here, but it was very clear on the latch thing. Is there a marina or settlement or something like that there?
It is a marina, sir. I was unclear where you were talking about that.
I'm sorry. That's why I approached. Is that a permanent marina where people keep their boats all the time?
Yes, sir. It's just a small tributary that runs back up. I don't believe it goes to the north just a little bit. There's a little marina on that side of the bridge as well. There's actually a marina on both sides, the north
Okay.
and south side of the bridge.
So just on the other side of the bridge from where the suitcase was found, there's settlement, there's, two marinas, there's stuff going on, presumably lights and civilization, for lack of a better word.
I'm sure the marina's lit up at night. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you had mentioned the suitcase was very heavy and seemed waterlogged. This date back in March of 2020, I think March 17th of 2020, you testified to. Had there been flooding under the bridge in the weeks preceding the discovery of the suitcase?
I'm not for sure, sir.
Not for sure. Okay. Just a second, Your Honor.
All right.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
No, thanks, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Ponder? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I think at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an afternoon break. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room and ready to go at, say, 3:10, we should be able to start on time at that point. All rise for the jury, please. Okay.
Time, Your Honor. I have to run to DST.
3:10.
3:10. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, sure. Well, just I was sweating when he did.
Well, that was tough to hear. I don't know what the hell her attorney is doing, except for just giving the appearance that he's doing the best he can with this, and there's not much he can do. You can't defend this. All he's doing is swinging for the fences. That's all he's doing. Because you don't want the judge saying, look, your attorney isn't even trying. He hasn't said anything. I was really getting nervous when he was talking to Al because he kept bringing up the stuff with Landon. I get the backstory is important, but the main story is how Letecia treated Gannon. And while there was issues between Al and Landon, of course there were, that in no way, shape, or form gives her any right to lay a hand on Gannon. This is heavy, heavy stuff. It's nuts. So, from my understanding, the next witness is going to be more testimony about the discovery of his body. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to shut the show down for today because it's been a lot to ingest. And I'm certainly not here to upset anybody or make it worse because it's bad. Just Me said, to be fair, what can he say? Yeah, what can he say? I mean, I really wonder if at some point he didn't talk to her over the weekend and say, listen, just because they picked a jury doesn't mean we have to go through with this trial. You can go ahead and you can plead guilty and we can be done with this. And you don't have to go through all of this. You don't have to hear all of this. You don't have to put Al through anymore. You don't have to put your own daughter through anything. But she's not going to do that because for the first time today, we saw her. She almost looked elated when her attorney was talking about Landon. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and shut it down for today because this has been a lot to take in. My understanding is there's not going to be trial tomorrow. Something about the judge has something going on Thursday, so there won't be a Thursday trial. I don't know. If there is, we will stream it. But tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., I know, again, it's an unusual time. Our times are all messed up right now because Letecia even screwed that up. And we're going to do a show tomorrow morning about Summer Wells. And anything, of course, that goes on with Gannon, I will update the channel. So you guys have a great rest of your day. I understand there's some storms all over the country. Be safe. Be careful. Know that you guys are the absolute best. And I will see you back here tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Central Time. Have a great rest of your hump day.